Everyone in Casserdic knows Aaron as the worst kind of guard captain. He takes bribes, beats criminals before asking questions, and somehow, he's still better at protecting the city than almost everyone else. Thugs fear him, mercenaries avoid him, and whenever a real knight sees Aaron fight, they all ask the same question. Why the hell is someone this strong guarding a backwater gate? Aaron would prefer they never find out. He refuses promotions, lets other people take credit for his victories, and does everything possible to keep his past buried. But trouble keeps finding him. Demons are appearing around his fortress. Powerful people are beginning to investigate him. And somewhere beyond Casserdic, someone is still searching for the man Aaron used to be. Yet everyone who comes after him makes the same mistake. They assume Aaron is just a guard. And to understand why that's such a terrible mistake, we have to go back to when he first arrived in this world. This story is just like any cliché web novel. One day, when he opened his eyes, he was already in a medieval fantasy world. He did not know how he got here in the first place. He even became a mercenary just to survive and slashed enemies, no matter who they were, again and again. Just when he is about to meet his end at the hands of a barbarian, a woman saves him, stays focused, and rallies the soldiers, noting that they will be dead in the blink of an eye if they let their guard down on this battlefield. Now they shall blow the trumpet. With this ceremonial blow of the trumpet, the soldiers charge in even further, continuing this brutal fight to the death. Now all he wishes for in this world is to survive. The woman from before approaches him, noting that he survived this time too. She closes in on him, caressing his cheek, wanting to have a look, as she was just making sure his handsome face does not get hurt. It begins to rain, and the woman tells him it's all good, calling him Aaron, noting that she likes the rain, and that they should go east when the war is over because it rains a lot in that place, and not forget her no matter what. Aaron is now in the east. Sure, a few years later, getting hit by the same rain that he felt back then, his introspection is interrupted by a bunch of guards, with one of them blowing a whistle and another telling everyone to keep running. They have to catch them before they escape the castle. Two more people, mercenaries likely or something similar, come, calling Aaron captain, who asks about the others. One of them explains that they will all be here very soon. By the way, who would have thought that gentle Hans would cause such a big incident? The other man knows that he always thought he was just a pain in the ass to deal with. That bastard is a mage, so one cannot trust mages in the first place. He must have made a contract pact with a demon for sure, Aaron wonders. But the other guy tells him to stop talking nonsense about demons. He is just jealous of Hans because he lost the nickname Handsome to him, right? The other guy gets immediately flustered, asking who's taking nicknames from whom, but the other guy keeps laughing, noting that he never has been called handsome in the first place. As they bicker, Aaron leaves, noting that he'll go to the headquarters, and as they begin following him, the first guy notes that Hans's nickname will be a bit different from now on. It will be something like Hans, who's handsome, even if only his head is left. Aaron wonders about that because he'll probably just be hanged if they catch him. They go to the Casserdic Outer Fortress Guard headquarters, and Aaron knocks on a door, the door of the guard commander Manuel, who knows that it is a bit late for a visit. What is it? Aaron explains that he is a bit late because he fell into a deep sleep, and Manuel just hums in response. By the way, he heard that he was quite close to that criminal Hans. Is that true? Aaron thinks that it is somewhat true. Hans was always an unusually intelligent boy at an early age. Even after he entered the academy, they were close. However, he denies this claim, noting that they barely exchanged greetings as they passed by. Manuel thinks that this is a rather unfortunate incident then, as this entire incident he's swept up in is not a simple crime. This is an incident related to the Lord's daughter. That guy stole something that should never be stolen. In such a critical situation, if their Casserdic guards captured a criminal, would that not please the Lord? Aaron damns Hans in his head. Because of him, he's almost in danger of losing his own head. Eventually, the man from before comes, noting that the Casserdic Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4 is ready for deployment. As they walk, the one with the umbrella knows that no matter how crazy those mages are, could Hans really be hiding in this filthy district? The other one close to Aaron agrees, and that brig has a weak stomach too. They don't want to be wandering around District 7, where there are no proper toilets and getting soaked in the rain. So how about they just pretend to look for him while grabbing a beer somewhere? Aaron tells them to shut their mouths, and scoffs at himself, as he can't believe these foolish medieval idiots are talking about drinking even when their heads are on the line like this. Suddenly, Aaron sees a hooded figure, and Aaron tells him that this is the Outer Fortress Guard. He should take off his hood for a second to check something. The man does something, laughing pretty maniacally, noting that it's been a while, and reveals himself looking like a pretty intense criminal. Aaron immediately smacks him across the head and puts him to the ground. noting that he's the one who got caught because he caused some problems, right? The man doesn't really think so. He's just the herbalist in this alley. He was about to report a theft, actually. Aaron understands. No wonder he looks so familiar. But the man knows that that's not the response he expected from him. Why is he hitting him out of the blue and causing a scene like that? What a crappy day this turned out to be. All the herbs were stolen, and now he got beaten by the guards too. But seriously, what was so urgent for that thief to steal such a common grim root? Aaron believes that if it's a grim root, it is used to stop bleeding, and asks where that herb thief went. Aaron is sure enough that someone is bleeding, and it is Hans, with Aaron asking what that look of his is. He was the one who always kept things clean, and now he is pathetically cutting off his own hand. It's over now. He should just come out while he is still being nice. Hans is instead using his magic and controlling all of the water that has fallen down. It's a filthy and huge power. Aaron probably thinks the accentuation is due to the rain. Hans apologizes to Aaron as he cannot get caught yet. He unleashes the heavy water strike on Aaron, who dodges, but Hans refuses to yield with his bloody hand. He chants even more magic, and Aaron thinks that using water magic on rainy days is a pretty annoying coincidence. If that is the case, he will just burst through, as he will simply overpower the mage. Before Hans can fully channel the ability, Aaron rushes in with his blades, as he knows there is an unknown power embedded in a mage's words. He has not cut him completely, just grazed his neck with his blade. Hans looks up at him with tears in his eyes, asking if he would spare him. Aaron knows that he has heard rumors that he signed a contract with a demon. If that is true, there will be a scar near the heart. Sure enough, there is none. But why did he do something like that? Even though he is not a demon's minion? Hans smiles lightly, noting that it's going to be hard for him to understand, even if he tells him now, but someday he will find out. Aaron, hearing a few of his men arrive, knows that he's going to go crazy. He grabs Hans by the robe and takes out a potion, which he pours onto Hans. He notes that it is a recovery potion, and he should not be ridiculous and follow him. He wonders if losing an arm for stealing enough is enough for a punishment. Unfortunately, it's not up to him to judge, because in this damn medieval time, it's either he's innocent or he's going to hang. He tells Hans to get lost after opening the secret passageway through the wall. Hans calls him brother, but Aaron smacks him on the face, telling him to stop calling him that and just get lost. Hans crouches down now, his face a little swollen, but still calls him brother, and thanks him. With that, he leaves. In this small fortress of the Casserdic eastern frontier, Hans has completely disappeared. The handsome Hans, the kind Hans, the friendly Hans, all names he was called, all names used for the thief of ladies' undergarments. Indeed, Aaron was about to lose his head because of that guy's head, but not the one on his shoulders. In this medieval world where cleanliness, law, and ethics are utterly primitive, he is the guard captain in this damn chaotic world. The guards go back to the tavern, one of them smashing his fist into the table. To think such a rat-like bastard slipped through their hands indeed. Just where did he disappear off to? One of the Casserdic outer fortress guard unit's 4 members, the previous handsome man, Kale, notes that he can't believe they couldn't find him after searching all over the Casserdic fortress. He was quite good, wasn't he? Another one, the youngest, Brig, knows that he was a mage, right? Is it possible that he used magic to run away? Another one, Snake Eyes, Pool, calls him an idiot. If everything was possible using magic, why do they even have arms? Another guard who is plastered on the table, the sleepyhead Carter, tells them to be quiet, as he wasn't even able to sleep for 5 hours in the past 3 days. He's so tired he feels like dying. The one in the front of the table knows that he won't die just because he lacks sleep, but Poole believes otherwise. This bastard will really die. Everyone agrees. It's Carter after all. The last one, the second place unofficially Vermin, notes that the search is over for now. Everyone should rest well. Aaron goes back to Manuel's office, where someone else speaks, recognizing Aaron for who he is, the captain of Unit 4. It is nice to finally meet him. He is called William. Aaron knows of him. He is Constable William, someone who can just cut down his neck with one word, or put him in the underground prison forever. He is the vertex of Casserdic's guards. William heard that he was close to the criminal Hans. Furthermore, he continued to patrol the last remaining District 7 all alone, so he failed to discover anything in the district. Coincidentally, it's an area where the internal guards cannot look into, right? Aaron looks at him straight in the face and tells him that there is nothing there but fecal matter. William calls out Manuel, whose fake hair jumps up from surprise. William notes that the cigarettes he gave him taste very, very well. He actually managed to get this expensive item with such a small salary. Manuel sheepishly tells him that he got that from a very distant relative as a gift, and William agrees for now. He wouldn't have stolen, nor embezzled it, right? They should listen to him carefully. Anyone in this castle who commits a crime, or helped, will die by his hands. It will be good for him to keep that in mind from now on. Aaron brushes off the ashes he put on him with his cigar, and unleashes his fakest smile, noting that he will keep that in mind. Well, in the afternoon, Aaron makes his way back home, rubbing the back of his neck, damning these Middle Ages with no sense of human rights. But that Hans punk seemed to have managed to escape without getting caught. At least that was fine. He makes his way to his usual inn, but then hears a very girlish scream from inside, with the owner being a little cornered by a man, noting that she is really pretty. They can't live because it's such a shame, right? The owner, Henna, tells him to let go of her hand, and another man speaks, noting that he told him previously to treat her like a gentleman. This is Dylan, as the lady is misunderstanding it. They just haven't been in this village for a long time, so they are trying to make some local friends if possible, even a friendship that can share the bed all night. Dylan's guys laughed, and the man lets go of Henna's hand, who just sighs. They look like mercenaries from another country, but if they keep being like this, there will be a really difficult and bothersome situation in the future. Before they regret it, they should stop here. Dylan gets up, smashing his palm on the table, and asks, if he doesn't want to, what is she going to do? Does she really think that some kind of guard will come for her? There is no way those guys will come to take care of an isolated, shabby inn like this. Before the situation can escalate, Aaron comes through the door with Henna and the locals, very happy to see him. Henna immediately rushes to him, and Dylan's guys kind of look around, getting up and facing Aaron, who looks back at Henna, and notes that now he wants 10 days. Henna tells him that it will be 5, it's less than last time, and he's a guard. Isn't this his job in the first place? Aaron tells her that he wants 9 days. The captain of the guards clocked off already. Henna tells him that she will give him 6 days, and not go any higher. Dylan and his men just look at the situation a little stupefied, but then he gets him increasingly annoyed, asking how they dare to ignore them. The one who grabbed Henna first rushes in with a fist at Aaron, who notes that he wants 8 days, and grabs the man's face. As he holds the man in place, he tells Henna that he wants free lodging for 6 days, and free dinner just for today. Is that a good deal? He gives her a thumbs up, and she does the same. Aaron almost crushes the man's skull and throws him into the nearby wall, noting that it's time to educate these horrible medieval people. The locals just sip on their beer, knowing what's about to happen, then even celebrate, as this is one of their favorite activities. Aaron begins beating the hooligans left and right, noting that there are no bad medieval people. There are only those who need to be beaten up more. Once each of them takes a hit, they will become a lot nicer. The locals cheer as he continues beating them, noting that they have been waiting for the day these thugs would be beaten. They even call Henna to give them each one more cup. The reason why they became regulars at this Laughing Rabbit Inn is that there is a monster living here, the greatest human cleaner in all of Casserdic, the rogue captain of the guards, Aaron. They are all followers of this rogue captain of the guards. They even cheer him on. Aaron sees them, seeing that they are behaving like that again. One day, he should give them a lesson too. As he beats up Dylan, he tries to pull out a small axe, but Aaron wonders if he's really going to take that out. Dylan immediately denies it, and after a few more beatings, his clock-off has been a huge success. Aaron goes to his room for the night, naturally with his sword under his pillow. He remembers the time he was given a name, and the time he lost title, with the woman of his life, telling him to run away, and not look back and live for her as well. As dawn rises, Aaron immediately gets up, clutching his sword roughly, almost pulling it out. Tears are streaming down his face, as he huffs loudly, having just had a nightmare. Just as the sun cracks over the frontier walls, he begins practicing his sword, thinking that it's already been 6 years since he fell into this world. Until when will he be able to maintain this daily routine, he wonders. Suddenly, someone approaches, noting that that's a sword with no frills at all. He did not know there is a skilled man in the borders of Casserdic. He is very surprised. Aaron looks at him and sees that he is in armor with the symbol of the Fenner family, and a spiral rapier as well. This bastard is a knight, isn't he? The knights are a group that handles auras and fights against the demons, surpassing human limits. They are basically the sword of humanity. If this man in front of him is from the Fenner family, then that guy is a knight from that faraway Bolt fortress. Why did someone like him come all the way to Casserdic? Maybe the Empire sent him? He clenches his sword a little tighter, and the man tells him that there is nothing to be wary of. He just got excited about his sword skills without even realizing it. By the way, is he a knight of some order? Before Aaron can answer, someone calls out his name, Ben, asking how he can leave an escort mission like that. This is the only daughter of the Fulputs family, the Casserdic Lord's family, Vivian Fulputs. Vivian sees that he is in the middle of a conversation, and Aaron bows down immediately, introducing himself as a member of the Casserdic Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. He greets her. Vivian laughs sheepishly, noting that it's nice to meet him too. She heard he had a lot of trouble because of her undergarments issue last time. She is really sorry about that. Eren tells her it's fine, and wonders what the reason is that Vivian is being escorted by a knight from Bolt Fortress. She begins pushing Ben away, noting that they will be on their way now, as it seems like Ben might have interrupted his training. He should also continue to work hard for the security of Casserdic's fortress. Ben looks at Eren one last time, with a pretty suspicious glint in his eye. This guy is a guard member? It is pretty strange, as he is sure he is a knight. Eren looks at them for a bit, noting that he smells something fishy. However, this is none of his business. He'd better just head to work. Immediately upon getting to Manuel's office, however, he immediately screams at him. As in this medieval world, there are no turn signals. Manuel screamed at him, wondering if he lost his mind completely. Didn't he tell him to watch who he hits? Why did he turn the mercenaries that the inner fortress hired into corpses almost? This time, he should go solve it himself, and then come back. Now sitting at the door of the inner fortress. Eren can't believe those bullies are mercenaries hired from the inner fortress. And on top of that, the official in charge is none other than her. He can barely knock on the door before she screams at him to come in. He goes inside, seeing Nova at her usual desk. She stops from writing, noting that, of course, it was him again. What kind of guard captain is causing trouble all the time? If he does not think this job suits him, he should just quit it already and not make it difficult for other people. This is Casserdic Administrative Officer Nova. Eren expects this from her, the best officer that has a babbling spirit. However, he also has a plan this time, a tip from Kale on how to win a woman's favor. First, he should make sure to keep a soft smile on his face, and then give the woman sweet, specific compliments. Eren desperately tries to tell her that her plump hair today looks like a perfectly ripened orange, and that it makes him want to taste it, but his smile is anything but soft or gentle. Nova recalls, as if struck, wondering if he went completely insane, and said, "Never mind, dealing with him just gives her a headache anyway." The mercenaries he knocked out yesterday were originally meant to be sent to Bolt Fortress. Eren didn't know, but those guys were more like piles of dung than mercenaries. Even if he sent them as they were, they still serve no purpose. Nova immediately tells him to shut his mouth, and he immediately agrees. She notes that, since it's come to this, he will have to fill in for those mercenaries, and there is no refusal. She will provide compensation, and it's all up to him to clean the mess up. Eren agrees, but what exactly is going on? Carriage escort, which they go on at just as the sun goes down, but there aren't a lot of people for an escort carriage. Moreover, most of these escorts seem to be mercenaries. It looks like they are gathering up for a battle or something big. He just doesn't feel good about this one. He turns around, asking who will ride this carriage, and he sees that it's Dylan the Weasel from before. Dylan notes that he's the monster, but not to be fooled, as he was just not prepared. Eren notes that he heard all of his friends are still on the brink of death. Did he hit him less than the others? Sensing the threat in his words, Dylan immediately bows his head, noting that he can call him Weasel, and even calls him an older brother. One of the mercenaries notes that the sun has already set. Will they be camping on the first day? Another notes that he heard they will be staying in a small village nearby. Eren is confused about this. If it's a small village nearby, it's definitely Noct Village, and sure enough, they go there. The mercenaries are a bit surprised, as they said this entire village is completely empty. Did everyone run away together? It seems so, though it wasn't a bad harvest or anything, right? One of them even heard it was the work of the demons or something like that, but another guard shushes him up. Dylan sees that Eren is walking away and immediately rushes towards him, noting that they should go together inside of the carriage. Vivian looks on with a soft smile on her face. Dylan follows Eren, wondering where he is going, so soon after just arriving in the village. Is there something going on? Where have all the people been, by the way? For some reason, Eren thinks of someone from this village whom he gave a book to, a small boy who thanked him again and again, and told him to come visit at any time if he was inside the village. They continue walking, and Dylan suddenly sees something on the ground, which he steps into, much to his disgust. Eren looks on, and tells him not to look in front, but Dylan still does, and sees that the entire street is littered with hung corpses, shocking him completely, and he immediately starts to heave on the ground. Suddenly, Eren feels a familiar voice behind him, and he turns around, seeing that it's Vivian, who asks what the guard captain of Casserdic Fortress is doing here. But Eren wants to know the same thing. Why is she here? That same evening, the mercenaries hired as guards all gathered up to get a bowl of soup from a big-ass cauldron. The mercenaries were surprised to see stew with this much meat, with one of them noting that if the food had been awful too, he would have deserted immediately. Dylan knows that these guys are way too laid back. How can they eat after seeing those corpses like that? He wonders which crazy bastard did something like this. Another mercenary approaches and tells him that it was a sacrifice. What he found is some kind of ritual where humans are offered to demons. They too have not eaten yet. Would they like to sip some wine? Aaron passes, as alcohol dulls his senses. Dylan agrees though, as he is never one to turn down a drink. But Aaron tells him if he throws up again, he will kill him. The mercenary introduces himself as John, the commander of this convoy. He has not seen their faces before. Are they mercenaries? Aaron introduces himself, noting that he is doing just some part-time work. John understands, but they should make sure to eat well and rest whenever they can. This journey might be tougher than they expected. Suddenly, Dylan sees a convoy of more pristine-looking clothes and sees Vivian, who is called the Flower of the East. He saw her earlier too. She really is beautiful. John looks at her, having had a feeling that this wasn't just an ordinary escort mission, but he didn't expect Lady Casserdic and her knight to be in that carriage too. Aaron looks at her and remembers. When he asked why she was there in the first place, she put on a pretty fake smile and told them that she was just out for a little walk. It was suffocating to stay inside of that castle all the time, so she is heading to Bolt Fortress on her father's suggestion. Aaron didn't buy it one bit and asked if it was the Lord's command, but that's when Ben came, noting that it's enough. Knowing too much comes with heavy responsibilities after all. One should only know what's appropriate for his position, right? Aaron is still ruminating on this information, and John notes that he seems oddly calm about this. A demon might appear. Does that not scare him? Aaron looks at him and notes that they have a knight on their side, and knights are trained solely to fight demons. The Empire's elite force, after all. As long as he has this sword too, with even the slimmest chance of survival, he always made it out alive. Unfortunately enough, John understands, not wanting to pry further into the past of this man who has clearly seen too much, and wishes him good luck in the future as well. That night, Aaron goes back to his quarters, picking up a book that he gave to that child, noting that it's been a while since they last saw each other. Horn must have grown taller, right? Suddenly though, he hears a presence almost touching him, and immediately recoils, punching the shit out of them. But he sees that it's actually a zombie with a hungry glint in its eye. It screams out at him, wanting to eat his flesh, but Aaron immediately rushes in with his sword, cutting the beast in two. He wonders what the hell is going on, but then he hears screaming outside, with Dylan swishing his sword around near a zombie who, even in its undead state, isn't that impressed. Aaron arrives and cuts the zombie's head off with ease, with Dylan immediately locking onto his leg, asking where he was going at this hour, leaving him behind. Aaron tells him to stop freaking out for a second and asks where everyone else is. Dylan tells him that it's all messed up. The mercenaries, the soldiers, absolutely everyone, they're all asleep and will not wake up. It's like they've been put under some kind of spell. Aaron wonders if it's magic. If it is so, how come they are the only ones that are fine? Then he understands. They drugged the stew. Since it wasn't poison but a sleeping agent, their goal is to capture somebody alive, and that someone is probably sitting in the carriage. Dylan looks on at the street, noting that they are basically pretty fucked. Tens of zombies right onto them. Aaron pushes Dylan behind him, noting that it's about time he comes out. He will warm up with these slow-ass zombie bastards before the real game begins. Charging his power, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, again and again, on the zombies, being as loud as possible to attract as many of them as possible. And sure enough, they all come towards him, towards the end of their own undeaths. After a bit, Aaron is done with them, the street being filled with their lifeless corpses. But he also senses one more walking towards him. He turns around but stops before he can strike, as he sees who it is. It's the same boy as before, the one he gave the book to. Horn. He thought so. He did grow a bit taller, didn't he? With that, he raises his sword high in the air, aiming to put an end to this mockery of the boy's life. 2 years ago, Aaron hid in a village away from his chasers, and there he met this boy who called him Mr. Knight. Aaron always wondered why he was calling him that, and the boy showed him that he saw it in a book, that knights are strong and cool. This was Horn, the son of a village farmer, and a boy who loved books. He told Aaron that he called him a knight because he's the strongest and coolest person he has ever seen. Aaron told him he really likes talking nonsense, ruffling his hair. He wasn't one to get attached to people, but he really liked this boy. Even after he settled in Casserdic Fortress, he still came to visit him from time to time. He told him that there was a library full of books inside the city, and librarians at the library are buried between books all day long. At that point, Horn decided that he wanted to be that too, a librarian, and Aaron agreed that, for a bookworm like him, it is a perfect fit. Aaron swings his sword down mightily, unleashing a strike that parts the water and wind like a falling mountainside, but does not hit Horn. Some say that demons feed on human fear, Aaron remembers one time when Horn came back beaten, noting that he got a bit of a beating from his father when he told him he wanted to become a librarian. However, he said the son of a farmer can only be a farmer. Aaron knows that what is said about demons is not true. Demons actually eat human despair. He abandoned his sword and rushes in, hugging Horn tightly as he can, telling him that he is no knight, just a stupid fortress guard captain. Eventually, Dylan comes back with a few men, noting that he successfully woke up the guys who were asleep. They immediately charge in on the remaining zombies. Aaron pays them no mind and puts his hand over Horn's eyes, closing them. He tells him to rest in peace, hoping that nothing more will happen after death, as he has seen far too much of this ugly world. Suddenly, an explosion occurs right where Lady Vivian is staying. Aaron picks up his sword with only one thing in mind: vengeance. Inside the building, Ben kills one of the maids who was actually an assassin, and with one of them even managing to stab him in the arm. Due to the rumors that someone was targeting the young lady at Casserdic Fortress, they were secretly heading to Bolt Fortress, but it seems the rumors were true after all. He never expected that he'd even target a secret procession like this. However, holding a sword to protect a lady is the happiness and romance of a knight, isn't it? Even if his opponent is a wicked demon, it does not matter. Therefore, he should step back now while he still can. The demon understands he's the knight who likes to yep like that, huh? But even if he tries to buy time with that nonsense, his wounds will not heal quickly. Those daggers were coated in vicious poison after all. Besides, he must have eaten the stew as well, right? Thanks to the effect of the poison, his mind is already foggy. Does he really think he has a chance? In response, Ben just mocks the demon's appearance, saying he is no mogger and will just scare his lady. The demon, who considered himself a 100% ratio true Adam, gets mad and rushes in, prepared to show him his new bone-smashing technique, crashing it right where Ben stood. As he dodges, Ben can see that he is at about half of his full skill level. His aura is barely noticeable, however. This guy still only has demonic erosion on his arm, and nowhere else. So he will quickly target the areas that have not gotten demonic erosion. He rushes in with his rapier, catching the demon by surprise, and actually manages to stab him right in the eye, but the demon just grabs him by the neck. Did he really expect him to be dead if he stabbed a part of his body that had not transformed? Does he really think he would die at the hands of a mere knight? Aaron suddenly appears from behind, noting that he came to avenge Horn, and cuts the demon's head clean off, noting that he should accept it as he likes because he doesn't really care. The demon screams out as he begins to regenerate the upper half of his head, and switches his attention to Aaron, asking who the hell he is. He smacks his hand into Aaron, sending him flying. He screams out as his body begins to regenerate, because of some bastard that is not even a knight. He ended up wasting precious blood. Before they run out of the blood offered as a sacrifice, they need to quickly hand over that woman. Aaron gets up, noting that Horn, who has turned into a zombie, will now be avenged by his hands, and he will be the one to suffer his vengeance. He rushes in again, and the demon succeeds in grabbing and slamming him into the wall once again. But at the same time, Aaron has cut him pretty deep. He tells him to heal up quickly, because every time he recovers, he will just cut him down. The demon's arm on the demon's body begins to wriggle uncontrollably, and he screams out, but the demon also notices that his arm has already started sucking his own blood. At this rate, he will be entirely consumed. Aaron sees this and asks, "What's wrong?" He thought he could take a hit or two, maybe, but he is nothing but a weakling, it seems. Aaron doesn't stop rushing in for another strike, noting that this is all for Horn. The demon does not get it. Just who the hell is Horn to him for him to go this far? He also wonders, this guy is not even a knight. Where is all of his strength coming from? As Aaron keeps pushing the demon further and further, he suddenly notices something and smacks the demon away before blocking a strike from behind, who is none other than John, who notes that he is not just big, it seems. Aaron was wondering when he would crawl out of his hole, and John also knows that he's sharp too. He's a pretty nice package. He looks like a bear, but inside he is a fox. As they continue clashing, Aaron explains that since the villagers were sacrificed and he showed up right on time, he can't help but suspect he is the one in charge. John smacks his blade roughly onto Aaron, noting that if it weren't for him, it would have all been over by now. As they continue fighting, the demon begins to recover. However, his arm begins to quiver uncontrollably, and he tells him that it is far too late. His body will no longer be needed. It begins to consume him entirely. As he no longer has use of this pathetic body, he has found a much more delicious-looking one. Eventually, John breaks Aaron's sword because it is cheap as hell. It probably got dull fighting the demon too. John charges in thinking that it's over with a dagger, but Aaron just throws a counterpunch right into John's face, a punch so hard that it knocks him out instantly. Aaron looks at what remains of the man, consumed by the demon, or his body having become a vessel for the demon's will entirely. The demon's core is pulsing with need. He demands an answer from Eren. This great being will take him from now on. What will he do now? He does not even have the strength to swing his sword, and he is not even a knight. However, Eren does not care, and just charges in with a mighty punch, with the demon not moving as he wonders what he can possibly do now. To the shock of absolutely everyone, Eren unhinges his jaw as much as he can, and bites into the demon's flesh, causing him to wail in pain, but it seems that he is pleased by this, noting that it's pretty impressive that he went this far. Suddenly Eren sees something, two of his old comrades bickering, the gladiator Golgai and the gambler Wei. Beside them, Mage Avery is laughing, and then she tells Golgai to give his money back. These are the comrades from his mercenary days. They were really fun. And then the captain too, the commander, who turns him around, filled with swords and arrows, and noting that he has not forgotten yet, right? That he must survive at all costs. The chains around Eren begin to break, with the demon finally truly seeing into him, noting that he is extremely delicious. Suddenly Eren jolts awake, and he immediately sits up with Ben, glad to see him awoken. Has he come to his senses now? Eren notes that he is still alive, huh? Ben notes that it should be his line. He thought he had already died since his presence was getting weaker and weaker by the minute. Eren sees that his body is perfectly fine, and Ben explains that he found him unconscious when he woke up. Eren wonders what the hell happened, and why he saw those memories of his. But Gary is more inquisitive about something else. The demon that is lying next to him. That was his doing, wasn't it? Eren slowly gets up, apologizing, but he doesn't remember anything at all. And as long as it's dead, the method doesn't really matter, right? By the way, what does this reckless young lady have to do with those demons? She looks like she doesn't know that her life is on the line either, and he's just sleeping soundly. Ben tells him that it wouldn't be his business, and Eren understands, continuing his stretch as if he didn't ask anything important. Gary notes that they are really indebted to him in this matter, so he wants to formally introduce himself. He is Ben, a knight from Bolt Fortress, and thanks him for guarding Vivian. Eren looks up at the sky and says that it's fine. As dawn rises, they gather up all the corpses and begin burning them. They sacrificed an entire village to summon just one demon. It was all just because they wanted Vivian's life, but the smell of corpses does give off some unusual smell. Once all of the bodies are cremated, the procession turns around and returns to Casserdic. They also agreed to say that Ben was the one who took care of the demon, since it was just the two of them who saw it. Eren thought it would also be more convenient for him, because if people found out that he came in contact with a demon, there is a pretty high chance that the situation would have escalated, and the church would have ended up conducting an investigation. Anyway, he survived this time. He also received compensation, so it's basically a win-win. This weasel next to him, who he thought had died, survived by hiding under a pile of bodies. He is more persistent than he thought, but anyway, this would be the end of the mercenary substitute mission. After Eren returns back to the inn he usually stays at, he checks himself out in the middle mirror and sees something that he would have never expected. The eye of the demon slowly begins to open and greets him like friends, asking how he's been. Eren immediately pulls out a dagger and tries to stab the eye, but he really can't, with the demon noting that it's pretty refreshing. Could he go a little higher, maybe? Eren tells him to shut up and screams out a scream that can be heard throughout the inn. After a while, he just lies on the bed and asks, "What the hell is he? Is he the demon from last time?" The demon notes that this is what the ignorant ones call him. Sure, Eren wonders, what's wrong? Did it latch onto him when he bit it off? Is that also the reason why he lost his memories? The demon can almost see the thoughts in his mind, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. It's not of his own will. He is merely taking over his body through his own selfish will. Eren tells him to buzz off to another person's body already. Otherwise, he is going to skin all of the flesh around him. The demon already told him that it's not of his own will, and it will take time to move host too. Eren asks how long, and the demon notes that it will take around 100 years, give or take. That's what it took last time anyway. Eren immediately tries to stab him again, but the demon isn't really affected by it and tells him to calm down. Having him around won't be that bad either. He thinks it might be necessary to show him what he truly is, and with the eye opening fully, Eren suddenly feels a sword aura around the dagger. How does a demon have the power that only knights should possess? Just as soon as the power appears, it disappears, with the demon clearly flushed from overextension, asking Eren if he saw that potential in his own power. Suddenly, he just falls asleep, with Eren just kind of looking at it for a good second, thinking that this guy really is a complete weakling, before he can think anymore about it. Henna screams his name from downstairs, and Eren immediately covers himself like a maiden, but Henna tells him to calm down for a minute, as the Catholic monastery of Casserdic is looking for him. The man who came pushes Hannah aside, noting that he is on the second floor, right? There is no time to waste, so she should move. He yells at Aaron that Sir Ben is looking for him, so he should not hesitate and come down quickly, as this is the call of a noble, he damn commoner. Aaron immediately punches the shit out of him, noting that he still has that ugly mug on him. Jace the halfie, huh? He will be ready soon, so he should just lie down there for a bit, right? After getting ready, he comes out with Henna, thinking that he is on his way out, right? Well, he should come home early, as she recently learned a massage that will make him feel really good. Before she can ask for 50 copper in exchange, Aaron immediately refuses and drags on the trash talker. As they walk through the town, Aaron thinks that he got really scared, but it turns out it was just Ben who called him. Is he going to give him a reward for defeating the demon? Back then, Ben wondered if Aaron was going to be okay with him not being recognized as the hero of the mission. He knows about the glorious achievement of defeating a demon, and how he let him have that title. Aaron agreed. He doesn't want things to become noisy. If he feels that bad for him, then why doesn't he share some of the rewards? Ben agreed. If he ever does receive a reward, he will definitely call him over. Aaron thinks that now he has the power to destroy evil and enforce justice aura. It is a miracle, and an ability given only to knights. Only those who have been handpicked and trained by the Empire become knights. However, the method of training these knights is still left unwritten. He kind of wants to know, but there is something eerie about the demon's power being similar to that aura. He asks Jace how to go as they keep walking, and Jace tells him that they are almost there. But why does he keep calling him halfie? Aaron asks why he doesn't like it. It means half of a half noble. It's the perfect nickname for someone like him, the bastard of a noble's bastard. Jace's pride immediately feels hurt, and he vows to kill this bastard one day, with Aaron very much relishing in the teasing. Eventually, they stop at the Solar Church Hall, with Aaron not really wanting to go in since he has an entire demon in him right now. As they walk in, Ben welcomes him, noting that he has been waiting for him for quite a bit. He seems quite startled because of his summoning too. He should say hello to the priest of this church, Priest Blyan, who also greets him warmly, noting that it's an honor to meet him. There is someone else, Joanna, the Inquisitor. They are both renowned for their deep religious faith. Suddenly though, Joanna just stares him down and immediately charges in with a fist. Aaron wonders if she noticed, putting a hand on his blade, but she just taps her knuckles on his forehead. With Blyan noting that the Inquisitor has extended her hand of blessing, he is quite jealous of such a generous reward. Aaron understands it was some kind of religious ritual, but how will he even know just by looking at it? Although judging by the demon's reaction, asking how dare a god's dog place their hands on him, it seems to be extremely effective. As Aaron sits down, Blyan explains that Ben told him everything. He said that he refused to take credit even after defeating the demon. This is a small gesture from their church for contributing to his achievements. The church's golden brochette, along with a few gold coins. Blyan is surprised that he recognizes it, and Aaron asks if it's okay for him to get such an important item, but Blyan tells him to please take it. All he needs to do is lend them his strength when the church is in dire need, which is very rare. Aaron has heard about Blyan. He heard he's one of the corrupt power brokers behind Casserdic, and he immediately agrees. In fact, he was a true religious person of his era, and notes that now he is his father of faith. Long live the Solar Church. After returning to the inn, Kale looks at Aaron, who seems a lot more changed now. He got a new wave, and a bunch of armor too. Kale wonders if he perhaps bullied someone and stole their belongings. What's up with that brooch, that shiny armor? Aaron notes that he should take off that tacky flower scarf of his first. Kale asks what's wrong with his scarf, and Aaron explains that this brooch is a gift filled with the energy of the god of the sun. This armor was also prepared with sacred gold coins, but Kale wonders why he doesn't just pay his bar bill with that money instead. Another barmaid, Charlotte, comes around, giving them both their beers, and she asks if Brig is not coming today. Aaron tells her that he's off duty, and Kale asks if she's interested in him or something. She notes that it's hard to see a good man like him around here, and Aaron agrees that he's not bad. Charlotte notes that she was going to give him a massage that would make him feel really good if he came by. With Aaron, now understanding where Henna learned those words from, but the beer feels too warm to him. He misses a cool glass of freshly poured beer. Charlotte also asks if they have heard about the group of scammers that have appeared lately. They know the Sick Mermaid's Inn in District 5. Recently, a lot of outsiders happened to stay there, and gambling naturally took place, and it seems that a little girl is dominating people at the dice roll. Aaron puts his cup down, noting that there must be a really cheeky kid, as there is a minor gambler in his district. As the captain of the guards at the casino, Casserdic Church, he can't just sit and watch it all unfold. Kale crawls to him, noting that he can't, but Aaron tells him to come, as they will eradicate their gambling. With Kale, knowing that he actually just wants to join in. Eventually, after undressing from his rather frivolous armor, Aaron arrives at the gambling den with one of the men, wondering why he is here. Aaron seems to be in his natural place as he senses the smell of gambling and asks Joseph, the man who noticed him, where the gambling table is at. Joseph is shocked. Did he not quit gambling? Aaron notes that he is going to do one last round today and leave, since he has a lot of cash for him, the first time in a while. He thinks he smells money from this table right here, because he heard that this kid is quite good with the dice, so he wants to see her skills. As they continue gambling, they tie once or twice, with Aaron adding some more money to the bet, and going double or nothing, right? The girl agrees, thinking that this guy is a real idiot. She lost a few rounds on purpose, but now he has become quite arrogant, and is just betting money left and right. Suddenly, the guy next to her coughs, this being the signal to start harvesting. Well, there is nothing this guy can do now. He wouldn't even dream that she could change the die set with magic. She is sorry, but she will suck up every single penny from his purse. However, Aaron smacks his cup down on the table and tells her to stop right there. She is trying to cheat through magic. Hearing this, the girl is shocked and gets up, asking if he has any proof, and Aaron naturally does. She would have given him a 4, and the number she would have given would have been a 4 too, right? She is sitting here writing a whole scenario, isn't she? Sure enough, he was right, showing that he got a 4 as well. He bet all his money in his hand that she is using magic, so she should buzz off if she's scared. It's quite common to use a young mage like her in creating this filthy scam gambling ring. The guy who gave her the signal pulls out his weapon, having thought that he was just some kind of idiot, but knowing who they were all along. Well, this would make things shorter then. If he doesn't want to die right now, he should drop all of his money, the money he just earned, and fuck off. Aaron puts the money in his pouch, not without wondering if they have not learned the first rule of gambling, that if they aren't sure, then they should not bet on it. If even one of them here knew who he was, they wouldn't be here doing this kind of stuff. Since the game of dice with this kid was pretty fun, what do they think about one more round? He puts a gold coin on the table, and for their information, that is a real gold coin from the Solar Church. This should be enough, right? The others are naturally shocked, some being the first time that they are seeing a gold coin, especially from the Solar Church, and one of them, who has not joined in the processions, asks what he is trying to pull here, even after knowing that they are scammers, and also that this girl is a mage. Is he still willing to play more? Just what kind of crap is he trying to sell? Aaron wonders why the world's biggest gambling ring scammers talk so much. Is he scared, perhaps? This guy, who seems to be the boss, gets annoyed and asks if he really asked. He slams his axe on the table and agrees. He will bet all of this money in her hand. He tells Kana, the mage, that if she messes up this round, he will have her hand. As they continue betting, Aaron wonders if she should have gone to a magic academy or something. Why did she get roped up with these bastards? Did magic not fit once she learned it, or something? Or was she poor? Was she trying to earn money in order to go to the magic academy? Hearing this, Kana stops her cup and takes off her cloak, telling him not to assume her situation when he doesn't know a thing about her. Aaron agrees, and thinks that he was right, judging by her reaction. He was wondering where he was getting all discouraged from, but it looks like he is trying to stall time, the boss thinks. He is sorry, but as long as this guy knows who they are, they cannot let him go out alive. From the moment he lifts that cup, he's gonna be dead. Aaron asks Kana if she can make a bear cold with magic, and Kana agrees she just needs to use some basic ice magic. But why is he asking that all of a sudden? Aaron has a pretty dangerous glint in his eye and smiles. He throws the cup in the boss's face and begins the fight. The dice game is a game where 2 dice are shaken in a cup, and when the 2 numbers are added together, the person with the highest last digit wins. Because of this, it is also called the warrior's bet. They say that a person who is followed by the moon will never lose. Aaron continues beating the crap out of the scammers left and right, with the boss trying and thinking that he got him good with the axe, but Aaron wonders if he's not embarrassed. How can a bunch of grown men use and leave off a little girl like that? They really are a bunch of medieval bastards. He grabs the boss's neck and notes that they should be more ashamed of themselves. Suddenly, he feels the wave of dark magic around behind him, with another scammer charging in with his dagger. But Aaron doesn't even flinch. Not bad. He would rather die with his friend than live in shame, wouldn't he? Aaron just got out of the way, and the guy just stabbed the boss. Aaron just finished them all as Kana watches, amazed, as he defeats everyone with his bare hands. Kale throws the gold coin back to him, noting that he always ends up in a fight if he plays a dice game. He recognizes this guy. He's the knife-wielding Shaq, the wanted assassin from the town next over. Aaron knows that's none of his business, and he asks Kana, who he calls the fridge kid, where she is. She immediately pleads with him not to kill her, but Aaron asks why he would do that and asks if she wants to earn money. If she makes him a cold glass of beer every single day, he will introduce her to a job that will guarantee her room and board until she enters the Magic Academy. What does she think? Does she want to come with him? Seeing that she has no other place, and that this guy looks pretty honest, she immediately agrees. The next morning, Aaron continues his training, and Kana comes around. With him, calling her his mini fridge, which she doesn't really understand, but she did come with the beer as requested. Aaron thanks her and immediately starts drinking, very pleased that it's so cold. It certainly hits the spot. How old did she say she was anyway? Kana tells him she is 12 years old, and Aaron wonders why she's so small if that's the case. Is she some kind of dwarf? Henna immediately comes around and asks if that child is his daughter, making Aaron look at her with a very surprising expression, even letting the cold drink spill out of his mouth. He wonders where she got that from. She's just a mage he found off the streets. Isn't she short on manpower? She should just consider it as if she had a new employee and treat her nicely. Henna stares at Kana for a bit before hugging her, noting that there is no way such a cute kid would be his daughter. She must have had a hard time because of mean adults up until now, right? This older sister will definitely protect her from now on. She asks what her name is, and Kana gives it, but Henna doesn't seem to have the best of innocent intentions. She notes that's a pretty name, but she also wonders how many of these cold beers Kana can make a day. She's not asking for much, maybe around 300. She can give her twice the pay. Aaron ignores the predator that just clasped on his fridge and notes that he should head to work now. The routine of Aaron's day as a guard goes something around those lines. He greets the boss after arriving at work, who always tells him to stop hitting people. He goes on patrol and checks the state of apples, usually grabbing about 10 of them without paying. He then patrols the market to maintain order within the fortress. The sellers bow down their heads as he leaves, with the older man noting that this guy really is crazy, but his woman tells him to let him be. Thanks to this guy, there aren't any thugs in the market, so 10 apples is a small price to pay. Lastly, they do the most important part of the job, investigations. They shake a smuggler for his money, with Aaron telling them to take it easy on him, even if he is a smuggler. And Aaron tells them to take 300 copper and use 100 on themselves, which they are very thankful for. Lastly, they do external entrance checkups for a clear investigation, but it seems that they have no visitors today. Suddenly, though, a presence comes from behind him, telling him that the carnelian flowers never wither. Aaron wonders what it is. Did Scar send him again? The man shushes him up, noting that he should not speak of his name so carelessly. He, who is the shadow of the Casserdic fortress. Aaron tells him to shut up about that stuff and just tell him what he is here for. The man looks around and notes that, apparently, there have been a lot of outsiders entering Casserdic as of late, and quite a few of them are pretending to be merchants and are acting rather suspiciously. He should look at this transcript. Aaron reads it, and it says as such. It has been 3 days since they entered the fortress. They aren't leaving the fortress and are trying to hide their presence. However, they cannot trick him, the King of Shadows, Scar, who remembers the oath. Will he earn while he, Aaron, is in the sun? Will he fight to protect, as they do in the darkness? Aaron immediately crumples up the transcript because it reads like something a 5th grader would have written, and tells the man to tell Scar that he is busy, and that he has no time for little games like these. Just what is he trying to be? Some anime protagonist? The man doesn't really know what that is, but how could he say something like that? Aaron gets more annoyed seeing him act like a hurt maiden, and tells him to get lost already. He thinks that if the number of outsiders increases in this remote and rural place, it would just be good for the record. But what could possibly happen here? They really are being dramatic. Suddenly, though, a carriage arrives, and Aaron tells Carter to wake up, as it's time to make some money. Aaron stops the carriage and looks at the man, seeing that this bastard is giving off really suspicious vibes. Should he arrest him on the spot? However, Carter seems to know him, calling him by his name, Dornawa. Glad to see that he is here again. Carter explains that he transferred from the upper part of Mos Mostark to the Casserdic branch. He first saw him at a security checkup a long while ago. Dornawa immediately understands this is a guard captain, right? He thought he was a knight because he was so handsome. He works hard all day and night, so this is just a little something out of appreciation. Aaron seems to tense a bit before immediately grabbing the money, noting that he may call him brother from now on, thinking that he really is a nice guy. Carter interrupts and asks if he brought the thing he gave him last time, and Dornawa naturally does, brandishing a small vial of pills. Carter thanks him, noting that he is knocked out after taking these, and Aaron looks at this interaction very curiously, with Carter telling him to please not take these away. Aaron says that he won't, because he doesn't really care, but anyway, they want to check out the things that enter the fortress. He doesn't have any suspicious things on him, right? Dornawa immediately denies it. If he had something like that, he would have given them more entrance fees. However, Aaron sees a dark tattoo on Dornowa's neck, and when Carter moves in to check the carriage, he immediately covers his nose and tells Aaron to come quickly. Upon doing so, he sees that the wagon is filled with goat carcasses and is in very poor condition too. They are already decaying and have maggots everywhere, and the carriage and the meat are starting to rot. He asks Dornowa what he is planning to do with all of this, and Dornowa looks at him for a bit. Aaron tenses again, knowing that this bastard was suspicious after all. Dornowa immediately hands him another pouch of money and explains that the butcher he usually trades with died in an unusual incident, so he had to bring them here in that state. With that, they let him pass, with Dornowa noting that they are very stupid. He is going to make this place a living hell very soon. Aaron watches him go and asks Carter if that guy likes high places. He thinks about the message he got from Scar, about suspicious people pretending to be merchants entering the town suspiciously, and smiles, thinking that Dornowa is a really brave one. He will have to take some good care of himself, because in this medieval time it's either innocent or hanging, and nothing in between. That evening, they go back to the Rabbit Inn, and Vermin asks Briggs seriously, did Charlotte really give him a date request? He agrees, noting that she asked to go watch an execution together. Aaron thinks that her actions are pretty remarkable, and Vermin is shocked that even people like him are going on dates. What is he doing wrong? Aaron is a bit surprised. A date in that place? Does she think an execution is a cultural festival or something? Well, to these uncivilized medieval bastards, it probably is something pretty interesting to watch. Brig also notes that he was planning on gifting her the bread his mother made, with Aaron spitting out his food, and asks if he's really serious. Vermin hopes he's not talking about that fish bread of his, and immediately starts throwing up on the ground, with Aaron slumping in defeat. Brig is wondering why they're reacting this way. What's so wrong about the fish bread? It is very popular in the Brigton Kingdom, his mother's homeland. Aaron wonders if everyone in that kingdom of his has their noses and tongues messed up and apologizes, feeling sorry for his mother. But that damned fish bread is no different from dog food baked in an oven. Vermin eventually gets up, claiming that he is all right. He just had a past vestige of trying out that bread, and he never wants to think about it again. Suddenly, the same man from before approaches Aaron, but before he can say the stuff about carnelian winters and carnelian flowers, Aaron punches the shit out of him and drags him away, noting that it seems like Scar is looking for him. Well, whatever. He tells Brig to just be happy, and to just be back safe. Aaron drags the unconscious guy into an alley where Scar is waiting, welcoming him as he has been waiting for him. Does he remember the oath he who will rule the shadows, and he who will stay in the light promised to take over Casserdic Fortress together? This is the very self-proclaimed Shadow King of Casserdic Fortress, Scar. Aaron immediately asks if he wants to die, calling people over while they're eating just for this stuff. And what's with this crappy hat anyway? Did they get all of this as a group? What is this? A varsity jacket? Scar immediately scrounges for it, telling him to give it back, and Aaron wonders if they're not going to take it off or anything, with all of Scar's men wondering what a varsity jacket even is. Aaron knows that this is some nonsense coming from some town vigilantes. Did he not tell them to quit this little role play of theirs? Scar tells him to re-listen to him first. He remembers what he told him in the letter before, that recently, the movement of the outsiders who enter Casserdic has been rather strange. It is just as he expected. Those guys were meeting up every night away from prying eyes. He thinks something is going to happen very soon, and they need to be cautious. Pulling his ear and making him cry out, Aaron asks if there is anything noteworthy. The guards will deal with it, so he should stay out of the way. He hasn't been going to the woodworking shop either these days, has he? His father, Jackson, was looking for him. Is he sure he will be fine like this? Upon hearing this, Scar and his men immediately rush out, noting that they shall meet again. Aaron wonders if something really is going to happen soon. Well, there is no harm in being careful after all. That morning, Aaron takes a little detour and goes to a house a little outside of the town, and to the executioner's house, Dallas. Ted tells Aaron that his armor looks even cooler now, with Aaron being very smug about it. He gives him a bunch of apples as he goes inside. Aaron looks around, thinking that this house is menacing as usual, and Dallas apologizes for calling him every time, and that he should come sit down. Aaron says it's nothing. The apples were free anyway. Dallas sits him down, pouring him a glass of warm wine, and notes that he said he caught all 6 prisoners to be executed this time, right? He heard that they were the Karzan Sloan Wolf members. He is very impressive. Aaron knows that things just turned out this way, but Ted has really grown a lot ever since. Dallas agrees that children seem to grow day by day. It's really wonderful to see. Aaron also gives him a bag of gold from Nova, who told him to pass this on. She said this is an advance payment for the request this time, since the Lord is also planning to attend. The best skills were requested to be shown. Dallas understands he should tell her that she doesn't need to worry about anything. He is also planning on bringing Ted with him this time around. He needs to begin preparing to take over the family business sometime soon. Aaron hums in response, noting that he has reached that age already, hasn't he? The farmer's son grows to become a farmer, and the son of the executioner should become an executioner. Dallas agrees that is just how things are. Passing down a job that receives ostracism from people like this always makes his heart feel heavy. That is why his wife also ran away, but he is always thankful to him, unlike everyone else. He treats them comfortably. Aaron wonders what the reason not to do so is, except for that damn underwear thief, who is thankfully gone now. He is the only person he can have a proper conversation with anyway. Dallas is also regretful to hear the news about Hans. To think that such a sincere guy suddenly became a criminal. Aaron tells him that anyone can commit a sin. It's not hard to in this place, and if he ever becomes a criminal in the future, he should make sure to cut his neck down cleanly. Dallas agrees he will be performing his ultimate skill on him. Ted comes around, having chopped the apple, and knows that if Aaron commits a crime in the future, he will be the one to cut his neck, and Aaron agrees, expecting him to. With that, Dallas notes that they will be seeing each other at the execution ground tomorrow. That night, the suspicious people meet up, one of them noting that conducting covert activities is quite difficult because of that Scar guy who is constantly surveilling the area around. Not only that, but outside the fortress, Kutan's attack also ended in failure. Shouldn't they start moving by now? Durnoa tells him to shut up. An execution will be taking place in the town square in just a few days. Using this opportunity, the heart of Vivian will be theirs. They all agree, but they all wonder, is this guy next to them sleeping? Or is he dead? Because he looks like a bit of both. On the day of the executions, the town is pretty shitty with festivity. Kana uses her spells to cool down the beer and wine she receives, impressing the customers who immediately pull out their money pouches as they want more. Henna herself is busy at work, telling everyone that they also have bread with strawberry jam, so they should come and try it with some wine. Vermin wonders why he's even here, and Kale looks around for thieves. Henna thanks Aaron for his suggestion to sell strawberry jam, bread and wine. Because of that, they are getting lots of customers, and Kana's cold beer is also getting quite popular. Her intuitions are correct as usual. Aaron guesses so, and thinks that even if he explains that this is basically marketing that uses association, she wouldn't really understand. Not only that, he saw these uncivilized medieval people even dip their bread in the blood of the death row inmates, at least a few of them. Henna wonders why he took Kana in the first place, and Aaron notes that it's because he wanted a cold glass of beer. But she wonders if that's the only reason. It's rare to see him show interest in anyone. Aaron looks out a bit and wonders how he can put it. In the past, he took in a stray cat off the street and raised it. In a sense, she reminded him of that cat. Henna is a little confused by that answer, and Vermin comes around asking why they are here when their unit is on break. Are they really here to sell bread and alcohol? Aaron tells him that they are basically doing undercover work, and he should report back right away if he spots any suspicious people, because of the concerning information he got recently. Vermin understands this is more pleasing, but why is it only him, Kale, and Poole today? Aaron explains that Brig is naturally talking to Charlotte right now, and Carter is sleeping. Aaron goes to the prisoner cells where Ted is also looking at them. Aaron asks what he is doing in a place like this, and Ted notes that their guests look pretty nervous, so he was calming them down. Ted very calmly and innocently tells them not to worry, as his father has chopped off hundreds of heads by now, so he will send them off without any pain. Aaron pets his head, noting that he is a really nice kid, and one of the scammers rushes in, saying something through his muffled mouth. Aaron pokes fun at him, noting that he doesn't understand a single word, but whatever, it's time now. They should go and get their heads chopped. Dallas immediately begins doing so with proficiency and precision, making the people cheer at his skill. Aaron looks around and thinks that executions in medieval times were a form of political festival more than anything. It's used to relieve the citizens' suppressed violence, and also displays the ruler's authority and dominion. Not only that, but Nova also told him that this event is more important than usual. The criminals he caught are the bastards who killed a noble of Karzan, and his lordship was already preparing to make friends with Karzan. In a way, this execution is a form of a diplomatic event. No incidents of any kind should ever happen. Aaron thinks that basically, something will happen when she says it like that, and sure enough, he spots a dark figure in the crowd, someone who looks like Dornowa, before the explosion occurs nearby, and people begin running away, with Aaron knowing that this is an attack. At the same time, Lord Fullputs is blown up by the explosion, with Aaron jokingly saying that he is flying away using magic, noting that he always thought he resembled a bird, but now he really is flying. Wait, but the outer fortress guards are in charge of public security right now. If the Lord dies right here, then there is one thing that will happen. his head will also be flying off. Dallas continues his work, and Aaron notes that he is pretty amazing to work in this kind of situation. Dallas tells him with a smile that he is only doing what he should be doing as an executioner. Aaron understands. Then he should be working too, as the captain of the guards and all, so he charges in towards the explosion and the Lord, aiming to fix this situation proficiently. Everyone runs away from the explosion, wondering what all of this mess suddenly is. Vermin and Paul get on the podium, telling everyone to calm down and stop pushing each other, as the kids will be getting hurt since they don't know where to go. Brig and his date begin guiding people through the exit and catching any bread stealers, while Hana protects Kana from anything else. Aaron comes around with a few kids, noting that this is where they were all hiding. He drops the kids off and asks if they saw anyone suspicious by any chance. Brig wonders what he means, and Aaron tells them that he saw a guy with a hood. Kale is not sure. He doesn't think he saw such a guy, and Brig hasn't either. Aaron looks in the distance and sees that the one in the hood has the princess in his arms, who is sleeping soundly. This time, he calls out the outer fortress guard unit and tells them all to follow, as they are going to chase after a criminal. If they don't catch him, they are next on the guillotine. Hearing this, the entire unit gets very amped up and afraid. They start looking for him until the sun goes down, with Vermin wondering just where that bastard ran off to. It's already dark, and they are just wasting their time, like when they chased that guy, Hans, not long ago. Aaron tells him to stop jinxing it, and Vermin notes that, thankfully, the Lord seems to have survived. He fell in a pile of hay like some kind of assassin. What an Assassin's Creed life he has, apparently. However, a knight got caught in the explosion and died. Aaron scoffs. Seriously, those bastards that call themselves knights, they really cannot be trusted, and it seems they have stumbled upon yet another untrustworthy knight, who is Ben, who seems to be rather hurt, but is glad to see Aaron. Aaron crouches down, asking if he was hit, and Ben notes that this is pretty embarrassing. Aaron just scoffs again. He got beaten up for nothing. Is he really a knight? Ben tells him that he let his guard down. It turns out the criminal was a dark mage, and there is a traitor among the guards as well, so he should be careful from now on. Aaron stays silent for a moment, but then hears a bunch of screams, and Vermin recognizes that voice. It's Kale's. Sure enough, Kale and Brig are on the ground, recoiling from pain, but the one who beat them asks what the hell they are doing. Their reactions are far too much for barely being hit just once. He wouldn't slap a child with the force that he used on them. Kale holds his very fake bruised cheek and tells him to just wait a moment, as there is someone he is waiting for. The demonic human wonders what the hell he is talking about, but then the wall next to him bursts forth and someone grabs his neck. The construction here is far worse than he thought. He only pushed it a little bit, and it came down, crumbling like some sort of silken tofu. As Aaron holds his neck, the demonic human wonders who this man is, and what the hell tofu even is. What kind of grip power does this man have? Aaron himself wonders why he is so weak. He is different from the demon he fought outside of the fortress, it seems. The demonic human tries to clutch at his hand, but knows that Aaron is not going to let go. At this rate, he really is going to die if Aaron keeps grabbing onto his neck. Aaron, however, lets go, and lets him fall on the ground, coughing and gasping for air. He notes that he has a good idea of what happened, so he should spill everything while he is still speaking nicely. Before Aaron can even finish, the demonic human begins ratting out everything like he's at a tribunal. He explains that the dark mage is the culprit, and he is aiming for the lady's heart. He is truly a messed up piece of crap. The others look at the scene, with Kale noting that this is survival instinct at its finest form, and Vermin agrees that this is a truly honest friend that they have. The demonic human does not stop there, noting that that guy made a deal with a demon through the dark mage, known as the demon servant, and also their base, the lawless city of Turumba, and his mother's maiden name is. Before he can continue, Aaron stops him, telling him that it's enough. So this guy is basically a demon subcontractor, huh? Then why does he need a lady's heart? The demonic human doesn't really know, and he is being rather honest about it. Aaron sees that he is honest, and waves a dismissive hand, noting that he will let him live since he is being pretty obedient. The demonic human thanks him, and the others take him away. Vermin notes that Aaron made a good choice with the demonic human, noting that he almost messed up, but it seems to be all right now. Aaron understands. The one carrying the lady must be the dark mage, and his minions are using their own lackeys. Just what is the lady's true identity for her to be so coveted by darker forces? Suddenly someone calls out his name, noting that he was here. This is a pretty great night, is it not? Aaron wonders if Carter just seriously woke up now and tells him to sleep more moderately, as that's becoming a disease at this point. Carter notes that he knows he cannot control it, but does he know how painful it is not to be able to sleep? He doesn't even feel awake when he is lacking sleep. It is as if he is lost in some kind of dream, as though there is a constant fog that permeates inside his mind that makes everything blurry. He suddenly slowly unsheaths his weapon behind him and crashes it into Aaron, who immediately deflects and blocks it. Carter vows that he will have a dream he will never wake up from, so this is their good night. He is clearly being overtaken by some kind of demonic energy. When Carter was young, a famine struck his village and people had nothing to eat. They ate tree roots. Sometimes someone would be lucky and find a rat or a cockroach that they used to eat raw. Carter had no other choice but to starve along with his family and brother. One day, however, meat was served on the table, fresh and juicy. His family ate meat after a really long time and really enjoyed it as such. However, his younger brother was missing. He was unusually sick and couldn't help with work anymore. The meat they served that day, naturally, was him. Since that day, he can't get a proper night's sleep for even a single moment. He always thinks, will they eat meat without him next time? Does he know how worried he was all of this time? Aaron blocks his strike, noting that he has heard about it before, calling him a piece of crap and slashing upwards, making Carter dash away momentarily. Carter wonders what he thinks. He is strong, isn't he? It's definitely because he finally slept well, right? This is all thanks to that candy Dornoa gave him. Aaron understands. So he received powers from the demon after all. His strength and agility have increased pretty significantly. He thinks about Carter more. He was naturally gifted in fighting without even properly learning it. He charges in, and Aaron holds his blade fast, grinning. He lets Carter approach and then sidesteps his strike, making his sword become embedded in the wall, all because of his lack of experience and the wall's weak construction. Seeing this, Carter gets annoyed and summons his demonic power in his left hand, trying to punch Aaron to death. However, Aaron immediately ducks behind his strike and notes that he understands. He also has trouble sleeping most of the time, so he forgives him. He impales Carter right in the chest, killing him, and hopes that he can forgive him as well. For the first time in a long time, Carter remembers the face of his little brother and smiles, noting that he is getting sleepy. With that, he slowly passes away, and Aaron tells him to sleep tight, as he will sing him the best possible lullaby as his last one. A few other knights lay dead near the same small hole that goes outside the city. Dornoa pants, catching his breath, as those night bastards really are persistent. He had to go through a small tunnel to get out of the city. However, it is worth it, as he finally got the one who is loved by Mana right in his hands now. He just needs to take this human's heart and eat it to gain its power. However, Aaron calls out, noting that he is here after all. How did he find that small tunnel? Did Carter tell him, perhaps? They should have a quick interview to decide what he should do with him. Dornoa wonders who he is. He thought a knight was chasing after him. However, he is just some novice captain of the guards. What can he possibly do against his power? He summons a bunch of dark shadows that he sends flying towards Aaron, who immediately slices the snake. But the wolf shadow rushes in faster and manages to bite his forearm before he cuts it away. He sees that, from his bleeding arm, some kind of malefic curse is seeping into his skin. His body feels heavy, and it's more painful to move. He'd be at a disadvantage if this fight takes long. Dornoa is surprised that his body is not just for show, huh? Usually this is all it takes to take someone out. But can he truly face Lord Quentel's Shadow Legion? Aaron wonders what the hell that name is. Is that his animal farm? Is it not too small to be called a legion? Dornoa naturally gets annoyed and sends more of his shadows towards Aaron, who thinks that if he is to follow the rules, he should be catching him alive. However, he tricked one of his subordinates and sold them to a demon, so he cannot do such a thing. He charges in, noting that he is sentenced to immediate execution, and he will be the executioner. He slices through the shadow beasts and lands down as he punches the last one into non-existence. Dornoa is a little annoyed, claiming that those who are crushed under the weight of punishment are sinners, as he activates suppression, making a bunch of shadowy entities begin to appear all around Aaron and try to pin him in place. Dornoa wonders what he will do about that. This is a triple curse that even knights have a difficult time escaping. However, in front of his very eyes, Dornoa sees that Aaron just cuts through the curse like it's nothing. He demands to know what he was talking about regarding knights, as he could not hear him properly. He wants him to say it again so he can refute it with ease. Dornoa is annoyed. He is a tough bastard, isn't he? This will be the end of his foolishness. He takes out a vial with a finger in it and scratches it into the ground. The slime holding the finger begins to absorb demonic energy and suddenly transforms into a demonic beast, summoned by the cardinal's finger, one that looks eerily similar to a dragon. The beast smacks its tail into Aaron, who dodges it with seconds to spare. Dornoa, breathing more heavily, notes that he is just a mere guard captain in the end, so he cannot do anything. Aaron uses the beast's tail to rush along it and then tries to cut it off. However, he sees that his sword is not making even a single scratch. As expected, this means ordinary methods won't work, so he decides to jump into the beast's mouth, which immediately swallows him. Dornoa is confused but happy, thinking that man is a real fool, walking into his own death like that. Eren wonders why that bastard was grinning, but anyhow, his infiltration was successful. Now it's time for the next steps. He taps his chest, telling the demon to come out, who immediately does, asking if he called. Eren expected it to be awake, despite being silent after using his power back then. Like a no-balls bastard, at least he should have some shame. That power can be used right now, right? He wants him to give it to him again. The demon finds him rather refreshingly impertinent. He's disrespectful and foolish, but that's a common trait in humans. However, he finds him fascinating, so he shall lend him his power in exchange for one thing from him. Eren knew that he was a demon in the end. So what does he want? What does he want as a price? The demon just wants him not to call him a no-balls bastard from now on. He does not even know what it means, but it feels strangely unpleasant to be called that, like he is being insulted. Somehow, Eren just agrees, finding him pretty petty and simple. With this, aura begins to permeate. His whole body is tingling, as though he has been struck by lightning, and the aura seeps into his blade. He smiles, as this is rather fun. From inside the beast, he lets out one slash, then multiple. He climbs up its gullet and goes through its flesh. Dornoa is shocked to see aura, as this is impossible. This man was a knight after all. Eren cuts his way out of the beast, who immediately dies from the damage, and Dornoa demands to know who the hell he is. Did the Imperial family send him perhaps? How did those bastards find out about his plan? They never received any contact about it at all. Eren wonders why he is so curious about his identity, and cuts Dornoa's head off, noting that he is just a fortress guard and nothing more. Eren sheaths his sword, glad that it is finally quiet, and tells Carter to sleep well, as he has been avenged. However, Dornoa, with the last vestiges of his consciousness, begins to cast another spell, something that activates only after death. Eren immediately rushes towards Vivian, mad that this bastard is making things difficult until the very end. A gigantic surge of demonic power surges through the entire forest as he gets to her. He picks her up, putting her head to his chest, and looks behind, seeing an absolutely gigantic demonic figure, thinking that he really messed up this time around. The demonic figure looks at him, and Eren dashes away as fast as he can. Just as the demon's massive foot crashes down on where he was, he clutches his head mostly in annoyance and grabs his sword, noting that someone should at least save him after making him work overtime. Suddenly, though, he hears a bunch of screaming as one of the two knights screams for Vivian, demanding to know where she is, and dealing with the demonic figure with practiced ease. Eren goes behind the tree and sees that it's a knight and an inquisitor. Not showing himself yet, Vivian slowly wakes up, wondering who he is in her sleepy demeanor. Before she can fully wake up, Eren just smacks the shit out of her, knocking her out once again, but wonders if the hit was too strong. In that state, they should just cover her face up right now, with a handkerchief stolen from Kale. With that, he departs, as it's time for the guard captain to get off work. The knight and the inquisitor eventually deal with the demonic figure. The knight is wondering where Vivian is, but the inquisitor points to a clearing and sees that someone is lying there. It appears to be Vivian. They go to her, wondering if she's all right. She is alive, but seeing her like this, they wonder if someone knocked her out or something. After that, the entire unit goes back to the inn. Being pissed, one of them wonders how they were supposed to win against a damn dark mage. If that was the case, they should have done the inspection themselves, right? Eren pats Kana on the head, noting that it has been an entire week since the dark mage's attack. The lord who flew across the sky like some kind of free bird was miraculously unharmed, and his daughter Vivian was brought back alive, so the situation was declared over. With his false testimony, Carter's case was handled as having just died in battle fighting a demon. Thanks to that, his family received compensation for his sacrifice. Kale can't believe that Carter ran into a demon without an ounce of fear. Paul guesses Carter's wish came true. Now he will sleep tight forever. Brig notes that he is still going to take Carter's courage of charging towards a demon to heart. He will honor that man's sacrifice. Eren puts his cup up, cheering for Carter one last time, whose sword now remains on the chair where he once used to sit. Having kept his honor as a guard even though he lost his honor as a human by signing up with a demon, something only Eren will ever know about. Vermin wonders, as he heard that a new guard is coming as a replacement for Carter, but Eren guesses he's probably going to debut sometime later. However, that man doesn't wait, as he immediately rushes into the tavern. It's none other than Dylan, the new recruit of the Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, and he gives his deepest greetings. Everyone just stares at him, and they kind of wish for Carter to come back now, and even Dylan himself thinks that it's a bit much. Dylan didn't know that his relationship with his brother would continue like this. Paul notes that he has a pretty good impression of Aaron, it seems, and Brig tells them they resemble each other. Dylan also asks if Aaron told them about how he went against thousands of zombies. If it weren't for him back then, even someone like Aaron would have died, with Cale wondering if he will have to listen to such drivel every single day now. Aaron wonders how such an idiot got recruited into their unit, and Hana notes that his thoughts left his mouth. She slams a cup down on the table for Dylan and stares at him a bit before turning away without saying anything. Seeing this, Dylan calls out for her to wait a bit, and she turns only her head around, demanding to know what it is. Dylan stumbles a bit in his words before bowing his head down and apologizing for what happened the day they met. He was acting like a hooligan, because it's kind of like a tradition amongst mercenaries, and he just wanted to fit in. Hana looks at him for a bit before sighing and saying that it's all right. She immediately takes a crossbow and points it at his head. Clashing with bastards like him while working is a daily occurrence after all, but if he dares to fool around again next time, he will have a hole through his head. Aaron just watches this situation with amusement, as Hana was never easy, after all. He calls over Dylan and gives him Carter's sword. From this moment forth, he is an Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4 member. He should work hard, or else he will certainly die. Dylan is awestruck. He takes the sword, saying nothing for a bit before crying and saluting, noting that he will definitely work hard. Dylan, who became part of Unit 4 amidst a warm welcome, looks back on this day much later, and only one thought came to mind, that he should have made a run for it back then. The next day, as Aaron takes Dylan to his first inspection, Dylan sees him absolutely rock the shit out of a merchant, and put him on the ground immediately. He also picks him up just as fast, telling him he's gonna freeze his face off if he sleeps in places like these. He has to be careful. Has he not been able to get much sleep recently? The merchant, not really knowing what the hell is going on, thanks him for waking him up, as he doesn't know when he fell asleep, and then just trudges away with his carriage as confused as ever. Aaron turns to Dylan, noting that this is basically the gist of it. He should make sure to tighten up the inspections since they had a demon incident recently. Dylan wonders if that's really how it's supposed to be done. To think that ripping off silver coins from coachmen, and even punching someone with the excuse of checking if they are some demon is the duty of a guard. It truly is the best. Dylan takes them for himself, noting that he said he could pass at the price of 2 silver coins. So what's all of this talking for? Aaron notes that he really isn't shabby at all. Extortion is seriously his calling, it seems. Well, he has no complaints about it since silver coins just roll in without doing much. Suddenly though, Dylan stops a carriage that is way out of his pay grade. The man who was riding it is surprised. Even after seeing the Fenner family seal on the carriage, he still plans on inspecting them. Dylan snarls, noting that this isn't any of his business. If they have a problem, they should pay up. Before he can say anything more, Aaron almost snaps his neck, fully knocking him out, and laughs sheepishly, noting that this bastard is still new, so he doesn't know anything yet. Please forgive him for staining your honor like that. However, when he opens the carriage, he sees that there aren't any nobles inside, only soldiers. It is the Lord's order to tightly inspect everyone who enters the fortress gate, due to the recent unfortunate events regarding the demons. What he said is no different from saying that his lordship does not know his place. Since he dared to call their precious lord a fool, who does not know his place as a mere commoner, it seems that the executioner will get pretty busy. Dylan finishes. The carriage driver is shocked. These guys changed their attitude so quickly upon learning that there were no nobles present. He gives them the silver coin, so they should understand that these were not their intentions. Aaron agrees. Anyone can make a mistake with their tongue, right? And Dylan notes that he almost forgot something. Aaron is pleased that they finished the situation amicably, and then smacks the shit out of the carriage driver across the head before walking away. These are the Lord's special orders for the demon search, to see if they are resistant to it or something. So he hopes that their business inside of Casserdic goes smoothly. The carriage driver can't believe it. He barely contains his anger as he looks at Aaron, wanting to rip him in half. Later that day, Aaron goes back to the church, having been informed by Cale that they seem to be looking for him there. He is naturally wearing his dripped-out armor that he bought with their money, but thinks that this is not a place he would have wanted to revisit, at least for the sake of this thing inside of him. Or maybe he already got caught. Suddenly though, the door opens, revealing the Inquisitor just standing there, and his heart almost stops. But it seems that she was legit just standing there, as Blyan welcomes him inside. He heard what happened. He fought against the demon, did he not? Apparently, the Inquisitor saw clearly with her own eyes that he was protecting Lady Vivian from the death giant. Aaron lets out a sigh of relief, as thankfully, they did not seem to have found out that he was using demonic powers, and that he smacked the shit out of Vivian too. Blyan is pretty pleased. Fighting against a demon with the status of a mere guard captain is a praiseworthy achievement. So, in hopes of rewarding such strong faith, even though it may be small, he has prepared a small compensation. Eren immediately thinks of gold again, and notes that this is really embarrassing. Compared to his faith, this is nothing. However, Blyan gives him a reward that he did not expect, making him an honorary conventual and giving him a handkerchief that goes around his neck with it too. Eren notes that it's an unexpected gift indeed, while thinking that he really wanted money instead of this. Blyan also notes that the Inquisitor said that she wishes to look around the fortress for a while. Could he please guide her around the keep? They are no different from family now, so he is leaving it to him. Since he is busy, he will take his leave. Eren is really annoyed at this old bastard. Now that he thinks about it, he only called him in here to take care of some chores. That son of a pig, he swears he will beat him into a pulp one day. Putting that aside though, this Inquisitor finds out that he has a demon within him. She'll probably crack open his head at once. He asks if she's hungry, as there is a restaurant he visits often, and they should go together. He thinks that now that it has come down to this, he will make sure that she won't ever want to have business with him again. Putting Briggs' special fish pie in front of her, the Inquisitor, not wanting to seem rude, takes a bite of the fish pie, and her expression immediately sours. Eren is really amused by this, and tells her in his mind not to resent him or something. He can't be going around with an Inquisitor and a demon at the same time, right? Suddenly though, the Inquisitor wonders if he is not going to eat it as well. Eren is shocked by this and notes that he does need to eat as well, so they begin eating slowly, testing their willpower like never before, until the fish pie is completely devoured, only crumbs left behind. Eren is surprised that she actually withstood that taste. She is really a tough one. Suddenly though, Briggs' mother comes around with another portion, glad to see that they cleared the dish. She prepared another one just in case. The Inquisitor, not having the willpower to withstand something like this again, bolts away, with Briggs' mother wondering what that was for. Eren thinks that perhaps something urgent came up, and thinks that victory sure is sweet when it's given like this. However, Briggs' mother immediately sours it as she puts the fish pie in front of him, and notes that it's on the house. She made another one in case there was not enough. Since they were both eating so well, he should enjoy his meal now. Eren kind of regrets his choices. Perhaps getting his head cracked open with a mace would have been a lot better. Later on, he meets with Kale, who wonders how his attire becomes even more elaborate as days go by. Eren notes that he did not know at first, but there are quite a handful of shops that give him a discount when he wears this. Being an honorary conventual really is great. Kale thinks that him becoming an honorary conventual is a sign of the apocalypse or something, or that the empire will collapse. He also asks if he heard they sent soldiers from the Fenner family, and apparently, they'll be working with them as well. There were also orders from the Lord to be on good terms with them, and that they could get a severe punishment if any fights arise. Eren wonders why he is emphasizing that. It's not like he is some thug. Why would there be a reason for him to pick a fight with a guy that he will be working with? However, the coachman from before that he slapped immediately rushes towards him and calls him an uneducated guard bastard. This is truly great timing on his part, with Eren thinking that beating him unilaterally should not be counted as fighting, right? And Kale just sighs, shaking his head lightly. The coachman does not care about any special orders, clearly drunk by the reddening of his ears. He dares to smack him over the head with that brazen-ass lie. Eren counts to 1, with Kale screaming at him that, as an honorary conventual, he shouldn't be causing a scene like this. Eren agrees. He is an honorary conventual after all, but the coachman wonders if he just got scared when they met like this. He should know his place as a mere guard, right? And pokes at his head. Eren, being increasingly more annoyed, immediately counts to 3 and smacks the coachman so hard he skids on the floor before crashing into the wall. After all, this is not a fight anymore. This is just a one-sided assault that he has to defend himself against. Kale notes that this is a much bigger issue if it's a one-sided assault, but Eren tells him it's fine. He is an honorary conventual anyway. After a bit, the coachman wakes up with a large bruise on his face. Next to the Casserdic gate, Kale asks if he's alright, and Gelheim understands that he lost consciousness. That bastard really is strong. He is not someone who should be working as a mere guard captain. With that level of power, he has enough potential to become a private soldier of a noble. It's definitely not that he is weak or anything. That bastard is just powerful. Kale notes that this guy is basically just rambling excuses at this point, and he introduces himself with the coachman also introducing himself as Gelheim of the Fenner family. He apologizes for his conduct while he was drunk. But what has that guy been doing since earlier? Smacking random people around? Kale explains that, according to him, this is a method to identify demons, but honestly, it looks more like stress relief. However, the demon inside the man he just knocked out immediately wakes up and asks, how dare a puny human smack him? Gelheim is shocked. It actually worked, with Kale being just as shocked, but Aaron is the most shocked, as he really was just hitting people for absolutely no reason. Thankfully, the demon that Aaron found was just some insignificant lackey. But the fact that another demon appeared just a week after the incident turned the fortress even more upside down. On that day, Aaron had to witness the strongest of the Casserdic fortress gather in one place, with the Inquisitor swiftly taking care of the demon in a very rough fashion, making Aaron almost feel sorry for him. Dylan beams at him with a bright smile, holding a broom, glad that he is back. He worked really hard today. Would he like to take a bath first? Or dinner? Or perhaps, before he can finish, Aaron stops him, asking why the hell he is here, and Hannah screams at him to go sweep the hall. She tells Aaron that Dylan kept coming over to apologize, so she thought he would want to help out if he really is sorry. Dane is very busy these days after all, thanks to that cold beer Kana makes. Aaron takes his own mug and downs the beer, thinking that this taste is bound to increase sales. Beer is best served so cold after all. He looks at Kana, thinking that she is capable of this kind of magic, so it's a bit of a waste to use her as just a refrigerator. Magic books are expensive and pretty hard to obtain. However, perhaps he should start upgrading her. Outside, right outside of Casserdic, another wagon makes its way on the dirt road with two reluctant-looking people in the front riding it. Someone from inside tells them that the carriage is shaking way too much. They are dead if they do anything foolish before they enter the fortress. The one who said this damns it all. Do they really have to come all the way to some bumpkin county just to find a person? It's their boss's chronic illness to never let go of things that come into his hands, it seems. The other one next to him tells him that the boss's orders are absolute after all. Everyone should shut their mouths and control their emotions, especially him, Jacob, because he should be careful with his words and actions. This isn't a place for his recklessness. Jacob just laughs it off, and the child who's riding on the carriage calls out for Libby. They let them on the carriage because of their threats, but if they get caught during the inspection because of those guys, wouldn't they be in danger as well? Libby tells Furus that it's going to be fine because Hedrick Forest only pretends to do rough inspections, but they'll just let them pass if they hand them a silver coin. They'll be safe as soon as they enter the fortress anyway, so they should drop these guys off and leave as soon as they can. As they arrive in front of the gate, it seems that Paul, who is also there, recognizes Libby, noting that it has been a while. Has it been half a year since he came here as a peddler? Libby greets him too, noting that he was resting because he got a fever recently. However, Libby is also shocked that there are 5 guards. Why are there so many in such a place? There were only 2 before, but it's a good thing that the guard captain is not here. Libby thanks him for his hard work, and hands him a silver coin as usual. Paul thanks him, and notes that he is welcome to pass through. However, Dylan's voice rings out, telling him to wait. They have 3 more guards right now, so they should receive a lot more money to share with those friends too. Paul tells him this is a suitable amount, and Libby immediately starts making excuses, noting that if it's not enough, he can always give them more. He doesn't know what those guys behind them will do if they get caught, so they have to get inside the fortress safely, no matter what. At the same time, Kale walks with Aaron, asking if he has heard. Ever since he succeeded in filtering out a demon, the inspection method has changed, as per the commander's orders. Now, everyone inside a carriage must get off and receive an individual inspection, and if there is even one suspicious person among them, they can beat them down with a bat, which is what Dylan is doing now, much to the chagrin of Libby. Jacob rushes in with his sword, wondering what the hell kind of inspection method this is, beating someone with a wooden bat. Aaron wonders why they upgraded to the bat in the first place. He only hit them with his hand. What kind of fool just stands still being hit in the head with a wooden bat anyway? These medieval bastards really don't know moderation. Dylan, however, screams out that these guys are demons, and so the guards immediately begin killing them one by one. Jacob, as he slowly dies, sees that Jake, the guy next to him, only fainted, so things should still work out one way or the other, so he will leave the rest to him. Aaron knows this checkpoint method will become even more of a mess than anything, and notes that he will be going off now, as it's time to upgrade his mini-fridge, perhaps into a multi-tool. As Kana watches Aaron enjoy his drink, he tells her to come here and lets out a very kind smile, according to him at least. She approaches, and he pats her on the head, asking what kind of magic she can use at the moment. She sheepishly explains that she can do magic dice, make things cold, and some basic clairvoyance. Aaron is a little confused. Did she learn magic from a gambling addict or something? She explains that he called himself a man who knows romance, so Aaron basically notes he was born to be a loser mage. He wonders if someone like her can really learn new magic with just some books. She adamantly explains that she was told she learns things very fast. She was good at everything she was taught. Hannah also said that she was good at doing dishes too. Aaron remembers one of his old companions when he asked him how he learned magic. The companion told him that he doesn't have the brains to learn it anyway, so there's no point in asking. He was just desperate. On top of that, he was smarter than the others. A genius. Kana also begs him not to abandon her, and Aaron notes that's pretty ridiculous. She should not say stuff like that. That can make others misunderstand. Anyway, she's saying she is at least willing to learn magic, right? Kana immediately agrees. She will follow any orders. Aaron thinks she looks a bit like a certain weasel he knows of, and Kana also notes that there is something she has not told him yet. Before she can, though, Dylan smashes through the door of the tavern and calls for Aaron, as they have a pretty big issue. All the guys they caught escaped. One of the guys they caught during that inspection bit and broke apart the wooden shackles and just ran away like nobody's business. Not only that, he fought the armed guards without even using a weapon, and he just so happened to be the one who restrained him and knocked him out. What should he do? Aaron doesn't know. What happens to him isn't any of his business. But Dylan also came because the guard captain said they should all gather at the headquarters right away. Aaron scoffs and tells Hannah to keep the door locked since this is dangerous, and tells Hannah to use clairvoyance and keep an eye out for anyone knocking. Dylan tells him to have a safe trip, but then Aaron just drags him by his ear as he's part of the unit too. The guard captain, when they get to him on this stormy night, calls them absolute fools. The imprisoned guys escaped. Are they out of their minds or something? One of the other guards notes that this is why they suggested replacing the wooden shackles with iron ones. He heard that the Byzantine fortress uses iron ones. The guard captain asks how he dares to talk back. Does he know how much those shackles cost? One iron shackle is worth 50 wooden ones. That's a crazy price for so little return on investment. Aaron looks at them and notes that the foolish method worked, seeing that everyone escaped. This means they must have something going on, as they couldn't just be obediently locked up. One of the other guard captains notes that he did some searching on the guy who escaped first. Turns out he is basically a fixer from Karzan. It seems he's pretty infamous there for doing jobs for a price. Aaron is surprised that Dylan actually managed to catch someone like that. That's why he was so afraid earlier. Suddenly, Furus comes inside the building and asks who the boss guard is here. He asks Aaron, calling him scary-looking muscles, if it's him, and Aaron immediately gets annoyed, asking how he dares to talk so rudely to adults. Furus pleads with him to let go, and after he does, he explains that their teacher did not do anything wrong. They have to save him. The other guard captain explains that apparently, the guy who brought the Karzan fixer was Levy. He knows him, right? That coachman who occasionally came by to trade. Furus explains that they were being threatened, so they had no choice but to let them in. They all shake off the guards for a while, one of them noting that they should take a break before moving on, while another notes that they are persistent bastards. Levy wonders why these guys brought him along with them. He wasn't even thinking of escaping in the first place, but they just did. One of the guys who broke out discusses that the Redrick bastards are terrifying to think that they'd start bashing their heads in right on inspection. One of them notes that they must already know them too well, that they're not treated like humans if they get hit in the head and just let it go. Levy thinks that they were basically hitting people in the head for no reason, which is technically true. At the sound of approaching footsteps, they get to running away, but Levy knows what this is. They are running in the opposite direction now. They are basically luring them. Sure enough, as they see a guard in front of them, they immediately think of attacking, but Aaron grabs the first guy and punches him right into the pavement, making everyone stop. Levy knows who this is. It's that bastard, that tearaway Aaron. One of the mercenaries who found a stick tries to hit him over the head, but Aaron simply blocks his strike and begins pummeling him too. Levy is shocked that he is meeting this devilish human as a prison breaker of all things. He really is going to die. He falls on his ass, begging to be spared, but Aaron simply grabs him and asks what the hell he is screaming for. Why did he even escape? Making trouble for everyone. His student is looking for him, so he should go already, and he tilts his head towards Furus. Upon seeing him, Levy immediately hugs him tight, forgetting the rain for a moment. Aaron's actions are rough and foul-mouthed, and sometimes he's a chaotic tearaway who swings his fists around for no reason, but he may not be a character to judge solely based on actions on a regular basis. He asks the other guard captain if he has found out in which direction the fixer went, and he heard that he's hiding in District 5. That's where the Laughing Rabbit Inn is, actually. He must hurry. Sure enough, the fixer is right in front of the inn, but before he can do anything, he dodges an incoming strike that came from Poole. With Dylan telling him that this is the guy, he should beat him up into a pulp. Scar, who is in front of them, notes that he cannot stand around to see a criminal walking around this area without his very permission. He is none other than the shadow of Casserdic Fortress, Scar himself. He tries another attack, but the fixer simply dodges and slices him in the same movement. With the other two, realizing that this bastard is strong, he notes that he is looking for a girl, a purple-haired girl like that. Have they seen her before? After the fixer cuts up Scar, Poole goes and charges at him and tries to swipe at him with his blade, but the fixer simply ducks and puts his blade into Poole's upper chest and begins shifting his blade down. Meanwhile, Poole telling Dylan to get away from here. Dylan thinks that this is insane. Even with 3 people against him, it is still no use. This fight is really hopeless. He apologizes to Poole. He treated him like a brother. Shouldn't those who are destined to live get to live? He calls out to the fixer, calling him a bastard, noting that he got the living daylights beat out of him, right? Looks like all his little siblings were grilled on skewers too. He's a weak-ass bastard who fainted right after getting hit once by him, almost immediately. The fixer gets annoyed and begins charging at him, with Dylan barely dodging the incoming strike. He also wonders where Aaron is in times like these. He normally shows up out of nowhere every time. Even if this shitty life of his was a miserable endeavor, he thought that if he kept living, somehow there might be some kind of meaning. He calls out to Aaron, calling him a shithead, as he is not here, the one time he needs him. However, as if to answer his prayers, Aaron appears and punches the shit out of the fixer, sending him absolutely flying. Dylan is shocked and mesmerized that his brother actually came, but Aaron heard what he said. Now, who did he call a shithead? Dylan immediately fakes passing out, thinking that his ears are ridiculously attuned, even in the rain. Aaron can't believe he's pretending to pass out now, and the fixer is getting annoyed. This guy, and that guy, all of them are pretty desperate to die, aren't they? Aaron wonders if he's the lame-o who got beaten up by him, but he has to brush himself off better while he's at it. He's got a leaf stuck on his left side. Actually, he doesn't, but this distraction allows Aaron to charge in once again with his blade, putting the fixer on the receiving end. The fixer can't believe how despicable he is. Aaron tells him that the real idiot is the one who gets deceived after all, and slams his knee into his side before throwing the fixer into a nearby barrel, but he immediately gets up. Aaron is surprised. He wonders how he got knocked out by a mere weasel. What business did he have in this remote area to crawl in for? Does he want to farm or something? They don't have any rooms for him though. The fixer notes that he is looking for a person, a girl with purple hair. Has he seen her before? Aaron knows he's talking about Minifridge, but come to think of it, the rebels that he got her from were also from Karzan. But to send a whole fixer because of some beggarly mage, whoever sent him surely is frugal. From his silence, the fixer guesses that he does know her. He won't hold back anymore unless he obediently leads him to her. However, in his rage, he completely forgot about Dylan, who actually managed to get up despite his fear, and put his blade through the fixer. They all go into a hospital, and Dylan begins to tell the story of his victory, which is extremely exaggerated, adding details like him dodging with a smooth slide, and Aaron joining just as he was about to kill the fixer, and in the end, he stabbed him multiple times. He's telling this to a very unbelieving Poole, who sits in bed. Aaron comes around and asks how the injuries are. He came with a visit and a gift, which is the killer bread from Briggs' mother. Aaron tells them to think about his sincerity in getting them the gift, and to eat every last bit of it. Scar immediately makes excuses, noting that he can't eat right now because he is fasting, and Poole notes that there is a portion for him to eat now, so he should eat with them. Aaron is damn done with his stupid jokes. At the inn, Furus is trying to chat up Kana, who immediately pays him no mind and charges towards Aaron upon seeing him, offering him a cold cup of beer. He thanks her, needing something to clear his mouth with, and after sitting down, he asks if she has any dreams for the future, something she wants to do or become, stuff like that. For example, a knight, a lady of the house, or even an air conditioner. Kana doesn't know what an air conditioner is, but she simply wants to live. After hearing this answer, Aaron sits silent for a moment before nodding and noting that he would try. He will try his best, so she should understand and try her best as well. He pats her on the head, and Aaron begins talking to Hannah, with Kana looking at him and petting her own head, repeating the last words he said. When Furus tries to propose that they go and enjoy a glass of juice, Kana follows Dylan's advice. If a guy like him comes around, squeaking nonsense, she should aim for the back of the head. Poor brochacho is just trying to have a shot. The next day, Aaron goes back to the chapel and goes to the potion seller, asking for low-quality potions. The potion seller tells him to forget about high-quality potions. They don't even have low qualities left, so it's 90 silvers per potion. Is he going to buy it or not? He should get lost if he doesn't. Aaron stares at him, barely holding in his rage, and wonders if it will be all right for conventuals to beat each other up. Suddenly, though, another conventual arrives, asking conventual Cathap why he is giving the regular price. That person is obviously an honorary conventual. Not only that, Priest Blyan and the Inquisitor too requested for him at the church, and personally appointed him too. Cathap thinks that the honorary conventual title isn't even funny, but relents and notes that he will only ask 50 silver coins per potion. Aaron is shocked. That's almost half the price. Is this the holy cartel or something? As he walks away with conventual Ein, he thanks him, as he got the potions cheaply thanks to him. Ein says that it is nothing, adding that this is the authority he is entitled to. After all, he also hopes he understands Cathap's attitude, since the abbot is said to come to Casserdic fortress very soon. Everyone is quite busy with the preparations. Aaron understands this is basically a division commander visit for them. Ainz also notes that he will take off to take care of some matters, so he should return home safely. As Aaron realizes that there are some sensible people in the church as well, he thought there were only humans like Priest Blyan, or the Inquisitor, who he sees at the corner of his eye, eating a whole pound cake by herself. He wonders what she's doing here instead of going back, but upon seeing him, she immediately rushes in and offers a piece of pound cake to him, while smiling softly and sighing before going back. Aaron does eat it, but he thinks that she is not normal in the slightest. Back at the guard commander's office, he has summoned every guard unit leader. He tells them that the peace officer is pretty angry, although it's the mistake of those guys from the Fenner family rather than from their side. They just have to do as they're told, so for the entire next month, there will be no off days. The various unit leaders immediately despair at this, as this is nonsense. There is a limit to how evil one can be. Aaron, however, and the one next to him do not seem that moved. This is not the commander's fault after all. Still, 1 month without off days is pretty harsh. The one next to him wonders if he heard the eldest son of the Fenner family is said to be visiting pretty soon. Aaron wonders if it's the Fenner family's eldest son, the knight candidate. The other unit leader confirms as such. It's the one who graduated from the Imperial institution but never ended up becoming a knight. Aaron thinks that this is just stacking up. The abbot is coming down from the church, and now the Fenner family's eldest son is coming too. Annoying things just keep happening. The guard captain approaches Aaron and notes that Nova seemed to be calling for him, which he completely forgot about. He expects her to scream at him like she usually does, but instead she greets him with a pretty long smile and introduces something pretty revolutionary to his mind: a door. If one opens a door, it forms a space where people can move through it, and they can use that to go in and out of buildings. It's very simple to open it. He should just hold the handle and press on it. Aaron wonders why he is being shown this, but then immediately, Nova bursts into rage, asking why he doesn't ever use the door and gets around by smashing everything. Does he know just how many walls he has broken down in the last month alone? Is it fun to just do that all day? Is going through doors that much of a hassle? Aaron tells her that he had no other choice. Does he look like someone who would go around breaking walls for fun? When he says that he would have been just a little late, Nova relents, and notes that the fees for the walls he broke down will be taken from his bounty rewards. There were quite a few bounty fees saved from those guys he's captured, and all that's left is this single silver coin. Aaron looks at the coin and throws it back to her, telling her that it's a tip. She should go buy herself something delicious or something. Doesn't she know that people get bone disease when they stay in a room too much? Nova is going to die of anger instead of bone disease because of his stupid ass. But Aaron will use the door, noting that he didn't break anything this time, right? As he walks, one of his guard mates asks if he was scolded by Nova again, and he agrees it was something along those lines. It's finished though, so they should get patrolling. Inspections where he could legally get more money are fun, but patrolling has its own way of being fun as well, because medieval bastards cause all kinds of trouble on a daily. They happen upon a scuffle with two guys getting ready to fight. Aaron approaches and tells them to calm down, noting that whoever wins in a fight is the right one. Kale and Aaron naturally watch this ensuing fight, with Kale betting 1 silver coin that the tiny guy wins. As they continue walking around, they happen upon some children, who tell everyone to run away as they play, as they will be eaten alive if Aaron catches them. Aaron just ignores them and notes that today is pretty peaceful. Isn't there anything fun going on? Suddenly, though, he hears a commotion with a woman demanding to know from 3 people who it was that took her silverware. Kale approaches and asks what the problem is. The woman notes that this is some good timing. They should come and take a look at this. One of these bastard guys stole her silverware, the silverware that has been passed down with each generation in her family. One of them, who looks nothing like a human, tells her it wasn't him. Who would even steal rusty silverware in the first place? Another woman with crooked teeth says it wasn't her either. She even has a silver mirror at home. Why would she need that kind of silverware? A pale guy notes that it was not him either. He doesn't know why he was called in the first place. He's very taken aback by this. Kale thinks that there is no need to take such an annoying job, but Aaron's eyes glisten with glee and notes that the culprit is definitely among them. He approaches the victim and asks when the crime occurred. The woman is a little confused by his enthusiastic demeanor and notes that it was definitely at home, around the time she was having dinner last night. When she was about to eat breakfast today, the silverware wasn't there. She's sure it was done by them because they live near her. Aaron wonders, from last night to this morning, where was everyone and what were they doing? The first culprit, the goblin, notes that he finished organizing the hay by last night. Then he returned home and went to sleep right away. He did not even eat dinner. Aaron wonders, not eating dinner in a medieval age where meticulously eating 3 meals a day is basically the meaning of life to them. That's pretty suspicious. The culprit with crooked teeth does not want to talk. This is a personal matter, so why should she be telling him? She even has a silver mirror in her home. A silver mirror that can't even compare to silverware. Aaron thinks that a silver mirror is not an item that you would usually find in a commoner's home, which is pretty suspicious. The third culprit, the one with pale skin, explains that he did not even set foot outside of his home. He's only outside in the first place because that woman dragged him out. The woman notes that this guy is the most suspicious. It's her first time seeing his face, which Aaron agrees is suspicious. Although he did not want to go this far, he has no option but to use that last resort. It will eventually show up once they dig around, so they should all lead the way to their homes. Aaron did not know at the time that this incident, which he took on out of sheer boredom, would lead to such a result. When the peasants say that they don't want their houses explored like that, Kale immediately reminds them that they are not asking for permission in the slightest. Do guards seem easy to them because they are being nice? By the looks of it, it seems everyone has a holy scripture written backward, or a red flag at home, right? This is going to be a pretty big problem. If they don't want them to report something like that, they should lead the way already. As Kale leads them, just from their reactions, Aaron guesses that all three have something that they are hiding. He was just about to get bored, so this is some great timing. It's finally time to see what this peasant's house looks like. They go to the second culprit's house first, the one with the crooked teeth, and actually find a silver mirror. She thinks that this absolves her of any suspicion, as some silverware is nothing compared to such a mirror. Now that they know she is no culprit, can they leave? Aaron looks around, thinking that this home is pretty plain and vacant. The fact that the silver mirror is the only thing here is pretty suspicious. The only things here, except that silver mirror, are men's underwear. Kale also tells him that this room smells a little weird for a house where a woman lives alone. It smells a lot like a middle-aged man or something. Aaron knows what this is, just by the looks of it. This woman is committing adultery. Sensing that she is being suspected and that adultery is a felony, she immediately brings out some pound cake to eat while they look around. Aaron immediately takes a bite and notes that, since it's not all that important, they should just look over it, right? Next, they go to the third culprit's house, the pale guy who has a ton of books. He seems extremely well read. Aaron looks around at the titles, one being, If Only He Loved Me, a love he can die for any time. This seems to be quite romantic, but between the books, he also sees something interesting, a bracelet. He immediately puts it on, thinking that it's not bad. It goes perfectly with the clothes that he is wearing right now. He probably won't care if it's gone, so should he just take it? Suddenly, the demon inside of him burps loudly, and Kale wonders if it's him. Aaron excused himself pretty fast, noting that it was just his shoulder popping. He cannot believe this bastard inside of him. Is he trying to get caught or what? What was that burp for? As if he ate anything. Kale also sees the bracelet he got and notes that his tastes are a bit eccentric, but Aaron doesn't see it. It's pretty damn cool, isn't it? The pale guy tells him to keep it if he likes it that much, and Aaron immediately thanks him, noting that he is innocent, with Kale wondering who just declared him innocent like that. As they walk to the first culprit's house, Aaron notes that patrolling sure is fun. He wonders what souvenirs he will be able to get this time. Kale tells him to be careful, as he probably knows. Since the two previous culprits were not the perpetrators, there's a high chance that this guy is the one. His actions since earlier were a bit suspicious too. Aaron agrees it may look like this, but they will be searching properly. He shall thoroughly search everywhere around the house as soon as they go in fact. However, when they get there, they are shocked by what they see. It is basically a barn inside a home, and inside is a horse in an actual dress. The goblin guy calls her Sharbert, apologizing for coming late. It seems that they have guests today. How about they make some of the special hay stew for dinner tonight? Aaron immediately kicks the guy in the butt, knocking him out, and they start to leave with Kale, having heard that this guy was a famous horseman in Casserdic fortress. He did not expect it to be this extreme. They return to where they came, wondering who the real culprit was in the end, and the woman who got her silverware stolen comes around, noting that it seemed that she has found it. It is rather embarrassing, but they were mixed in with the haystack. She congratulates them for their hard work, and Aaron thinks that they should just go back already. Aaron goes to the inn, and after eating, he thinks that he did all of that because of some stupid woman. Well, patrolling time was spent well, thanks to it too. Kana comes around with his chilled cup of beer, but she seems to be rather proud about something. Aaron wonders what it's about, but he then sees that the ice inside of the beer mug is shaped like flowers. Kana puffs out, noting that she worked really hard for it. Aaron wonders if that's so, and tells her that she did a good job, but isn't the direction of this hard work a bit wrong? What use is pretty ice put into beer? However, seeing her blush from the praise, he smiles. He should not ruin the mood. He should just get her the magic books as soon as possible. He also notes that she is staring at the bracelet he got, quite a lot, to the point that she's following it with her head like a cat with a laser. He asks if she likes it, and she nods, making him note that she has some rather weird tastes. If she likes it though, she should keep it. Kana's eyes gleam as she stares at her new bracelet, and Aaron is glad she likes it so much. It's an unexpectedly nice bracelet for someone so old to carry though. That pale guy, maybe, was a better guy than he. He should get him some fish bread later in return. Inside his home, the pale guy feels a sudden chill coming onto him, like he got cursed or something. But this is why he did not want to come to the frontier. This place is filled with ignorance and barbarism. A commoner dares to grab the collar of the White Magic Tower mage. This is unimaginable back in the capital. And that guy, who is the epitome of stupidity and the embodiment of ignorance, that guard captain, to think that he would come into his home like that. He had already cast a disguise spell for this kind of situation. Since magic books would look like regular novels, there would be nothing that would get him caught. Even so, he wanted them to treat the books more gently. When Aaron found the bracelet, he internally screamed, as that bracelet is not something someone like him should ever be laying his hands on. He immediately cast magic onto him, but Aaron seemed unaffected at all, shocking the pale guy. He is not even a knight who can control aura, so how the hell did a mere guard block his mana, his magic, and he ended up taking that bracelet too? Just who is he? Well, he should stop thinking about it. It wasn't to the point of risking revealing his identity. His mission, after all, is to investigate the one who is loved by Mana. The next day, as they continue guarding the gates, Brig finds it strange that the Fenner family soldiers are distancing themselves so much from them, especially Gilheim. Aaron smiles and notes that perhaps they got beaten to a pulp by a guard while picking fights at a tavern or something. Maybe. Suddenly, though, they are interrupted by a pretty nice-looking carriage. The carriage that nobles of the Fenner family usually ride in. Is that the eldest son Philip was talking about before? He immediately tells Brig to lower his head as a noble is passing by. They all bow their heads as the eldest of the Fenner family makes his way, not even stopping the carriage. As expected, nobles really do not have manners. However, there is also another carriage right behind it, and Aaron stops these guys, as they seem rather suspicious. He asks the carriage rider where they're from, and he says that they are all from Karzan. His name is Shone, the third-level administrator of Karzan. He came to receive the bounty rewards. Aaron expected them to be from Karzan, considering the carriage. Somehow he's getting city guy vibes from this guy. Shone thanks them for their hospitality, and they headed inside. Brig notes that there are quite a few carriages coming in today. He still feels pretty uncomfortable with high-ranked people too. Aaron tells him to just watch his mouth from now on. He's going to jinx himself if he keeps spewing stuff like that. Sure enough, yet another carriage arrives. A church carriage, and someone immediately comes out of it. He looks at Aaron, and by the looks of him, he guesses that he is the honorary conventual. May the sun shine ever upon him. Aaron notes that this guy must be the abbot, and does the usual church greeting, but the abbot corrects him, noting that he must raise his right elbow higher. From there, it seems like his faith is as strong as he has heard from the reports. They should have a different conversation next time when they both have the time. With that, he rides off, and Brig notes that their fortress is getting a bit busy, with Aaron agreeing. A while later, Nova goes to Aaron, who wonders what she's doing out of her office. Nova wonders if this is some kind of dumbass joke she doesn't get, but she's here for that. He's keeping it, right? So he should bring it out. Shone looks at the interaction behind Nova, a little curious, and Aaron brings what she wanted to see, a bloody bag that has the fixer's head and the two other guys' heads. This is what she wanted, right? Shone himself confirms as he keeps throwing up, which Aaron notes that he has quite the talent for talking while gagging. As they get ready to depart, Shone notes that he can put the bag inside the chest behind the carriage. He thanks him for helping him. It's just that he has a really weak stomach. He's also relieved that this guy was caught. He was so notorious that he was even called a wolf ghost, and the organization he was involved in was also a big problem in Karzan. Aaron thinks a bit about it now. As this guy was looking for Kana, will a fixer come again later on? Perhaps. Shone is glad that the work is finished now. He wonders where the best restaurant is in Casserdic Fortress. His hobby is exploring restaurants after all. Aaron immediately thinks of sending him to Brig's mother for a little joke, but then denies the idea and explains that the most popular is Hassan Bakery of District 3. They should go together, as it's close by. Shone immediately agrees, thanking him, but isn't he working right now? Naturally, Aaron is doing this to find out more about this organization. The shop owner brings out a cheesecake for both of them, noting that this is their shop's signature. Even his wife, who was once considered the most beautiful of Casserdic fortress, loved this cake. But before he could finish, Aaron tells Shone not to mind him and just eat. Shone picks up a piece and is glad that the vibes within the fortress are better than he thought. He heard all kinds of things happening around here, so he was super worried. Because of the lone wolf, Karzan is in chaos these days. Their movements have become more aggressive lately, as if something has happened. He explains that the lone wolf is one of the 3 organizations in Karzan City. Other than that, there is the Frosty Dagger, which is an organization with a long history, and the Cute Rabbit, which is more of a citizens guild than anything. Oh, additionally, the Wolf Ghost is a fixer affiliated with Lone Wolf. Aaron is surprised that even thugs like that live complicated lives amongst each other, and asks who the leader of the Lone Wolf is. Shone is surprised by the forward question, and explains that it's someone named Philip. According to rumors, he's the bastard son of some noble family. He was likely banished after failing to poison the eldest. The scariest thing about that guy is his possessiveness. There's a story floating around. One day, members of the Frosty Dagger visited a tavern owned by Philip, and as a joke, they took a cheap decorative sword that was displayed in the tavern. It was a very insignificant matter that anyone could have just brushed it off as a joke, but Philip felt that they had taken something that belonged to him, and he had them taken out to bring back the sword. Aaron understands he really is a wolf-like bastard. Wolves never let go until they drop dead, once they've bitten down. Does he perhaps think the mini refrigerator is his possession as well? It seems like he doesn't know that he could die from his teeth being ripped out if he bites into something wrong. No matter how much he thinks of it though, he thinks he will need to visit there sometime, perhaps with a 3-day city business trip too. Just before Shone, and apparently Nova, make their way out of the fortress, Aaron notes that he will come along. She said she was going to export some oranges anyway, right? She wonders what his objective really is, and Aaron notes that he has some business to take care of in Karzan. Nova looks at him for a bit, and says that he should go and do that. Then she trusts that he can at least come with the outer fortress guard commander's permission, and he naturally confirms as such. Another guard approaches Nova, and wonders if it's really okay to take Aaron. The inner fortress guards were already planning to accompany them apparently. Nova notes that if the guards leave their posts, they have to leave them to the Fenner family soldiers. If that is the case, it is best to prioritize the outer fortress over the inner fortress. For many reasons, it's more efficient to take just that guy. The guards note that it's perhaps too arbitrary, just coming along right before departure, and declaring that he will just drop by. It is a little too much, right? Nova shrugs and notes that this is why he's called a scoundrel, thinking that thanks to him, the problem was solved all over again. At one point, she told him that the guard leader position was just a matter of time, and maybe he would get even a higher position. But Aaron refused any sort of promotions, as his current position was enough for a scoundrel like him. A thought came to her back then, that if she tries and forcibly holds on to him, he will drift off somewhere else. There is no need to dig into his actions, as long as he can stay for a long time in the Casserdic fortress. With that, they are off to Karzan. Inside the carriage though, Aaron wonders why she dressed up like that. Is she dressing up for the city or something? Which is correct, but Nova just tells him to shut up. As they ride in the carriage, Shone opens a box, revealing another cheesecake, telling Nova, calling her Miss Orange, that he bought it yesterday. Would she like to try some as well? She immediately denies it, noting that she is a little busy. If he needs someone to play with, he should do so with the guy next to him. Shone is confused by the sudden rejection because he called her by her enigmatic name like Aaron did, wanting to get closer to her. Aaron whispers in his ear like the devil, telling him that oranges aren't all the same. He pronounced it wrong. It's not orange, it's orange. Shone completely takes his words at face value and tries to call Nova like that, but she suddenly starts staring outside of the window, like she's about to throw him out of it. Eventually, arriving at Karzan City, Nova explains that she will be in the council while she's working, so she won't need an escort. He should go around the city in the meantime or something. They just need to meet in front of this tavern by tomorrow afternoon. She also tells Aaron explicitly that this isn't Casserdic, so he shouldn't go around causing trouble, especially when he's going somewhere. He should go through the door. Aaron tells her not to worry. The method of opening a door does not change from city by city, but he knows what she meant. Then they will be seeing each other tomorrow. Nova watches them go, knowing that Aaron did not respond to her saying not to cause any trouble. Maybe it's just a bad feeling, right? Aaron asks Shone, calling him by the wrong name, if he could give him a city guide. He immediately agrees. Should he introduce him to the best restaurant in Karzan? There is one named The Pig That Was Choked to Death, and the elk meat there is a masterpiece. Aaron notes that he will visit the restaurants next time. Tonight, he will go and kill the leader of the lone wolf. Shone stares at him, a little confused, and then figures out that he must be joking again. Did he think he would be fooled a second time after the orange incident? He must think of the third-level administrator as a joke. He tells Eren to do as he wishes. He didn't want to see that guy around anyway, so it would work out for the rest of the world too. Eren finds his attitude great. Their opinions seem to match. Isn't this a great start? Shone knows why he is acting so casually. He must be taken aback because the situation didn't unfold as he expected it to, and it seems that he is going all in for the joke, wanting to talk to the cute rabbit guys first. Well, let's see how far they are going. They eventually arrive at a tavern somewhere in Karzan, which is the cute rabbit's base. But, unlike the name, the people there aren't cute at all. Shone already knew that this is a guild that already used quite a lot of force. He must be thinking that his joke was a little too far now. If he admits to it being a joke, he, the third-level administrator, will naturally forgive him. However, he feels a certain stench in the air and notes that he will be going outside right now, as the smell of alcohol and men's sweat is just too horrendous. Naturally, the members of the cute rabbit take it as an insult. Their smell is horrendous. These bastards are picking a fight right now. Next, they go to the Drunken Widow's Tavern. This is a place the Frosty Dagger painstakingly takes care of, and it is the #1 tavern that anyone in Karzan should avoid. Shone thinks that he will definitely stop Eren this time, before being swarmed by hostesses, and eventually they get out of that tavern with Shone being pissed drunk. Eren thinks that this is good enough for preparations. Everything is going pretty smoothly. Next up, they will go to the Lucky Gambler, so he should lead the way. Shone tells him that the casino is run by the Lone Wolf. It's even more dangerous than the tavern they visited up until now. Eren wonders what he's talking about when they are so far in. This is all the more reason to go in order to catch that boss bastard, who could be anywhere. They should smash down all the dog houses beforehand, right? His words about killing the lone wolf were no joke, but actually real. This guy is actually planning on killing Philip, the demon of Karzan. It wasn't another orange incident after all. Eren wonders what the hell he's talking about and tells him to lead the way already. They're tight on time if they want to finish by tomorrow afternoon, so they should get going while they still can. Inside that part of the city, there is a fire going around, with people screaming about the casino being a fraud, and people committing fraud in there. And about the fire, he missed all of that. A man named Gurn stands. He is the gatekeeper of the Lone Wolf. The nights in the city were normally loud, but today, it seems to be especially worse. He wonders if this is what a war would feel like. Perhaps it would be even better, even if a war really broke out. All he needs to do is stand in this place, because he is the Lone Wolf's gatekeeper. Suddenly, Eren, wearing a cloak, approaches and asks if he is having a good evening. He seems to be working hard. The city seems to be in quite a lot of havoc, but he doesn't seem to be moving an inch. Why is that? Gurn notes that he is guarding this spot as it is his duty. Eren is impressed. Other organizations didn't even seem to have gatekeepers. Looks like the boss of the Lone Wolf is quite a coward. Dying is scary to him, huh? Gurn tells him, not unfriendly, to watch his words. That guy simply does not die. He's never seen a man as cruel as him in his entire life. He even possesses a magic weapon that makes his opponents burn to a crisp in the blink of an eye. What's even more terrifying is the existence of the knight that's protecting him. Eren is surprised to hear a knight. It's a surprise. He never even thought about it. Gurn nods. Although he may be a drunkard knight with his right hand screwed up, the Sword of Humanity is still the Sword of Humanity after all. On top of all that, there are 40 organization members that he uses like his limbs. Just who can even touch that bastard? Eren never even expected so much information. He thanks him and notes that he could have just ignored him and passed by, but he made him feel like he was looking at his old self again. It was a good choice talking to someone like him. He shall pass on his deed to that boss of his. Gurn just dismisses this as the ramblings of a madman, but Eren tells him that there is no human in this entire reality that does not die. Whether that's a knight, noble, or even the damned emperor, they all equally die once their throats are slit. If Philip dies by any chance, he should stop jobs like these and go back to the start and think really hard. There must surely be something he is good at, right? Gurn looks at him a little shocked by his words, and then realizes that he got swept up in the atmosphere. He doesn't stop him and thinks about something he wants to do. Eren goes inside, and sure enough, there are quite a few people inside. Eren thinks that since there are roughly 40 members with the guys running around outside, that's around 35. It seems that this boss is rather prepared. He makes his way upstairs, thinking that from the cute rabbit all the way to the Frosty Dagger, he requested that they cause some havoc after handing them some gold. They seem to be quite pent up against the Lone Wolf anyway, so they accepted it much faster than imagined. Thanks to that, most of the organization members are swept up in the chaos outside. He also tosses Shone, who is done with his guidance, into an inn to sleep. Now all that is left is to complete his duty. As soon as he gets there, he climbs the stairs. Though the knight Gurn was talking about, who seems to be on his 9th bottle of wine, looks at Aaron, asking who he is. Aaron notes that he won't be able to pass through as easily as he suspected, though all he has to do is put up a good fight. The knight slowly gets up on his feet, and Aaron looks at him. He's a disabled bum, just as he heard. Compared to him, he has a body that has been trained every single day since he came here. Even so, his victory is still not guaranteed because of that damn knight aura. The knight lets go of his wine bottle and then charges forth at Aaron, moving as if he had become an entirely different person. Unlike an ordinary sword, if he clashes against an aura-infused sword like this, the blade will shatter into pieces. For that reason, knights normally try to break their opponent's weapon first, but this is also their biggest weakness. Using this, Aaron feints an attack from the front while going to the back, knowing he would block the path of a sword that was swung at full strength. Aaron pushes his body further, putting the hilt of the blade into the knight's shoulder blade, making him lose focus for even a moment. He notes that their strengths are on par. The odds of victory are 50-50. What will divide victory and loss is a minor gap, and it seems that Aaron has that. He decapitates the knight completely, leaving no argument about whether he is dead or not. However, it seems that it has cost him his sword, as it has a pretty large chip in it, rendering it unusable. He picks up the sword of the knight and swings it around a few times, and finds it to be quite nice, even if it's a little worn out. Since he'll take this, he will pray that he rest in peace in return, although he probably won't. But still, he should do his duty as an honorary conventual. That same night, Nova slowly wakes up, hearing a bunch of noise. She gets a little mad, wondering if cities are usually like this, as she can't sleep because of it. She opens the door to scream at the ones making the noise, but then she sees that almost the entire city is on fire, with buildings crumbling and people fighting each other like crazy. She is a little surprised, and she immediately thinks of Aaron, confusing even herself. There's no way he had a hand in this, but maybe. But no, he wouldn't do something like this, even if it's Aaron, if only she knew. As he continues walking through the hideout, he finds himself at a pretty ornate door, thinking that the way thug bastards like this, like gold, is unchanging even in this era. He kicks down the door pretty easily, and sees that even inside the room is decorated like a noble's. Is he the kind of guy that's obsessed with his noble status or something? Suddenly, a group approaches him, one of them wondering where he thinks he dares to set foot. As long as he has caught the eye of the 4 heavenly knights, he had better not think that he will be living here with his limbs intact. Aaron immediately laughs out loud, as these are not the 4 heavenly knights. These are the 3 piglets, 3 little piglets, and one of them is even so cringed out that he's standing all the way in the back. Before they can retaliate, the lone wolf tells them to wait, and asks how he managed to get into this room. He notes that he made guard knight Behayton guard the corridors. Aaron notes that this guy must be Lone Wolf, and he says that he did not see anyone who looked like a knight, just a drunkard. One of the heavenly knights recognizes that the sword he's holding is the one Behayton was holding with the Lone Wolf laughing. He was a knight he bought for a pretty penny, so this is pretty unfortunate. But alas, he was a guard, and guards are supposed to die. What business does he have with him? Aaron tells him that it's pretty damn obvious he came here to kill him. Hearing this, Lone Wolf immediately laughs out loud, as that's hilarious. Extremely so, but if he has the confidence to kill him, then he should know something. Behind him are Count Bahart, the first-level administrator, Fernuili, and even Mayor Guram. Just a little further, and he will have connections into the imperial family as well. Will he be able to handle something like that? He should not be scared, as he will generously forget about his nonsense if he kisses the ground he steps on, without a wasted movement. Aaron completely decapitates him, shocking everyone inside of the room. He notes that he was surprised to think that he would walk into his range on his own 2 feet. Did he really think those kinds of threats would work? Unfortunately, he is wanted by even worse people than some mayors and nobles. Suddenly, Lone Wolf's corpse bursts into flames, and Aaron guesses that this is the magic weapon Gurn talked about. He didn't approach without emergency measures, but at the same time, it activated a little too late. He calls out the 4 heavenly knights and sits in the throne, noting that from now on, he will be holding an interview for the boss position of the Lone Wolf. Everyone is free to show off their merits as much as they like. The 4th heavenly knight, who is standing in the back, is shocked. This guy didn't even flinch at Philip's threats and just cut his neck off. Just what is it that he wants from them? Aaron also gives them an incentive, noting that the punishment for failing this interview is being burned at the stake. Immediately, everyone tries to introduce themselves, noting that they are called the Human Grinders, and that they have destroyed 100 heads, and that they can kidnap people without leaving evidence. However, The slimmer heavenly knight simply approaches and smacks one of the 3 piggies on the head, sending him flying. He introduces himself as Dante. He has been in charge of the actual work of the lone wolf for a long time, so he wishes to be entrusted with the position of boss. The next day, at the administration building, it is reported that the 3 organizations had an all-out war yesterday. The exact number of casualties has not been told just yet, but thankfully, they seem to have settled the matter among themselves, as there were no real civilian casualties. Suddenly, Shone crashes through the door, apologizing for oversleeping so much. One of the administrators asks who he is, and Shone introduces himself. The man tells him not to be so apologetic, especially since he brought so many presents. It isn't really for everyone, but a gift he received from a friend on the way here. He ended up bringing it with him since he was in a rush, and he apologizes. The man sighs, noting that, on top of being late, he's a little slow as well. He should take a seat and get ready, as he would like to continue the meeting. As he does so, a guy next to him grins with ill intentions and calls him Commoner Shone. He has some nerve being late with a commoner background like that, and what a gift from a friend. How could anyone be so senseless? Well, it doesn't matter, since he is pretty far from a promotion, isn't he? Shone knows this guy. He is from Fjord, and he is going at it again, it seems. Those are the words he would have normally brushed off, but he keeps on talking, asking if the gift has anything good inside. In that case, he should have offered it to everyone. He's pretty stupid. Why doesn't he start looking for a job that suits him better? Maybe a baker or something. Shone, however, has had enough and tells him to shut up. This is a gift from his friend. He should stop blabbering nonsense just because he's got an open mouth. He almost starts beating the shit out of the Fjord guy, but because of this, he drops the gift, and it opens. Aaron remembered what Shone told him, that a promotion was pretty impossible since he was of a commoner origin, unless he brings that Philip guy's head or something, which is exactly what Aaron gave him. Before all of this, Aaron told Dante to wrap the head nicely, as it's going to be a gift. Dante also asked what the lone wolf would do now if there is something he wishes for. Aaron just told him to figure it out, and do well on his own, now that there is no bastard to bother the mini-fridge. His job here is done, and he should watch the back of the 3rd-level administrator, Shone, and let the gatekeeper Gurn do whatever he wishes to do, and not make him come back all the way here again, as it's a little too bothersome. Dante knew that this was an opportunity that he could not pass up and told him that he would periodically send reports even after he returns, and he shall also send some gold coins along with it. Aaron goes to a cleaning magic mage and immediately begins chanting like his life depends on it. The demon is a little annoyed that someone dares to cast near him, but Aaron tells him to shut it, as he does not wish to waste money on that. The mage takes all of the dirt and stuff from Aaron and gathers it in a small bowl around him, cleaning him completely. Aaron notes that cleaning magic is a lot better than he initially thought. He did not expect it would be more refreshing than a bath, too. The mage thanks him and notes that this would be 20 silver coins. Aaron, however, wonders, does he go on business trips? There's a mage that he is raising right now. If he comes to Casserdic and teaches her a few of his magic spells, he will give him gold coins. The man immediately agrees. He will move his entire residence to Casserdic Fortress while he's at it as well, with Aaron agreeing, as his business does not seem to be doing too well around here. Before he leaves, though, the mage also cleans his shoes, noting that it's on the house. Aaron thanks him for the service and tells him that once he's ready, he should come to Casserdic Fortress and find Aaron, which is him. After a while, Nova walks through the city, seeing how much of a mess it is. Of course, it had to be like this when she came over. She goes to the place she specified to wait, and finds Aaron actually sleeping pretty serenely, with his expression being one of actual restful sleep. She is a little surprised, as she did not expect him to make such an expression. With that, she let him sleep, organizing her own work while they were at it. But she waited half a day, just because he slept half a day after staying up all night, and they end up spending one more night. Aaron thanks her while they're in the carriage, calling her a considerate person for letting him sleep like that. She tells him to shut it, as she just had some remaining work to finish, and asks if he really spent an all-nighter. He didn't cause any trouble in the city, right? Aaron promises that he didn't smash any walls, and Nova wants to ask if he did anything else, but she stops herself. She doesn't want to become an accomplice, so he should just be quiet. He was probably picking a fight somewhere, wasn't he? Aaron sheepishly agrees, not wanting to tell her that he picked a fight in the headquarters of the Lone Wolf. Nova, though, is also curious about one more thing. Just what are all those sets of armor next to him? Aaron laughs, noting that they are pretty excellent souvenirs. Armor is the only thing that holds its value properly in this age. He also got one for her, so she should be able to wear it as a chest guard or something. Nova notes that it's a little too small for her, and Aaron thinks that it should be enough. Nova doesn't think so. If he looks very carefully, he should see that the chest area obviously is way too tight, but Aaron tells her not to overestimate herself, as they continue bickering. Then they hear the carriage driver screaming, and a bunch of stone arrows fly into the carriage itself, narrowly missing everyone. Aaron gets out, knowing that this is an attack, and the only guys that would use such trash-quality arrows are naturally goblins. Sure enough, there are around 20 of them around. But what goblins move around with 20 of them grouping together? If it's a goblin village from somewhere around here, that makes sense. But would that have been reported? He tells Nova to go back inside, as he's going to come back after playing with these goblin bastards for a little bit. As the first goblin charges in, he slashes him, and then moves around with the same momentum to cut up a few. He grabs one goblin by the throat and sends him to the ground. The others pounce on him, and he begins dealing with them as well. But he finds this pretty weird. If they were regular goblins, they would have run away after about 6 or 8 of them died. But these guys are coming at him again and again, even as their numbers dwindle. As he takes care of the last of them, Nova comes around, and Aaron notes that these guys were likely controlled by someone. This black substance on his sword is the remnant of black magic. Nova is shocked to hear that they're controlling living beings. Is that even possible? Aaron tells her that it is. It's just an entirely different level from controlling corpses. The problem is, why did such a guy come to such a remote place? Casserdic already has a pretty sizable record of black mages breaking in, and most of those incidents have happened recently. Nova hopes that this means they are not targeting the lady again, but Aaron tells her they will only find out once they return to Casserdic. He just has a feeling that this will become extremely bothersome once again. On the same day, 2 guards are at the fortress gates. One of them notes that it is pretty quiet lately. The other tells him that, apparently, Aaron went to Karzan, so it's no wonder it is so quiet. There is also the fact that they are getting fewer carriages due to the frequent attacks happening around the different roads. The younger guard finds it nice that the inspection times are peaceful, but then he sees someone approaching who looks very much like Aaron, dragging a bunch of bags behind him. He stops to greet the guards, telling them that they did some good work, and the older guard wonders what happened. Did they not go out by carriage? Where is it? Aaron tells him that there were quite a few monsters on the way here, so he needed to get out and clean up a bit, right? Suddenly, the older guard sees something dropping out of a bag, which is a Goblin Johnson. He wants to know what the hell that grotesque thing is, and Aaron tells him what it is. Apparently, it's supposed to be great for stamina, and it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack in the market. The younger guard can't believe it, and then comes closer, asking if he could give him a discount if he buys them right now. He's been curious about their effects. Aaron understands they're normally 70 copper coins, but he will accept 60 this time since they're fresh and all. Nova immediately screams at him from behind, telling him to stop talking and selling Goblin Johnsons and get her back home, as she wants to take a shower already. As she stares daggers into his very soul, Aaron hands the Johnson to the younger guy, noting that he can pay him later, as he certainly needs to get going now. His throw is a little crooked though, and it lands right on the older guard's face. It seems that Aaron is back at the Casserdic fortress. He goes to his unit, giving them the pauldrons that he bought, and Dylan is the most excited to think that they would receive such great gifts. He's never ever received something like this, even from his father. Aaron knew that they would like armor, and Dylan notes that he heard something had happened in Karzan. How did it happen right when he was visiting Karzan? Aaron notes that it is a coincidence, isn't it? Kale and Poole are also very taken aback, knowing that he definitely had a huge part in this. Hannah comes around, telling them to make some room, and Aaron asks how business is going. Hannah gets even more ticked off than she was. They can't make any sales right now, since they are all out of ingredients. Carriages aren't coming in. The Lord is taking rations, saying that it's cleanup preparations. They even took all the pickled meats, so there is only enough food for them to eat now. That son of a bitch of a lord. Aaron notes that she is being a little loud, but she doesn't care. She is not scared of some bum-ass lord. Dylan thinks that it's best to avoid her, but Kale notes that he hasn't seen the headband she is wearing before. It suits her very well. Hannah notes that this is a gift Aaron brought her. It looks good on her, doesn't it? It seemed that this had diffused her entirely. Aaron also wonders if anything happened while he was gone, and Vermin notes that it was basically the same old, but while he was absent, the church came here looking for him. More specifically, the new abbot from the capital. That guy looked very hard to please, and there are talks that a new force is gathering in District 6. Apparently, they're all brand new faces. Aaron notes that something is happening, and thinks that District 6 is the territory of Jackson and Scar, the father-son duo, so who dares gather in their area? As they go to District 6, Aaron finds that it smells a little. Are there still bastards defecating on the street? Vermin notes that thanks to him, it decreased quite a lot. It seems that everyone considers their own head quite precious. They eventually find the group Vermin was talking about, and Aaron tells one of them to approach. He does so, and he looks like a snake through and through. He thanks him for working so hard patrolling and asks if something is the matter. Aaron looks him up and down and notes that this is his first time seeing him. So what's his name? The man introduces himself as George. Aaron wonders though, what business do they have in Casserdic Fortress, along with his ugly-ass friends? George explains that this is his deceased mother's hometown. He came here with his friends who were working in another area. After hearing that this place is a good one to live in, he was thinking of starting a new job here in a more secluded area. Aaron notes that he has nothing to say to this guy if he keeps coming at him with that attitude. If he was acting rudely, at least it would have been easier to have an honest conversation. Aaron agrees, but they should all strip everything right now. There's no better way of finding out whether they're related to demons than this method. They all do so, and he finds quite a few tattoos on them. No handprints of demons, but they are pretty inked. It seems that they weren't working normal jobs before, weren't they? George hands him a silver coin and notes that this is how life goes after all. With this, Aaron lets them go. It is pretty clear that they lived as thugs before, but he cannot find any excuse. It seems that Scar will have a pretty difficult time with that. He notes that they should make their way to the synagogue since he was summoned there and all. After getting to the synagogue, Blyon immediately screams, noting that he has a favor to ask of him as an honorary conventual. He should kill that bitch Brighton. Aaron is surprised, thinking that this guy is the real thug, and asks who Brighton is. Blyon is surprised that he doesn't know. He's that new abbot, a vicious demon and a cursed bastard through and through. Aaron wonders if this guy has gone crazy or something, but Blyon continues his rage. He must be wondering if he's crazy, but he just doesn't know it yet. He's so sick of that prayer recital, Holy Scripture, and morning prayers. Aaron wonders if these things aren't something a priest should do in the first place, but Blyon doesn't care. If killing him is a little too much, beating him into a pulp is also fine. Here's the retaining fee. He will give him more once he succeeds. Aaron thinks, a priest requesting the murder of the abbot? He has truly lost his mind. Just how bad is he as a person for him to throw such a fit? However, once he meets Brighton, he realizes what Blyon was talking about. He asks how an honorary conventual doesn't know the prayer recital. He should follow along. He also tells him that his life is not too busy to memorize the Holy Scripture. Back when he was a conventual, he read the Holy Scripture while staying up all night with his eyes wide open. Everything else is just an excuse. He should take this as well, as he has been reading this Holy Scripture for a long time, but since he doesn't have one, he will give it to him. Especially, he should come to the synagogue when the sun is just starting to rise. Everyone prays at that time these days, so it will help strengthen his faith. If he has training, he should do it a little earlier, and sleep can be overcome with willpower. 3 hours later, he keeps on talking, and Aaron wonders if he has to attend this lecture every single day. Maybe he really should take on that hit. From the looks of it, he seems to enjoy calling out others. If he shows even the slightest two-faced side, he will throw a punch in his face right away. But as Aaron continues to follow him, he sees that he has not a single loophole. The abbot is personally going around and giving children blessings as well. It's his first time seeing such a great person among medieval bastards. After they are done, Brighton tells him that he did a good job. He thought that he wasn't a character that suited the role of an honorary conventual at first, but seeing how he was with him until the end of the day, he appears to have quite the strong faith as well. Even though faith does not come from how much knowledge one has of Holy Scripture, it does have good sayings, so he recommends reading it. Aaron seriously cannot find an excuse to hit him. They continue patrolling until the end of the day. The next day, just as the sun rises over the mountain, Aaron is immediately woken up by Brighton, asking how he slept. Is it not the perfect morning for a prayer? Aaron immediately shuts the door in front of him and sits back down, not expecting this bastard to come and find him all the way here. Brighton also heard that he trains every morning without fail. Working sincerely is also a practice of faith, so he will be by his side so that he can pray without skipping his training. The next day, Aaron continues taking down the monsters around this area, this time orcs. He finishes the 6th one, and the 7th one charges in adamantly, aiming to grab his head, but Aaron turns around, punching him right in the nose before slashing him in two. That is the last orc. It seems that this hunt was not without casualties either, as Pra, someone from the fortress, has died. Kale thinks it's a real shame, as this guy was quite diligent and nice. Dylan wonders if they should increase the patrols along the outer fortress. He notes this is the edge of the fortress, but to think orcs would appear all the way over here. Poole agrees that there has been an increase in monsters around lately. Kale kicks a rock in frustration, wondering if farming is more important than people's lives. Those damn noble bastards have no sense of humanity. Brigg notes that they heard that Fenner family's eldest son is probably cleaning up the surrounding area too, but Kale doesn't care. All the tenant farmers are going to die if this keeps going. Vermin tells Aaron that they cleaned up the rest of the bodies. They have also cleaned up the corpses, so they should head back now. Eren looks closely at the blood of the orcs, which is now purplish, and says that they have nothing else to do but say their goodbyes to Pra, as this should be enough to cover the beer he paid for last time. As Eren walks to the church, he finds the Inquisitor just perched in a tree like a bird and eating cake. He shakes his head, thinking that this place is entirely filled with crazy people. There were traces of dark magic found on the corpses this time as well. Although it is bothersome, this isn't something to be kicked under the rug either. The only person he could talk to about this is Brighton. He goes to find him, but finds him absolutely tearing into one of the monks there, as he sees no valid excuse about him selling the potions at higher prices. Why is the account book written so messily? To think that the person in charge of the Blood of God potion would be so much of a joke. Eren is pleased that that guy was the one trying to sell him potions at a higher rate before. He meant to take care of him anyway. Brighton is not finished and tells him to get out right this moment. He will be taking charge of the import and export of potions from today forth, so he should go and sweep the yard or something. After he leaves, Brighton looks at Eren, and his expression softens slightly. He asks if he's read the Holy Scripture, as he said last time. Saying he was too busy is not an excuse. He believes he also has time to read this Holy Scripture during inspections. Before he can continue, Eren tells him that he came here because he had something urgent to speak with him about. The tenant farmers were attacked by monsters today, but from those monsters, traces of dark magic were found. Brighton understands that this is evidence of the ungodly one. He sees now that there has been an increase in monsters around Casserdic. It was this. He also immediately asks what happened to the tenant farmers, and Eren tells him that, unfortunately, a total of 4 people died from the orcs. Brighton looks genuinely saddened by this and thanks him for telling him, before his eyes turn into a blaze of righteous fury. He asks Eren to please look after this place while he is gone, as he has somewhere to go, and asks if he has seen the Inquisitor by any chance. He has been looking for her since earlier, but he can't seem to find her anywhere. Now Eren understands why she was perched in a tree. The abbot seemed to have gone off to find the Lord who did nothing about the current situation, and prohibited the movement of tenant farmers until the cleanup was complete. It seems that one word from the abbot had such a big effect, even more than the lives of the farmers. One of the guards is surprised that the abbot himself personally took charge of the funeral. He is truly a strange man. Thanks to that, a funeral of unprecedented scale was held, considering this is just for some tenant farmers. Eren asks half and half when that clean-up illegitimate child will do his work, and he calls him an uneducated son of a commoner. It was supposed to be 3 days later, but it got pulled ahead to tomorrow. Only the Fenner family and the inner fortress garrison are going. The outer fortress guys are in their homes again, milking their job as always. Eren thinks that the lady, unfortunately, remains inside of the fortress. Well, if they think about it logically, naturally, she will be protected. There's no need to bother bringing her along to fight monsters. The problem is, if a dark mage was truly behind this, if the goal is to use the monsters as bait, in order to disperse the troops guarding the fortress, something would happen. Well, the abbot and Nova will certainly take care of things on their own, whether or not it was a dark mage. It's inevitable that the troops of Casserdic Fortress will be withdrawn due to the cleanup in surrounding areas, but they can't just leave the lady alone in an empty castle either. As a result, the next day, the knights that are on the subjugation force stride out of the fortress. Inside the inner fortress, there is a knight protecting the lady, and as for the outer fortress defense, the support of the Inquisitor was added. Naturally, Brighton came too, and he started to recite the Holy Scripture, with neither the Inquisitor, nor Eren, nor the demon inside of him needing it at all. That night, outside of the fortress, someone with bright red hair asks about the progress status. A man cloaked in shadow tells her that the Crimson Darkness and Hearthen have already entered the fortress. Troops coming out of the castle have been lured away by monsters and kept away as far as they can. The woman finds this pleasant. It was worth consistently having the goblins and orcs stationed around here. The cloaked man asks, Afflet, is it okay to make things so big? Even though this may be the frontier, it is still within the Empire, right? Afflet tells him not to worry about such little things. Once the master consumes the heart of the one beloved by Mana, there will be no need to hide from those hypocrites any further, and she will not fail like that stupid Quarental. Everything will go according to their master's plan. The cloaked man decides that his time has come. Then, since the knight appears to be inside the castle, he thinks they just need to open the fortress gates. He is saying that like, they can do it easily. He does not know how difficult a task opening the gates of a fortress is. However, she does have a card up her sleeve. The cloaked man recognizes the monstrosity behind her. It is the Entangled One. Even though this may be the frontier, a fortress is still a fortress. They can't open the gate with some mediocre firepower. Since the inner assault team is focused on dealing with the knight in the inner fortress, she wishes to have the Night Hunter, as he will open the fortress gates with overwhelming force. The cloaked figure sheepishly tells her that the Night Hunter will be arriving a little late. He seems to have lost his way again. Naturally, Afflet gets annoyed, calling him a pedestal bastard, being late when it's important, and causing all of this trouble. Well, it doesn't matter. They will be going first. Then everyone should get ready and bring out all of the corpses that they've brought. The Entangled One charges in at the fortress gate and begins pummeling on it again and again and again. However, that's when someone appears from above and smashes his foot right into the Entangled One's many heads. Naturally, it is none other than Aaron, who was wondering what he would do if they did not come, but it seems that he has his entertainment for the evening. Just before the Casserdic fortress was attacked, naturally, Brighton was holding a holy scripture session with the Inquisitor and Aaron. At that time, Aaron wished for a demon to just show up already. Anything was fine, just something to pop up and save them from this hell. That's when the Entangled One appeared and began crashing onto the fortress gates. He noted that this was pretty bad, with a bright smile on his face. It's a demon that they have to, unfortunately, take care of now. Aaron cuts the Entangled One up again and again. The cloaked man wonders who the hell that monster is. A knight, but he doesn't have any aura to speak of. Afflet sees that he is cutting right along the joints. He is landing strikes precisely in the middle of such a chaotic battle. Suddenly, though, the Entangled One captures his blade with one hand and begins trying to crush his shoulder. So in response, Aaron uses his jaws to rip into the flesh of the Entangled One, making it let go. He notes that a very generous dark mage must have made such a guy. They even drew dotted lines for him to cut along. This is a true stress reliever, so he is not satisfied just yet. At the same time, the Inquisitor slices into the Entangled One once more. Aaron is pleased to see that she's cutting through it so easily. Holy power really is the absolute best against demons. However, the Entangled One does not seem to be dead just yet, as it stands up one last time under Afflet's influence. She doesn't care if they're knights or inquisitors or whatever. She is just going to kill them all. With an absolutely gigantic sweep from the Inquisitor, the Entangled One is defeated, and in the same redirected strike, the Inquisitor kills Afflet, surprising even Aaron at her unapologetic brutality. The cloaked man tries to get away, and the Inquisitor prepares to strike him down as well, but Aaron tells her to wait just a moment. These guys are great at brainwashing demonic beasts, but their skills are way too low to fight a knight. They need to hear their plan, and figure out just what the hell they were thinking of attacking them like this. The Inquisitor tells him that conversing with a demon is the greatest sin, but Aaron tells her it's a necessary step to prevent other casualties. Plus, he looks pretty human to him. The cloaked man agrees that he is just a dark mage. They shouldn't lump him in with a stupid demon. Before he can speak more, Aaron kicks him in the head and tells him to cut the chatter and just answer the questions before asking for his name, with the dark mage giving his name as Perron. Aaron then crouches down and asks why the hell demons keep attacking them out of nowhere. He should explain it in one panel so everyone can understand. He explains that there is a rumor from the dark mage gathering called the Assembly that if one eats the heart of the one beloved by Mana, they can reach the apex of mages. This plan has been in motion for days now, so the inner fortress is probably in total chaos too. He told him everything, so could he please spare him? Before Aaron can even answer, the Inquisitor smacks her fist into Perron's head before decapitating him completely. Before this, Ben noted that there might be an attack within the fortress. He definitely won't let his guard down like last time, though he may not look it, but he is actually pretty strong for a knight. He should just trust him. Aaron definitely wasn't inspired by those words, as he was pretty useless last time. Still, he's a knight, so he surely won't get wiped out like last time, right? Nova should also have made preparations of her own, so that the inner fortress would not fall immediately. Brighton looks at them from above, asking if they can hear him. They should give him a second, as he will be right down, and he needs to say some prayers for them. The Inquisitor and Aaron give each other a look and begin rushing toward the inner fortress, as surely it must be in danger. Meanwhile, at the rear gate of Casserdic Fortress, where Poole and Dylan are stationed, a gigantic man appears before them and asks if this is the Casserdic Fortress. Poole immediately tries to unsheath his sword, telling him to identify himself, but Dylan, sensing something, smacks Poole across the head and tells him that this is the Casserdic Fortress. It is located at the far edge of the Eastern Empire and is famous for its crystal clear water and fresh air. He welcomes him right in. He did this because he could feel it, the dangerous stench of death from this man. If they had tried to stop him right here, they would have surely died right now. The large man looks at Dylan and asks if he is a knight, and Dylan says that he is not. The man understands and walks past them, telling them to have a good night. Inside the fortress itself, black flames suddenly appear all around. Dylan notes that it must be the work of the dark mages, and Ben goes to the lady, asking if she's safe. She immediately jumped into his arms, noting that she was really scared. Ben says that it's all right. She's safe now that he is here. They should get away as quickly as possible. However, that's when he feels a sharp pain penetrate his armor, and he immediately backs away from the lady. Although the damage has been done, it seems that she is not entirely herself, or it is someone else entirely. Ben notes that his lady would not do such a thing and asks the demon who it is. The demon slowly begins to take its true shape, and notes that men are all the same. After all, they lose their heads the moment a beauty approaches them. This is the society member Crimson Darkness. Ben doesn't know about that. Personally, he prefers the look she currently has. Maybe he is just another man. He thinks that after all that talk about not letting his guard down, that's exactly what he did. He wonders what Aaron would say if he saw this. He would probably look at him with disdain, and guess that it would happen like this. He would absolutely not let that happen. Never again. He charges in at Crimson Darkness, who dodges, and is surprised to see that he is moving so fast when he is badly wounded. Such a hypocrite of a knight. Ben can see that she is not as strong as he initially thought, if she is dodging his strikes. If it weren't for his injuries, he would have cut her down in one go. He charges in again, with so much speed in fact, that Crimson Darkness has no way of reacting. He slams his sword upwards, thinking that this is the end. However, before Crimson Darkness could be hit, something defeated Ben, who is now on the ground, completely taken out. It was done by none other than another member of the society, Harthan. Ben damns it all. There was another demon all of this time. Harthan tells Crimson Darkness that this was a close one. This is what happens when she insists on taking a night alone. He sends Ben flying out of the fortress, who thinks that he actually had the demon this time. He definitely was going to win. Crimson Darkness asks why he did that. He wanted to tear that bastard limb from limb for what he said. Harthan tells her to stop it, as they are wasting time, but Crimson Darkness tells him to shut up. He is not leaving until she scratches that bastard completely. Harthan tells her calmly, if she keeps acting as she pleases, the master will naturally be furious. He is not saying that she cannot go wild. Even without the knight, escaping the fortress will not be an easy task. He will slip out while she causes a distraction. He will bring the one who is loved by Mana to the master. That is their main task after all. Aaron continues running with the Inquisitor, and thinks that the town is too quiet, even without the commotion. Well, it is better that everyone is panicking and staying inside their homes. Suddenly, they see the man that Dylan and Poole let through, who is looking around, seemingly a little confused. Aaron wonders if he is another dark mage, considering his robe, and the big man looks at him, wondering if he can ask something. Does he perhaps know the way to the Casserdic fortress? He's afraid he has lost his way. Aaron is a little confused. He can't see that fortress, as it's the biggest thing inside of this area. His sense of direction is seriously bad. A sadistic grin tugs at his lips, and he calls the man Elder, noting that he must be lost. Casserdic is naturally so complex that many people lose their way. It is only natural that he cannot find a fortress. The layout of Casserdic Fortress is different from other places. The former lord thought living in the same fortress as commoners was an insult, so he built a new house. That's why the Casserdic Fortress isn't actually inside the city of Casserdic. He should go out the main gate, turn left, and keep going straight, and then he will see a large fortress. This is naturally the biggest lie anyone could ever say, but the man takes it at face value and thanks him. Now he would have been in trouble without his help. By any chance, is he a knight? Aaron notes that, naturally, he is not. He is just a lowly guard captain. The old man understands that is a relief. A kind youth like him could not possibly be a knight. Well, he should have a good rest of his evening. Aaron thinks that this is the wisdom of modern man. He is too busy to fight every single one of them. At the same time, Dylan arrives, screaming that they have a big problem, as a guy as big as him, maybe even bigger, has entered the fortress. He's the only one who can handle that guy. Aaron stops him from running randomly and notes that he already took care of it. Dylan is shocked, as expected of his big brother. Aaron tells him that's enough and that he should get ready. A dark mage has appeared. He should forget the patrol and come with him to the inner fortress. Dylan curses himself for coming all the way here and notes that naturally he will come. He will follow him to the ends of the earth. Upon getting to the fortress, Aaron sees Ben sprawled into the bushes once again. This guy really is not human, to lose so many times. Since he cannot leave him here, he tells Dylan to stay with him and keep an eye on him. Dylan immediately agrees, noting that he will complete this mission even if it costs him his life, glad that he doesn't have to go with Aaron. At the same time, an explosion happens in the fortress, and Aaron guesses that the fight is this way. They sure are kind, giving away their location like that. They go inside, and Aaron sees that a bunch of people, some dead, some extremely afraid, a demon must have passed through here. It's a complete and utter mess. At a fork in the road, he gives the Inquisitor a look before they dash in different places, wanting to sweep as much of the area as possible. As Aaron makes his way through the halls, he suddenly hears a woman's scream, and it appears to be Vivian, who immediately goes up to him, clutching his chest, noting that there are demons there. She barely escaped, but they kept chasing after her. Aaron, seemingly on a whim, cuts her in the chest. She asks why. Aaron notes that it was just instinct, no matter how urgent the situation is. Getting this close is a bit strange, even for the young lady. Crimson Darkness sheds her fake appearance and can't believe it. Just for something like that, she will tear him into pieces and devour him, his bones, until there is nothing left. At the same time, the demon inside of Aaron tells him to eat it, the center of the skin that's turning black on her chest. He should eat that thing they call the handprint of the demon. The demon urges him on, noting that if his power is restored, even if a fraction of the duration and potency of the power they call aura will increase as well. Aaron understands, so he can finally stop being a quickshot, which the demon really hates that nickname. Aaron swings his blade around, cutting Crimson Darkness's arm straight off with a mad dash, and tells her that her little transformation is taking a bit too long. She smashes her other hand, which has grown considerably, into him, causing him to stagger back and make some distance. However, even she realizes that she's on the losing side of this battle. Aaron can see that the black parts of her skin are pretty tough, but she does not stop there, as she charges up her demonic power inside her arm and transforms fully into a being of demonic origin. Aaron asks his demon if he can do that too, and he asks if he wants him to, but Aaron denies pulling something like that out in a cramped space like this. It is just plain stupid. Anyway, as Crimson Darkness charges onto him, aiming to crush him in one swipe, Aaron tells him to bring out the sword aura. Upon doing so, he slams his sword into Crimson Darkness, who calls him an absolute hypocrite as the blade drives further into her shoulder. Aaron wonders what she is talking about. Isn't that a bit too fancy for her? If it were up to him, he would have just insulted his parents or something. He continues pushing his aura into her until she's completely and utterly defeated, with something being left behind where he struck, the handprint of the demon. He picks it up, noting that it looks like a piece of charcoal, and begins eating it. But, unknown to him, Nova is right behind him in a nearby wall. She has seen that he used aura. Was Aaron a knight all of this time? Through the entire fortress, Harthan is being chased around with the guards doing their absolute best to find him. Eventually they do, and see him walking around languidly with Vivian. But before they can do anything, Harthan uses his crushing darkness to deal with them, and then runs away from further contact. He notes that this is not how it was supposed to go. What are the Night Hunter and Afflet even doing? According to their plan, the gates should have been opened by now. At this rate, this will be a failure. He might be able to escape alone, but if he returns to the Master empty-handed, it will be the same thing as dying right here. There just has to be a way for him to survive then. A voice calls out to him, telling him that if he consumes the heart of the one beloved by mana, he can reach the pinnacle of a mage. He throws Vivian to the ground pretty roughly, and he agrees that if he does consume the heart, he could gain power even greater than that of the Master. He is a dead man anyway, so he should at least try. He pulls out a knife and begins crashing it into Vivian's chest, aiming to rip her heart out. However, that's when he feels a pretty ominous presence, who is none other than the Inquisitor, who looks at him with killing intent. Harthan immediately sends a bunch of orbs toward her, telling her not to get in his way. What can a lone Inquisitor possibly do against someone like him? However, she immediately just crashes through his powerful orbs, shocking Harthan. Something like this should not be possible. This level of power is at least at the level of the Holy Crusaders. Before he can think more, the Inquisitor crushes his head with her weapon, and notes that she has delivered judgment onto the demon. She begins crushing it again, and again, and again, with Aaron nearby, thinking that things are finally wrapping up. It looks like the dark mages are all gone too. The inner fortress guards can't handle the rest. At the same time, Vivian wakes up right beside him once again, and he smacks her across the head, but it seems he overdid it again. The long night of the dark mage invasion passed, and in the morning, he returned to his usual behavior in Casserdic. In her office, Nova thinks about Aaron, whether he is truly a knight, and if so, what happened in his past. Did he beat some noble he did not like to death or something? He also refused any rank higher than guard captain, likely to avoid being recognized or meeting someone from his past. Since Aaron is essential to Casserdic, she can't let him leave the fortress because his name got out, so she puts credit for last night's achievements to Knight Ben. But still, that guy being a knight does not suit him at all. Just thinking about it gives her goosebumps. He's a lot cooler now than some stiff knight. She immediately slaps herself upon thinking that she should get a grip. Has she gone crazy from staying up all night or something? Who cares if that scoundrel is a knight or whatever? She just needs to make sure that he stays. Her assistant comes around with her tea, and Nova just stares at her chest, wondering what she eats to get a chest that big, confusing Blossom a bit. Aaron, as it rains in the morning, notes that he should not have eaten that lump of coal thing. He's been in the bathroom all morning. He asks the demon if that thing was really worth it, and the demon notes that it will be better to see for himself. He should draw his blade, as he will show him a power completely different than the one he felt before. Aaron immediately feels an increase in energy, like his whole body is burning in a blue flame. It is an overwhelming power, so this is how those night bastards fly around, wrapping themselves in aura all the time. With this much power, he could probably defeat any sort of demon. However, it dies out as soon as it arrives, confusing Aaron. The demon explains that it's 4 seconds. How about that? The duration has doubled. Aaron doesn't really think this was worth the hype. It went from whoosh to whoosh, whoosh. Still, it is an increase. If he keeps picking up and eating every single demon he sees, he might actually become a knight later. But someone like him? A knight? Suddenly he hears Brighton's voice from behind, who is glad that he is early. He was worried when he suddenly vanished yesterday. Was everything all right? Aaron notes that if he meant trouble, well, it just found him. Brighton agrees. For the clergy, nothing is more important than prayer. The Holy Scripture says that they have to value prayer over food. Prayer is like a meal for the soul. When he returns to the tavern, Dylan proudly presents Kana, noting that she must be a genius, as she made a sculpture of Aaron right into the mug of beer. Dylan also tries to tell him that he was rolling some dice or something, but Aaron slaps him across the head, as the abbot is right behind him. Brighton isn't really interested in that and asks Aaron if this is his child, which he denies. It's just a child he's looking after. Brighton understands. He thought the expression subtly resembled his, and he apologizes to Kana for offending her like that. He also finds her sculpture quite impressive. He's never seen such detailed carving, even in the capital. It's his first time seeing a mage with a talent for this. He believes it is a shame. He would believe it if she said she was a sculptor instead of a mage. Suddenly, though, the sculpture's neck snaps, leaving everyone just a little confused. Nova goes to Ben, asking if he is all right, and notes that under the imperial law, a knight's body cannot be touched without permission, so they laid him in the bed exactly as he was last night. Ben looks a little defeated, and says that he is fine. What did she come here for? Nova bows her head slightly, noting that as a resident of Casserdic, she offers her thanks to the knight who protected Casserdic. Ben wonders if he did that, and Nova confirms as such. He fended off the demon and the dark mage, who used dark magic to infiltrate the Lord's fortress. However, in the process, he sustained life-threatening injuries. She heard that Aaron, the outer wall guard captain, found him and performed emergency first aid. Ben is starting to get a bigger picture. It seems that Aaron has saved him once again. How could a man without aura slay demons twice? Nova tells him that the Lord will be giving him a generous reward. So how does he want it handled? Ben tells her to give it out to Aaron, as he has no need for it. Nova understands, and she leaves, leaving Ben to his thoughts. It seems that it is still not enough. Just being steady isn't enough. Later, Aaron goes to Nova and sees that she's standing a little straighter today. Is something wrong that she is trying to fix her posture? Nova clears her throat, noting that Ben is giving him the reward he received for slaying the demon. She called him here to discuss the details. Aaron wonders why he gave it to him, and she explains that it's because he saved his life. He said he used 5 potions on him while he was injured. An outer wall guard named Dylan told him. Is that not true? Aaron can't believe how deceptively useful Dylan is, and he pushes the lie further, noting that it was 6 bottles actually. He must have miscounted in the dark. Nova knows he's lying, and notes that the reward will be in gold coins. Aaron is pleased, taking credit for the demon's subjugation. It would only be a hassle if word gets out that he is the one who caught it. As Aaron walks the walls a bit later, he sees Fenner's eldest son being scolded by the king. He did not expect that a demon would appear twice while they were out clearing monsters, but it all worked out in the end, right? They took care of the monsters and demons at the same time. Since everyone has done some good work, they should hold a festival. Vivian and Ben don't really want a festival, but they can't refuse anyway. Aaron, who has overheard their conversation, asks Nova how many died. She said that only 3 soldiers and 2 former inner fortress guards died. The casualties were lower than expected, but it's not something they can just dismiss as a number either. He goes to the house of one of the ones who died, thinking that this is not a number they can just dismiss either. It smells like a bachelor's den here. If he was going to live alone all this time, he should have kept it clean. At least he finds some good liquor on the table and begins to drink it. but even its taste feels largely empty. He notes this is basically the medieval ages, where anyone could die at any moment. But would it not be truly sad if no one even offered a prayer for them? He does not like this era, with empty houses popping up everywhere like this. At least there is no shortage of real estate. He offers everyone who died a rest in peace, hoping that at least this should be enough. Suddenly, Vermin calls out to him from the streets, noting that he needs to get to the plaza right away. Kale, who is beside him, can't believe it that the nobles are already throwing a party, even though they have not finished yet. Aaron pushes himself up, a little annoyed that he doesn't even get a moment to be sentimental. These medieval ages really are annoying. At the gates outside of Bolt Fortress, one of the guards stops the giant from before, telling him that this is not Casserdic. Casserdic is a day's journey away. What is he looking for here? The old man was confused. He was sure he followed the directions exactly. Is he lost again? This is surely a problem. Suddenly, a man on a horse almost tramples them with his incessant galloping, telling them to move out of the way as he moves through the gates, without even as much as an inspection. The guard can't believe that the bastard is at it again. Since Ben isn't around lately, he thinks he just owns the place. The old man asks if that guy is a knight, and the guard confirms as such, though he's just a scoundrel. It's embarrassing to even call him a knight. Disrespectful at that. The old man passes the guard, noting that it seems he found the right way, after all, with the guard telling him not to just barge in here like he owns the place. The old man goes to the knight and begins grinning sadistically. Finally, he found a knight. He should run far, far away, so the fun will last just a bit longer. Naturally, that night the festival is in full swing, with people cheering, drinking, and brawling like crazy. Aaron walks around, keeping the peace, suddenly finding himself next to a traveling singer who sings about the great Ben, who cut the throat of the fire-breathing demon. Aaron knows this guy, and asks if a wandering bard is next on his list of jobs, calling him Ben-Har. He told him to just learn how to knead dough from his old man, who is Hassan, the baker. Ben-Har tells him that his heart is calling him to do this. He just hasn't witnessed an event that truly moves his soul yet. If he sees just one major incident, his skills will naturally improve. Aaron tells him to do what he wants, since it's his life, and Vermin suddenly arrives next to him, noting that a brawl has broken out in District 6. It's Scar's crew, and those guys from before. Aaron smiles sadistically, and notes that this is quite an unfortunate incident. It seems that he will have to go and stop them before things get ugly, right? Hearing this, Ben-Har thinks that this is the scent of an incident, something he has been longing for. Scar's crew and the other crew are fighting pretty brutally, with Aaron calling them a bunch of children. After he is done with his warm-up, he walks over, noting that they seem to be enjoying the festival, but since they are done playing, they should hit the dirt already. Scar's men, upon seeing that it's Aaron, immediately get down on their knees and bow. The crew from before wonders what these guys are so scared of. Just a few guards. To think that they were running the district all of this time. They really are pathetic. They kick one of the guys, who immediately appeals to Aaron, but their leader tells them that this is enough. There are still guards after all. Aaron asks if it was him that started this. He told him not to cause trouble. George also notes that they even gave him silver coins, right? He should have just looked the other way and kept moving like a good little guard. Aaron just looks at him a little stupefied, noting that he must be excited from the night or something. Now he has an actual reason to step in, with Scar thinking that this guy really shouldn't have said that. George puts a knife to Aaron's neck, noting that he might not know because he is from the sticks, but he will definitely regret being involved in this. They are not like these amateurs playing gangster. Aaron just laughs, and suddenly punches him right in the face, sending blood spraying all over and knocking a few of his teeth out. Aaron tells him not to underestimate the frontier, and George's other cronies charge at Aaron, but slowly and surely, they all get punted into the ground, with Scar's crew watching helplessly. Ben-Har, who has followed, thinks that this is it. This is the inspiration he has been seeking. The festival came to an end, and life in Casserdic returned to normal. Aaron also began his usual inspections. While doing so, Kale wonders if he heard the news. Knight Patroon of Bolt Fortress was murdered. Some giant man suddenly cut off his feet, then followed him around singing like he was hunting some kind of prey. Another strange thing is that, even though the battle took place, Patroon was the only one who died. Aaron wonders, considering the man's description, was it that guy? But Bolt Fortress had the completely opposite direction. He really has a terrible sense of direction. Come to think of it, he asked him if he was a knight too, if he was specifically hunting down knights or something. A really strange guy, that's for sure. Suddenly, someone passes through the gates, having nothing but a cloak and a staff on him. Aaron tells him to stop, as he can't let anyone through. However, the man notes that his servant, whom he summoned, has arrived. He is Del Muto, the mage from Karzan. Just as he requested, he has brought everything he has with him. Eren knows who he is. It's the washing machine guy. Delmudo tells him that he is prepared to offer him everything, and Eren knows he is basically saying he does not have anything else, because a mage's everything is his knowledge. Eren tells him that he's working, so they should talk later. He should go to an inn called the Laughing Rabbit. After doing that, a large carriage stops in front of him, and Jillian introduces himself as a level 5 informant for the White Leaf Guild. Eren tells him to get down for inspection, which confuses Jillian. He must have misheard. They are from the White Leaf Guild. Eren does not give a single shit and tells them to get down right now. Jillian wonders what this attitude is, but upon speaking with someone in the carriage, they both get down, with that someone being none other than the White Leaf Guild's Razvet. Eren asks what brings the White Leaf Guild all the way here, and Razvet tells him, rather sadistically, that they are planning to open a branch in Casserdic, so they are here for a preliminary survey. Eren looks at this woman and thinks that she has quite a sharp presence, but seeing the 3 silver coins in her hand, she definitely gets a pass from him. With that, they ride off, and Kale notes that Casserdic really is finally starting to develop if any information guild is moving in. Eren, however, doesn't like it. It just doesn't have a nice ring to it. Jillian wonders why they are in such a backwater place, and Razvet ignores him, being sure of something. She's definitely seen that look before from Eren, but just from where did she first see it? After Eren returns to the tavern, everyone gathers with Dylan telling Eren that their Purpley is a real genius, with Hannah agreeing. She already knew she was not ordinary, and she is just too cute. Eren wonders what all of this fuss is about, and then Delmudo tells him that, from what he has seen, Kana is a genius. He tells her to show what they've been practicing, and she begins to summon cleansing water from her hands, cleaning a mug fully until it's pristine. Eren is impressed. It seems that dishwashing magic has been added to her repertoire. Everyone praises her, and she accidentally almost encapsulates Dylan's head inside of a water bubble as well. But since he doesn't want her to doubt herself, he immediately gives her a thumbs up, claiming that she's a genius once again. Razvet looks at the various wanted posters they have, surprising herself that she did not recognize someone with such distinct features. She's definitely seen that guy somewhere. Eventually she finds it, with a much younger picture of Eren. He does not have the scar on his face, but it's definitely him. She knew she'd seen his face before, but his vibe is entirely different. It's the same person, but something clearly went wrong. Along the way, she sees that the text below his wanted poster is red, and it claims that upon discovery, they should not take any sort of action, or make contact, and report to the headquarters immediately. Jillian wonders if she found out something, and he is shocked to see that there's red lettering. This means it's a direct order from the guildmaster. They have to go to Karzan right now. They have birds there connected directly to the central line. Razvet, however, tells him to be quiet, as they are not reporting this. This is certainly an opportunity. She thinks that she won't get anything out of just reporting it. A red level wanted poster means someone is looking for him. Given the priority, the reward must be beyond imagination too. At the moment, Jillian remembered Razvet's pretty accurate nickname, the Level 3 Informant. Blinded by ambition, Razvet. Jillian's title is the one who eats 2 pieces of bread for breakfast. The next day, Eren continues his training, and Jillian begins following him around, writing down every move. They are basically digging into a red-level target to find the requester and sell the info. It is an inside order, but he must follow it. Jillian is the best when it comes to surveillance, and this guy is just a guard, after all. Suddenly, he sees the abbot early in the morning. Is he his errand boy, maybe? He also sees that he has access to cleaning magic and ice magic. A mere guard captain has 2 personal mages too. He is enjoying luxuries even frontier nobles cannot afford. He must be running some sort of private organization. He met with a massive man too, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him into the ground. The man offered him no resistance. It appears that they have complete control over the underworld of Casserdic. He also met with the Inquisitor from the Order. Aside from the abbot, he seems to have a connection with the Inquisitor as well. Thugs also handed over silver coins and bowed their heads the moment they saw him, and showed a display of loyalty. He seems to be a figure close to the true mastermind behind Casserdic. Knight Ben from Bolt Fortress also approached him. He seems to be on close terms with him. Just who is this man? He followed him all day long, but instead of figuring him out, he is more confused than ever. Even he doesn't understand half of what he is writing. How is he supposed to submit such a stupid thing? As Razvet works around the fortress that night, she sees that he arrived at Casserdic about 2 years ago, with no records found regarding his prior activities. He is known as a scoundrel due to his violent nature and bluntness. She spent all day gathering this info, but it still pretty much amounts to nothing. She's sure he was a fugitive, but he is too famous for a fugitive. Maybe she should look at it from a different angle. His identity doesn't matter, however. She needs to find the red letter requester. Those capable of issuing a red letter request are the Empire, the Order, nobles above the rank of Marquis, a large-scale mercenary group, the Magic Tower, and a bunch of other famous figures strewn about. She goes back to their hideout, thinking that it's not the Order. He's an honorary conventual and close with the abbot. If it were the Empire, he would have been caught by now. The Magic Tower usually handles things on its own. So, who might it be? As soon as she opens the door to their hideout, she sees that something is wrong. The air feels entirely different from when she left. Sure enough, Aaron is right behind the door, noting that this is a coincidence meeting her like this again. He also would not recommend her taking out that hidden weapon she's reaching for. Razvet notes this is no coincidence. This is the place she's staying at after all, and forces herself to calm down. She messed up big time. She did not expect him to make a move so fast. Aaron notes he is handsome, but they just met. Isn't she falling for him just a bit too fast? Stalking him and digging into his past like this? It's a little overwhelming. Razvet notes that she's always been the type to fall in love at first sight, damning Jillian for being caught so easily. Aaron notes that he has some plans, so they should keep this brief. She seems to be curious about who issued the red letter request. The requester is in the city of Karzan. She needs to use his poster as bait to lure the requester. If she does that, he will pay her 50% more than the commission fee. Razvet is shocked, and then asks if he's serious. Aaron notes that since she has her head still on her shoulders, it should be proof enough. He gets the papers and circles a few things. He notes that this is for the wall repairs. Razvet can see that this is the list she put together. It seems he circled the people capable of issuing a red letter request. Nobles ranked Marquis, or higher, and a large-scale mercenary group. Before she can wonder who fits both criteria, Aaron disappears through a hole of his own making. Razvet is a little stunned, but thinks that this man truly is a mystery. The ball seems to be rolling, and if she does not wish to get crushed, she has to keep moving in front of it. The next day, Ben fights with Aaron, who actually steps into his strike, letting his shoulder be hit as he uses this momentum to put Ben to the ground. Clearly it is a technique he has used before. Ben notes that he really is amazing, and that he lost, as Aaron helps him up. He also notes that he thought he would back away when he launched, but he just stepped in and swung. It seems he got complacent, relying too much on the absolute sharpness of his aura. Thanks to him, he realized what he had forgotten in stagnation, and next time, he promises it will be different. Aaron is a little confused that he looks relieved, though he just lost, and notes that he is just looking forward to it. Ben says he is serious as he dusts himself, but Aaron just waves him off, noting that they will see each other later. Ben, however, wonders, is he from some kind of battlefield? His swordsmanship felt familiar somehow. It reminds him of a knight he once met from the western front of the Empire. Aaron slows his steps and doesn't look at Ben, but just wonders, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. If he was, it was clearly a long time ago. At the hideout, Jillian finds 2 pieces of bread on the table. He thinks that Razvet made the breakfast, which was really sweet of her. He takes 2 pieces, as bread always tastes better when you have 2 pieces. However, when Razvet comes home and sees that both pieces are gone, she's actually so brutally fuming. If there are 2 people in the house, and 2 pieces of bread on the table, is it not common sense to only eat one? However, she should have known that Jillian is also known as the one who eats 2 pieces of bread for breakfast. Aaron goes to the commander, who notes that it's about time for the morning inspection, isn't it? He is out of his armor, clearly sweating like a pig because of the heat, and tells them that, since it's so hot, they should just go out and do whatever. One of his subordinates notes that, if he's dying from heat, shouldn't he be the one to take his position? Aaron doesn't want to, as that just means more work. He hasn't even realized that it was summer. It is getting hot, however, and he should upgrade his mini fridge before it gets any hotter. Maybe he will even ask Jackson for a magic book. With that, they make their way towards the gates, and Aaron asks the guards that were stationed there why they haven't been open yet. They turn around and sheepishly tell him that there are a lot of people waiting outside. Aaron wonders what he's talking about, and Vermin has heard rumors earlier, but apparently, due to the chaos of Karzan, Bolt has sent a flood of immigrants down this way. Aaron doesn't understand why, as what happened in Bolt was only a knight dying, but Vermin tells him not to say shit like that around here. Aaron doesn't understand. Can't he say that some knight got his ass kicked and died? Can't he even say something like that? One of the 2 guards tells him that Bolt is one thing, but Karzan is a total lawless wasteland, basically. The biggest syndicate is crumbling, so the other 2 crossed into their territory. They say there are stabbings and street fights almost every single day. Aaron is surprised that it got so bad that people are fleeing. Did he not clean up well enough before he left? Well, he doesn't dwell on it because their own guards will handle it, so they should open the gates as they will start the inspection. He welcomes the immigrants in like a demon lord, and they immediately get scared at seeing his presence. Vermin approaches and notes that they're all set, but notices that there are a few less people than before in the front. Aaron knows why, so he tells him to start the inspection. With that, they begin. The first one is someone with a shiny forehead and a mustache that makes him look like a hard worker, so he passes. The second has thick eyebrows and a nice frame. He looks like a diligent man. Aaron asks the third one how old he is, and he says he is 14. Aaron just passes him without thinking about it. Next, 3 people arrive who look a lot more like criminals. One of them notes that they were stonemasons in Karzan before coming here. Aaron cracks his knuckles, knowing that these guys know how to throw a punch, so he smacks the first one across the face. Seeing that he is not attacking or swearing though, it seems that he is innocent, so they all pass. As the other 2 drag their friend into the fortress, Vermin tells him that half of the immigrants are turning back after seeing the captain's inspection. However, Aaron just takes this as them having guilty consciences. Inside of the fortress, the 3 stonemasons walk around, with the one that was smacked, not expecting to be hit without warning. Was coming to Casserdic a mistake, perhaps? He never imagined a thug like that would be a guard. This is Zenta. His favorite things are rabbits. Brown, whose favorite things are bears, tells him that they should stay a bit longer. That man can't be all there is to this fortress, right? Gibbs, who loves ponies, notes that even if it's strange, it's better than Karzan. Zenta sighs, noting that he doesn't want anything more to do with scary people like that guard, but Gibbs cheers him up, noting that they should just look for accommodation carefully. Zenta, however, sees something, the Laughing Rabbit Tavern, which definitely has a good feeling about it. Unfortunately, for what they're seeking, this rabbit was basically the mark of the devil. That night, Razvet looks through the documents, looking for someone with the rank of Marquis or higher who owns a legendary mercenary group. As far as she knows, there is only one person like that, and that's the former king, Ethan. When the Byzantine kingdom fell to the empire, he was granted the title of Marquis and naturally submitted to them. What on earth is that man's connection to Ethan? Aaron appears behind her, getting one of her documents and notes that she must be lost in thought. Razvet wonders what he's doing here without a word, but Aaron is just keeping an eye on her in case her mind starts wandering to different places. Razvet tells him that he is the only thing that's on her mind every single moment of the day. Aaron understands and turns back to go through the hole he made, noting that he was passing by, and also wanted to drop a housewarming gift. It's a local pastry. Razvet looks inside the box he dropped off and thinks that it's extremely hideous, but she knows exactly what to do with it. The next morning, when Jillian goes to take his 2 pieces of bread, he sees that they are a lot plumper, and wonders if Razvet has prepared them for him again. Is she perhaps falling for him? That will definitely be a problem. However, the taste soon hits him as he takes a bite, and he almost dies wondering who dared to put pickled fish inside of bread. Razvet comes around the corner, noting that this is considered a local specialty, called fish bread. It's morning, so he should stuff his face with 2 pieces, right? Isn't that part of his title? That day, Jillian made a vow. No matter how pretty Razvet was, she was clearly insane. If it came down to it, he'd reject her feelings. Pass the ball if you're not gonna play. Inside the tavern, Kana shows her ice sculpting skills to the previous group that came inside. Zenta, however, feels that the ice sculpture inside of his drink looks rather familiar. After showing her skills, Kana extends her hand towards Brown, basically telling them if they're done watching, they should pay up. After receiving payment, he wonders if they really got extorted by a kid. Zenta says it's fine, since it was cute, so they should just eat. When he grabs his bread, however, he accidentally lets it fall on the ground, and the silence that follows is immediate, as every single pair of eyes inside of the tavern locks onto them. He wonders what happened. He just dropped some bread, and now everyone is staring. Are they judging them because they're outsiders? Is dropping the bread something like dropping the soap? He doesn't see that in their eyes. He only sees expectation each time they make a noise. Brown doesn't know why either, but Gibbs agrees. This is where they are settling down, so they have to make a good impression. They begin making a lot of noise, smacking their bread down, pushing the chairs and such. When Aaron arrives, having wondered why the tavern was so loud, he notes that it seems like they have some troublemakers after all. It seems he will be working overtime as well. Now Zenta understands what those people wanted, to watch a fight. When he eventually gets done with them, Aaron wonders what's with them. They're nothing compared to the trouble they caused. He also remembers that they passed the personality test. Was there perhaps some sort of flaw in it? As she cleans up, Hannah approaches Aaron, noting that she sees more potential in Kana's ice beer. At least in Casserdic, Kana's ice beer has no rival, so she has come up with a plan, one that will make her the richest woman in the Eastern Empire with just ice beer. Zenta slowly stirs awake, and Hannah crouches to him, wondering if he's awake. Now she will have them pay for the broken chairs and tables. Zenta tells her that they weren't the ones who broke them, but she tells them not to worry. They can just work at the shop to pay it off here at the tavern. The laughing Aaron Rabbit. Aaron immediately doesn't like that name as he pictures it, but Hannah explains that if they use his name, no one will dare pick a fight. He tells the ones on the ground that they are lucky. This is quite a rare opportunity, and they are talking about equity here, which they will also give Aaron in exchange for using his name. The pay might be low, but considering the initial investment and risk, it should be good. These three suckers immediately get hooked. Aaron just rolls his eyes but thinks that they are lucky they met Hannah. If they had met someone cruel, they'd be on a Kraken hunting ship. That night, as it rains, Razvet gets a carrier pigeon and continues reading her older files. She throws out the useless wanted posters and looks at Aaron's. She wonders why he has so many nicknames. Sand-spitting scoundrel and sand-eating scoundrel. She was planning to sell all the info to those looking for him and run, but this is useless. She'll just take what she can. After a while, she sees someone approaching, and she notes that she has been waiting for him. Though Jillian wonders if she was, Razvet is annoyed that he keeps coming through the hole instead of the door. It's really confusing people, but Jillian notes that it's just easier to come through here. More importantly, was she waiting for him? This is really an issue. She is beautiful, but her personality is too much for him. Razvet, being annoyed as all hell, pulls out her magical self-defense tool. It has a built-in strike spell, and can only be used 3 times, and she uses 2 of those times on Jillian to settle her grievances with him. She looks more closely at Aaron's wanted poster, and sees that he has another title, Aaron, who ruined the kingdom. What does that even mean? She uses the 3rd strike on Jillian as he tries to get up. With this, 2 gold's worth of spells has vanished in an instant, but it was well worth the price and peace of mind. A traveler walks along the rainy path away from Casserdic, and he spots 2 other hooded figures approaching. Guessing they are migrants, he warns them that they'd better find somewhere else to go, where these dark mages and demons have attacked the place recently, and there are some savage guards around. Suddenly though, he gets hit by something, and he immediately falls to the ground, his eyes going completely blank. One of the 2 men is surprised that they've made it all the way to the frontier already. The other notes that Casserdic has become quite famous. They say Baron Fulputs took to the skies at one point, and the Lord's daughter, known as the Flower of the East, is a legendary beauty. That young lady also happens to be their target. Judging by his expression, Darboon guesses that Dune is pretty curious, right? Since he's reached a proper rank, he will fill him in. Naturally, this is the Nightmare Eater, Darboon, noting that he will tell him why the society sends them in waves, instead of using all of their might at once. Dune is not curious at all. In fact, he is more curious as to why a guy who uses intent moves his jaw every time he speaks. If he weren't his superior, he would have definitely berated him. Darboon naturally doesn't see any of this from Dune, and continues explaining. A massive underground organization like theirs receives guidelines from the Empire. He should think about it. It's impossible to survive against an empire that swallowed most of the continent, right? He does not understand why, but as long as they follow the guidelines, the Empire will turn a blind eye to them. Besides, they have plenty of other things to worry about. Those dark mages and demon vessels are so rebellious that they never listen. They are pretty stupid. He doesn't mean him, by the way. He's a demon vessel who actually knows how to read the room. Anyway, it's just a matter of efficiency at the end of the day. Nothing ruins the society faster than overinvesting manpower. Dune, however, is a little annoyed by his fledgling nickname. Unlike the one who smashed the chatty skeleton's head, he tells Darboon that he should wipe off the rainwater, or his brains will rot, but Darboon doesn't listen. He raises a bunch of skeletons and wonders where else they will gather like this as fellow breathless ones. He puts everyone in marching formation. The destroyer of the chatty skeleton head sounds a lot better. Darboon puts a hand over his shoulder and notes that the plan is pretty simple. They will feed him fear until he is no longer just a fledgling. Once he's grown and dealt with the night, he will take care of the rest. As a fledgling, he can't use full power until he's consumed enough fear. But instilling fear in weak people is his specialty. After all, their compatibility is perfect. They are a fantastic dream team. The 2 of them are the ones capable of demonstrating maximized efficiency while staying within the Empire guidelines. Dune can't stand the skeleton, but he cannot completely deny that their abilities complement each other. He closes his eyes and stills himself, while Darboon notes that it's finally time to sow some fear into Casserdic. As it continues to pour heavily, Dylan goes to the guard post, noting that the gates are now fully closed. The guard tells him he did some good work, and notes that, with rain like this, nobody will come inside the fortress anyway. They should head down and take cover until it stops. Dylan, however, knows that he has a bad feeling about all this. His chest feels tight, and he is out of breath for some reason. It's like he is standing in front of the captain all over again, like a demon that looks just like the captain is about to jump out. However, That's when a skeleton actually appears with a thunderstrike right above him. Dylan falls on his ass, clearly extremely afraid. But before the skeleton can do anything, the guard shoots him in the head and tells him to run and ring the bell, as the demon is definitely here. Inside of the tavern, upon getting news of a demon, people begin bickering as to how a demon is here already, and begin blaming people left and right. The older guard captain notes that it's an emergency. There are far too many skeleton soldiers around, so they should all grab weapons or tools and get to the walls right now. This is the Lord's order. The people are surprised they are being called to battle, like some sort of militia, but one of them refuses. He's going to the inner fortress. The Lord is very fond of the leather vests he crafts in his shop. It would be quite a disaster if he got hurt fighting a demon, right? The other people agree. They will just die if they go out there. This is the guard's job after all, so they should all head to the inner fortress. Hannah, however, wonders what the hell they are talking about. They told them to get to the wall. Did they not hear? That's exactly what they are going to do. They act tough all the time, but when there's a battle, they run off. If they are going to be cowards, they should be cowards until the end then. The leather vest crafter raises his hand up to hit her as she dares to talk down to them like that. But suddenly someone grabs his shoulder and smacks him in the head hard. One of the regular patrons of her tavern, shaky as he is, still tells everyone that they should go to the gates. This is their home. So leaving absolutely everything to the guard is cowardly. The coward gets confused. What the hell are they talking about? How dare he compare a high-class professional like him to those drunks? Hannah points her crossbow at him and notes that they are not drunks. The regulars at the Laughing Aaron Rabbit will remember everyone who ran into the inner fortress, and she will tell Aaron everything about them. Outside, the skeletons keep coming, and the guards are doing their best to thin their numbers, but it's pretty clear that they're barely making a dent. The commander asks Vermin where Aaron went, and Vermin doesn't really know. He has not seen him since he went on patrol. He's already sent a few men, however. But where's the bastard who always takes charge of these things? Everyone is searching for Aaron left and right, but instead of Aaron, someone else appears to answer their prayers and takes down a bunch of skeletons at once. Knight Adelaide can sense beyond the wall and the rain something different from these skeletons. It's a provocation from a mere demon, so she immediately rushes upwards, aiming to cut the dark energy that dared to attack the fortress. The people are surprised that she's wiped out so many skeletons in an instant. They are glad that they managed to hold them off, with Dylan noting that they should brag about this to the captain later. He kicks some skeleton bones, noting that they should have just broken the gate instead of trying to climb over. But Vermin tells him, demons wouldn't know anything about siege play, right? However, that's when Darboon speaks from above, noting that the moment they think it's over is the most dangerous one of their lives. As expected, those who breathe are still quite foolish. Everyone is surprised to see a talking skeleton, but then he immediately appears next to them, noting that they are weaker than him. Naturally, everyone falls to the ground under his aura, being unable to hold even a candle to his power. However, the priest from before actually stands up, with Darboon being pleasantly surprised that he was able to withstand his nightmare. It seems there was even a saint among them. The priest asks how he dares use such unholy powers against the believers, and Darboon claps for him as he is genuinely impressed. Since he's just a bag of bones, it's more of a clack-clack though, not a clap-clap, right? Even so, he won't just sit idly by while he defies him so openly. He comes closer and whispers something dark into his mind, making the priest reel in his thoughts, which Darboon has read. He kicks him to the ground and is surprised. A saint who killed his own son with his bare hands, huh? The ones who serve the goddess truly are cruel, of course. They wouldn't understand much about cruelty. They are just stupid. From behind him, the old guard captain from before charges in with a blade, but Darboon immediately blocks him with a single look that makes the man pass out. He grabs the knife from his hands, noting that falling in the puddle must have awoken him from the nightmare. In that case, he really just should have played dead and stayed down. Did he really think he would be able to do anything against him with that? He puts the knife into the man's chest, noting that, as expected, those who are breathing are quite foolish. However, this feeling is a wonderful thing. The air is thick with a sweet sense of fear, that taste of those colorful nightmares. He will savor this rare nightmare to the absolute fullest. Aaron slowly but surely also wakes up from his nap around the same time. Aaron rushes through the damp fortress with someone else, not expecting to have fallen asleep while drinking inside of the tavern. Jillian wonders if Aaron has any idea what is happening right now. They are being attacked by demons. Aaron wonders if he can just get some rest. They're really nagging him over just a little nap. Jillian lets it go for now, and notes that no one else can handle the demons but him. But Aaron doesn't know about that. They have an expert right with them though. They are a bit late from hiding and eating cake. Aaron is talking about the Inquisitor naturally. Jillian, as he runs, tells Aaron that the intruders are a demon and a dark mage. The skeleton dark mage seems to be the nightmare eater. He's incredibly strong against those weaker than him, but they also say he's incredibly weak against those who are stronger. Aaron wonders if he's just trash, and tells the Inquisitor to handle the demon that's at the city walls, as he will handle the coward. Darbin walks through the countless helpless people he put on the ground, pretending to eat an apple. However, that's when he spots Aaron, who looks around. Even at the old guard who has now died, Darbin wonders who he is, as he seems quite hard to read. Aaron wonders if he's on a diet or something, or perhaps this is generational. Were his parents skeletons as well? Darbin notes that he appears strong, but he absolutely hates it when it's hard to tell. Aaron pulls out his sword, making Darbin actually curious. Is he actually strong, or is he just weaker than him? He is really curious. Aaron calculates the steps it would take to reach him. 8 steps if he walks, 3 if he runs, so he decides to run, lunging on the 3rd step with his blade. However, Darbin scrunches up his skeleton face, if that were possible, and notes that he is weak, sending Aaron into a nightmare state. He guesses that this is some kind of illusion magic, which is pretty annoying. He wonders how he handled this before. Will it break if he ends his life or something? However, someone calls his name from behind, his old comrades and even those that have died, the ones he cared about at least. He guesses that this is how the Nightmare Eater works. Well, it's good to see them all again, even if it's just at a time like this. He crouches down to Woodra, cupping her face, noting that she was the one to come at him no matter what. Darbin, thinking that he is weaker than him, smacks his hand away and wonders what his nightmares might taste like. They really do have a sweet scent. He looks inside of Aaron's mind, however, and sees something that completely shocks him. Aaron has killed every single one of the people he considered comrades or friends. Shocked, Darbin knows that usually, when people fall into a nightmare, they feel sadness, despair, and even fear. That's the most common one, but he does not feel any emotion from this bastard at all. The demon inside of Aaron speaks with Darbin, noting that this is because the poor bastard in front of him has this same nightmare every single night. Darbin is shocked to see another demon here and asks how, but the demon tells him, a weakling like him does not need to know. He'd better worry about himself. After all, he should be focusing on himself right now. Aaron manages to break out of the nightmare realm and grabs Darbin's head, noting that he is stronger, before completely crushing his neck, along with his lower jaw. With this, it should be over. The people who collapsed will be taken care of in the inner fortress, so Aaron should make his way to the city wall too. He climbs on it, and he sees that Knight Adelaide is fiercely fighting the demon, who is putting up quite a resistance inside the rain, and seems like an octopus. He then jumps down, surprised that they're still fighting. Is she injured perhaps? Or is his aura stronger than before? The demon says that it's obvious as to why, but Aaron tells Rapid Fire to just shut it already. Adelaide actually manages to cut off one of the demon's roots, but this opens her up to an attack. She gets hit right in the chin with an uppercut strike that completely opens her up for another attack. The demon tells Aaron that, now that he knows how great he is, he should keep cooperating with his recovery, and make sure to take aura from that guy as well. Aaron doesn't want to be ordered around by a tenant, but he will do so, just because he wants more aura. Adela looks at Aaron and asks why he is interfering. He notes that she seemed like she was in trouble, so he thought it would be nice to help. The demon suddenly lunges at him, but before it can hit him, the Inquisitor approaches from behind, hitting the demon in its side with righteous zeal. Aaron is glad to see that it worked, and tells Adela to follow after him, as he will be clearing the path. She finds him rather insolent to be commanding a knight, but now is not a time for pride. She rushes in after him then. With another surge of aura, she ends up right above the demon, and drives her blade right into its forehead, eradicating it entirely. Suddenly, however, as she falls down, she is hit in the back of the head. She did not expect the demon to have any strength left and let her guard down, but not against the demon, against Aaron, who knocked her out. He hopes he didn't hit her too hard, but knights are tough, so she'll be fine. He can't let anyone see him eating a demon after all. His gaze turns to the Inquisitor, who is about to turn the demon into mincemeat, so he immediately slaps her across the head too. Knocking her out, he picks up a piece of the demon, noting that he's really going to have issues with his bowel movements later. Inside a large, ornate room, the Baron speaks, wondering if they are really going to leave this man like this. He heard that he faced the Dark Mage skeleton all by himself. Is it right to keep someone like that as a mere guard captain? Nova, who is there, confirms as such. She's already offered him a higher position, but he seemed to find it more of a nuisance. He appears to be on the run from someone. If they get greedy and his name gets out, he'll likely leave Casserdic. Baron Fullputs understands. He's a powerful man with an unknown past, who refuses high positions. Then we will set him up with a good woman. If he were to get a wife, won't he settle down here? Now that the Baron has returned from Bold Fortress, they must hold on to the strong by any means necessary. Nova immediately eradicates his chances of getting a woman by noting that he is an honorary conventual. She heard he is extremely devout and keeps his distance from women. In particular, he absolutely detests women with large chests, basically describing everything that she isn't. The Baron understands, but wonders about that title. Didn't she say he disliked titles? Nova explains that perhaps it's because it's honorary. He likely accepted because it comes with rights and no responsibilities. Fullputs thinks a bit. The Order must have recognized his value as well, so they should do something too. They should appoint him as an honorary secretary. Since she is a secretary and already knows him, won't he accept easily? He immediately decides it without any further input, beginning to write and telling Nova that she may leave. Nova closes the door behind her, walking out with a light blush on her cheeks, noting that it went better than expected. That evening, as Aaron sneezes next to Nova, she wonders if he caught a cold or something. He confirms as much. It was probably when he stayed out in the rain too long yesterday. Anyway, why did you call me here? I'm rather busy. Nova doesn't believe that, and explains that the Lord is going to grant him a title. He'll be holding the position of honorary secretary, so he should keep it in mind. Aaron wonders what kind of crap that is. Is secretary even the kind of position that can be honorary? Nova tells him to take it as an easy title. It's not like they'll actually make him do secretary work when he can't even read. Aaron is a little hurt by that. Who is she calling a peasant? He knows how to read. This shocks Nova completely, and she asks him to sort those papers over there, as there's so much to process after yesterday's chaos after all. Aaron closes his eyes. Reading was the first thing he learned after swordplay when he ended up in this world. So, to these ignorant medieval bastards, he will be showing them the B+ king, showing them the genius of modern-day organizing. After a while of working in silence, he puts a pile of neat papers in front of her, and immediately turns away to leave, as his head hurts. Nova gets to reading them. Surprised that he stayed as long as he did, she only told him to do it so she could make him sit and rest, since he looked sick. However, as she analyzes the papers further, she is amazed by what she sees. It's much easier to read than her own work. Did Aaron really do something like this? Just who is this man? Somewhere else, Dylan holds the adamant belief that their captain should be the one running Casserdic Fortress. We'd all be dead if it weren't for him, right? Our captain is a way better fighter than anyone here. Aaron smacks him across the head as he arrives, wondering what he's saying when he's not around. The others wonder if he is sick, as he looks rather pale, but he says it's nothing, just a mere cold. Dylan is surprised that he actually gets cold, as if he's not human or something. Before the banter can continue, the guard commander arrives. Today they have executions scheduled, along with disposing of the bodies. He tells them to take it easy. They just risk their lives, so he keeps telling them not to overwork themselves on guard duty. Why should they risk their lives when they only make 20 silver coins a month? If things look bad, they should leave it to the knights who make 5 gold coins and back off. The guard commander tells them to keep this in mind, and get to work too, reprimanding Dylan by bringing a fist down on his head. Somewhere else, a man reports to a general that a letter bearing the seal of the White Leaf Guild has arrived for him. Upon getting it in his hands, the man reads it, and before his subordinate can even leave, a large crash is heard through the walls. The general is glad. They finally found Aaron, his goddamn comrade. This is the 5th fallen star of the West, Vermund. Aaron makes his way to Razvet, who looks at him with a blank expression before he sneezes. Razvet realizes that Aaron caught a cold, and looks at him a little annoyed. She explains that she has sent word to the Pleton Fortress branch. She didn't receive a reply, but she confirmed they made a move. Aaron wonders who is stationed at that branch, and she explains that it's a man named Vermund, but there's barely any information going around about him. Considering he's at the Pleton branch, the furthest from headquarters, he was likely deemed not worth keeping tabs on. Aaron smiles knowingly, making Razvet wonder if they know each other. Razvet decides to let that go, and explains that although she summoned Vermund over to Karzan, she thinks he might head straight to Casserdic Fortress. It makes sense, as Aaron seems to have gotten quite famous lately, being an honorary secretary and all. Aaron lets that go, and wonders if she knows anything about the ones who recently attacked their fortress. She confirms, though, that information will cost him. In the time they've spent together, Razvet has learned a few things about this mysterious man. He doesn't care much for fame, doesn't mind if Vermund comes to Casserdic Fortress instead of Karzan, and seeing how he calls Casserdic their fortress, he must hold some affection for this fortress. Aaron thinks about Vermund as he exchanges money for information. He expected some kind of reaction, but he didn't expect that stubborn sand digger to come back to him again. Inside the dungeons, Gelm is being ripped to shreds by words. The other citizens who did not fight when the skeletons arrived are now berating him. He said they would be safe if they trusted him and went to the Lord, but they were all sentenced to death. If they knew this would happen, they would rather have fought the skeletons. Gelm himself wonders what is happening. The Lord definitely liked his leather vests. Was he sentenced to death just because they did not fight? Eren arrives, noting that they have a ton of energy. It will be quite a spectacle when their heads start rolling. Gelm approaches the bars and begs Eren to save him. The Lord must have misunderstood something, surely, or that witch Nova must have poisoned his mind. Otherwise, their kind Lord would never do something like this. Didn't he give him a leather vest, too? Eren confirms as such, and wonders if there's anything he wants to eat before he dies. He can do that much to pay him back for the leather vest. After he knocks Gelm out, Eren thinks that Orange Witch certainly fits Nova, but he can't let people call his boss a witch. Ignorant medieval folk easily believe nonsense like that, huh? What is Gelm upset about anyway? There are people who died fighting. If he got caught running away, he deserves death to honor those who died. As the morning sun rises, two guards are a little annoyed as everyone is watching the execution, but they're stuck here. They're missing the sight of Gelm getting his head chopped off. Suddenly, though, a very large man approaches them and asks the name of this fortress. The older guard explains that this is Casserdic Fortress, and Vermin looks around, sensing that the stars have guided his destiny. As evening falls, Hana tells everyone that they did a good job today. Their business was a total success. Wine always sells like crazy on execution days. She's so glad she hired extra help in advance, too. They sold twice as much as usual. She pays the ones she hired for their hard work, and puts in a little extra for them, with everyone being very grateful. Suddenly, someone knocks at the door, and Hana tries to tell them that they are closed for the day. But Vermin smashes through, taking the door right off its hinges, and wonders if this is where Eren is. Elsewhere, other guards who knew Flip are pouring wine on the casket of the captain of Unit 5, telling him to rest in peace. Saddened by Flip's death, they wonder who the next captain of that unit will be. But in this business, death is just a part of it. Eren's unit is a little tired from watching the execution and attending the funeral. Should they just go do something else? Eren notes that he should probably get going, and explains that when they are doing inspections, if anyone sees someone with dark skin, they should let him know first. If they do, he will give them 5 silver coins. Suddenly, one of the guards from this morning speaks up, explaining that he saw one during inspection. He is a foreigner with a massive build, just like Eren described, and he even had star-shaped markings under his eyes. It seems that Vermund was looking for Eren. Eren grabs his shoulders and asks where he went. The man tells Eren that Vermund was heading towards Eren's usual spots, and Eren, sensing danger, tells everyone to look for him. If they find him and let him know, he will give them 10 silver coins. He begins rushing through the streets, surprised that this man is already in Casserdic. That's way faster than he expected. He thought it would take him at least a few days. Did he actually run here after hearing about him? He opens the door to the inn roughly, only to see Vermund already waiting there. Also glad that Eren is here. It has been a while. Vermund calls Eren Star Killer, and Eren returns the greeting by calling him the Sand Digger. If he was going to come, he could have given him a heads up so he could welcome him. But seeing the warm wine on his table, it seems that his tastes have not changed at all. When Eren was younger, his unit went to a sandy, almost uninhabitable place. Eren didn't expect to come here ever, no matter the pay. He knew she really was crazy. The captain told him not to rest easy, as they would make sure she was the one who killed him. Eren wondered if that made any sense, but also wondered if siding with the Byzantine kingdom instead of the Empire was a good idea. One of their unit members approached him and told him that he didn't get it. An underdog bet is always a lot more fun. Riding the line between heaven and hell is where real life sits. Vermin came and noted that they were talking nonsense, but it wasn't a bad way to put it either. This was basically hell after all. In the past, in that same desert, the fighting began in earnest. Swords were clashing, and blood was flying everywhere. But as Eren took out one man, another came, a guard with a heavy set of armor. Before he could hit Eren, however, Vermund arrived and smashed his head in with only his hand. Now Vermund is a shadow of his former self, and Eren can clearly see that he's aged and grown weak. Eren wonders why someone who is a 5th star is in a place like this, but he thinks he knows. He probably gave that guy some unsolicited life advice. Once again, Eren says that it's strange seeing someone he only ever saw in the desert here in the Empire. He asks whether the food suits his taste. Vermund says it's delicious. Vermund finally understands why Eren used to insult their food so much. Eren smiles. Just thinking about their food makes Eren want to throw up too. Didn't Vermund's wife and daughter prefer the food in the Empire as well? Vermund explains that they are no longer with him. His wife ran off with a man from the Empire, and his daughter followed suit. After over 10 years together, she suddenly claimed that he smelled. Eren slumps in his chair, just nodding with understanding, not really saying much because there is really nothing to say in the situation. Vermund gets up, noting that they have had enough small talk. The fifth star challenges the Star Killer to one soul. Eren immediately agrees, having expected this. The one soul is a duel to the death, where only one survivor remains. It's a barbaric medieval tradition that isn't even worth mentioning, but Vermund has the right to demand it because Eren was the one who destroyed his home and killed his king. Vermund takes Eren out back of the inn, ready to unleash his full power. Eren thinks he still looks as terrible as he did, except for their very last fight. Eren had never beaten Vermund once. Back then, Vermund was a massive wall to Eren, and, in a way, sort of a mentor. Vermund rushes in as soon as the coin hits the ground, and Eren cocks back a mighty punch, but whiffs, as Vermund ducks under it. Seeing this, Eren uses his other arm to elbow Vermund in the nape, but Vermund retaliates with a hit to the side. In turn, Eren kicks Vermund in the face, and Vermund punches Eren in the face. They continue exchanging blow after blow, blood flying everywhere, until eventually Eren catches Vermund's foot with his boot, allowing Eren to deliver a devastating strike right to Vermund's face. Eren knows a stubbornly noble man like Vermund would never have taken part in that betrayal. How dare his people do that to those who did everything for them, those who risked their lives for them? How dare they pay them back in blood? As rage consumes him and he's ready to take Vermund's life, Hana's voice rings out, calling his name, clearly worried about what she's seeing. Eren looks at her and thinks he was careless. He thought he could easily slip away whenever he wanted, but before he knew it, he had baggage to carry. Now this noble sand digger didn't target innocent people, but thinking about the others who must have desperately been looking for him all this time fills him with rage. Hana approaches, smacking her fists against him pretty ineffectively, noting that she thought he had gone crazy since he didn't answer. Eren wonders what she's talking about, as it is not the first time he's beaten someone up, and thinks about the one soul. Vermund eventually wakes up inside the inn, and asks why he didn't kill him. Did he forget that tradition? Is he trying to stop him from reaching the Twilight Oasis too? Eren denies it, as he was actually thinking of getting a guard dog to defend his home, and tells him that he won't make him a pleasure slave, but a regular one. They say the winner can make the loser a slave instead of killing them, right? Vermund doesn't even care about the Twilight Oasis anymore and tells him to just kill him first. Eren slays a star, and now he wants to collect one too. Eren smacks his fist into his head, telling him to stop already. However, the image is pretty much burned in everyone's retinas. Hana is a little surprised. Could it be that the reason he ignored her advances all this time is this? After Vermund recovers again, he nods understandingly. Vermund thinks Eren really is something else. Planning to make the fifth star his slave. Is he planning to ruin the Empire this time? Come to think of it, there was a star among the prime stars who kept subordinates like that. It seems that Vermund misunderstood, but tradition is tradition. He will comply, so Eren can do with him as he pleases from now on. Suddenly though, Dylan smacks him across the head with one of the chairs, shocking everyone. Dylan proudly presents Vermund, noting that this must be the guy he was talking about, right? He was loitering around the tavern entrance, so Dylan has caught him. Now he gets 10 silver coins. Eren looks at him as he drags him away, noting that this guy really is something else in terms of intelligence. The next morning, as everyone gathers at the guard HQ, Eren's unit welcomes him, but they are surprised to see someone as big as Eren. Vermund introduces himself, noting that he is Eren's slave. Confusing them even more, Eren just sighs and tells them that he's an old friend. The guard commander is surprised to see a brown-skinned, brown-haired man as big as Eren in their midst. Here he was, wishing all their captains were like Eren too. The position for captain of Unit 5 happens to be vacant, so why not give it a shot while he's at it? Eren thinks it's not a bad idea. Just because he's guarding the tavern doesn't mean he has to stay there all the time. The guard commander notes that he will sign him up for the captain of Unit 5 selection tomorrow, and asks for his name. Vermund explains that he is the radiant fifth star, Vermund, and the guard commander decides to keep it short, calling him something like Vermi. Nova is still completely confused by the documents organized by Eren because they are too good. Why are they so neat? Eren shouldn't be doing this. He's invading her territory. Suddenly though, she has to mask her anger as an envoy from Bold Fortress arrives. A man approaches her, noting that she looks elegant even in the morning, introducing himself as Pururan of Bold Fortress. She welcomes him warmly, although she would like to kick him in the shins. He asks how things are progressing with the marriage of Lord Lavillian and Lady Vivian. Nova is not surprised that he came here to talk about that again. Things have changed too much to blindly push for her marriage to the Fenner family's eldest son. Casserdic is rapidly expanding, while Bold Fortress is in decline despite having many knights. Add in the caliber of the dark mages who have recently targeted Vivian, none of whom were truly ordinary, and it only proves how valuable Vivian is. If they send her to the Fenner family, Can they even protect her? They need to either find a new partner or grow Casserdric's own power. Pururan explains that since the lady's first years of adulthood are passing by, it would be best to hold the wedding when the weather cools down. He also heard it's been over 2 years since she came of age. Isn't it about time she starts preparing for her own marriage? Nova says nothing about this, and Pururan goes to the door, noting that he will visit again soon. The journey to Casserdic will always feel short when meeting her. However, he gets smacked across the entire room by Aaron, who simply and calmly opens the door. Aaron is surprised it wasn't a push door and apologizes as Pururan ends up ass up right next to Nova's desk, which does put a smile on her face. After a bit, Aaron talks with Vermond, who notes that he won't ask why he did it, because he's Aaron. Since Aaron is a man who keeps his promises no matter what, Vermond believes Aaron had his reasons. But the Prime Star is different from Vermond. Whatever Aaron's reason, Ethan will never forgive Aaron. The Prime Star, Ethan, has submitted to Duke de Carter. Aaron is surprised to hear this, and Vermond tells him to be careful. Ethan is no longer the stubborn child he used to be. Orphans really do grow up fast. Somewhere else, a man is informed that the assembly has failed. They sent a Nightmare Eater and a rookie, but they were stopped by Casserdric's Knight and an Inquisitor. The Imperial Eastern Administrator, Ben Hart, thinks that's a real waste of a title. Truly ridiculous. His subordinate explains that he heard the Inquisitor was demoted from the Holy Crusaders. He could not find out the reason for the demotion because it's a church secret. However, it must be something pretty rough. Hart wonders if everything is ruined. According to the plan, Casserdic Castle should have fallen by now, and the assembly should have expanded its power. The subordinate, Gesher Wind, just listens to this, not really knowing what to say. The Black Blood is a faction rapidly growing in the eastern parts of the Empire. Hart's side tries to balance things by building up the assembly, which is hostile to the Black Blood, but those fools couldn't even take a single castle. They need a new plan. They will send someone else. The Imperial Knight Corton, perhaps. Gesher wonders if he's talking about Libertine, and Hart confirms as such. He's skilled and crazy for women. Whatever is in Casserdic Castle now, since the assembly has failed, their leader, the Great Darkness, will make a move. Since it's come to this, they will wipe them all out and completely reshape the East. Gesher thinks about those two. Even if they've been lucky so far, this isn't something luck can solve. It seems that Casserdic is drawing its last breaths. They gather to watch the selection match for Captain of Unit 5, and naturally, Vermond wins easily. He says that it's rather fun, and wonders when the next captain selection match is. Brigadier also announces to the others in the unit that he is planning to propose to Charlotte, with everyone feeling a little skeptical. Poole wonders if Charlotte has any money saved up. If they compare her value to his mother's shop, it's rather difficult to measure it. Others wonder if he would die for her, noting that's the most important thing. Before they can ask more stupid questions, Aaron smacks them across the head and congratulates him. Brig would make a great husband after all, as he is a young man with both sincerity and honesty, which are most important these days. Suddenly though, he hears a woman scream as a strange man has grabbed her arm, noting that he's not trying to do anything weird. Before he can do anything weird, however, Aaron smacks his head and puts him to the ground, noting that medieval bastards really lack sincerity and honesty. However, he is surprised to see the woman's golden hair and wonders if she's Lady Vivian. She sheepishly says that he has the wrong person, but Aaron just wonders what she's doing here. People begin to catch on that she is actually the Lord's daughter, and Vivian just grabs Aaron's hand and rushes away, noting that they should go somewhere quiet and have a chat. Aaron tries to follow her, but she is extremely fast, and he points out as such. Vivian explains that she's been eating a lot less meat lately, so her movements have become lighter. Aaron doesn't let his guard down either, yet her hands are too fast to see. That speed shouldn't come from those slender arms. She looks like she's never exercised a day in her life either. Is this the power of the one who is loved by Mana? The demon inside Aaron tells him to eat her heart. If he does that, he will gain a lot more power, but Aaron immediately ignores him. After they stop, Aaron gives her a handkerchief to wipe her sweat off with and wonders what she's doing in the outer castle. Vivian looks at the handkerchief for a moment, and she explains that she was looking for someone, and that's him, it seems. Aaron wonders if she's gone crazy or something, and Vivian notes that Aaron is the one who saved her from the demon that invaded Casserdic, right? Aaron immediately denies it. There are knights in the inner fortress, so how could he ever accomplish that? Vivian says he can't deny it. The handkerchief he left behind after saving her is exactly this one. Aaron does agree that it's his, but wonders why she is looking for him, judging by the fact that she came in person. It can't just be to say thank you, however. That's exactly what Vivian does, thanking him for saving her. She's glad to know her savior was actually a real person. When she told her nanny dismissed it as a dream, saying everyone her age goes through a phase like that. The administrator kept bringing up marriage to Vivian, and Aaron wonders why she's talking so casually. Is she an idiot or something? Before she forgets, Vivian also pulls something out of her cloak to express her gratitude, knowing that it's impolite to just say thank you. They say gold gifts are the best, right? So this should be fine. Aaron immediately salivates at the candle holder that is made out of pure gold, and takes it from her hands, noting that he actually saved her 3 times. Vivian is surprised and immediately believes it, but she only has 1 candlestick now. There are plenty of gold things in her father's room, however, so she will bring him some more next time. With that, she jumps away. She notes that she has to get back before it gets too dark. Aaron is surprised by how much of a pushover she is. The Lord must have had his hands full too. The next day at the Fullputz mansion, Fullputz himself meets with a mage from the White Magic Tower, asking what brings him there. This is the professor-level mage of the White Magic Tower, Swallowiza. He's the mage that Aaron stole the bracelet from. He is here to talk about the one loved by Mana, Vivian Fullputz. That immense flow of mana sent shivers down his spine when he saw it. It is a loss for the Empire that Vivian does not learn magic. Fullputz asks if he's met Vivian, and Swallowiza confirms as such, if one could call such a thing a meeting. As he was watching the guard unit selection ritual, he saw her, and the incredible amount of mana coming from her. But why was she in a place like this? He didn't really think it mattered. The one who is loved by Mana is right in front of him after all. Ignorant fools make a fuss about eating her heart, but what Mana loves is not that. It's the woman herself that it wants. He decided to reveal his identity right there, and take her in as a disciple of the White Magic Tower, as this child can become a legend. That's why he grabbed her hand, and that's why Aaron slapped the shit out of him. That's why he has a large handprint on his face. Anyway, if the one who is loved by Mana learns magic, she will easily overcome any wall, and she will surely leave a great mark on the history of the Empire. Swallowiza of the White Magic Tower officially recognizes her as an outer disciple of that tower. It would be a loss to the Empire if she does not learn magic. Aaron makes his way to a dark place to meet Scar's father, Jackson, wondering if he finally has the item he's been looking for. Didn't he take a bit too long for someone so confident? Jackson tells him that the magic book is not easy to come by. He's lucky he was even able to acquire it in the first place. But here it is. Baru Hiost's Introduction to Magic. Aaron reads through it and asks how much. Jackson tells him to just take it. Didn't he save Scar's life before? He should consider it payment. Aaron nods and tells him not to worry, as he will take good care of Scar. Oh, and if he finds anything else related to magic, he should get it for him. He can save Scar as many times as he wants. He brings the book to the mini-fridge, who is very glad to have it. Aaron points out that he heard it's a good book for beginners. She immediately rushes away with it, beginning to read it in earnest. But one of his unit members wonders why she goes all the way behind them to celebrate, instead of doing it in front of them. Isn't her personality a bit strange? Aaron smacks him across the head, telling him not to talk weird about their air conditioner. Hana approaches, noting that something arrived for him from Karzan, and when he opens the box, he sees that it's a bunch of stuff, including gold coins and parchment. It's from Dante, who explains that everything in Karzan is currently sailing pretty smoothly. Once the business stabilizes, the amount they send will increase, so he doesn't need to worry. Dante was worried Aaron might make the long journey to Karzan. Aaron guesses Dante is the one he installed as boss back then. Should he go do some after-sales service too? As they continue talking and bickering about this not being extortion or anything, Kana comes back, already having learned a spell. Aaron is shocked to see it, and wonders if this kid is actually some sort of hidden genius. At Jones Village, a village near Casserdic Castle, a boy is asked by that very same large man, who was led astray about Casserdic. He explains that this is Jones Village. He has to go a bit further to reach Casserdic. The man understands, but it seems like he found the right place. Casserdic Castle. Swallowiza begins teaching Vivian magic, showing her a simple spell, Light, and asks if she would like to give it a try. Vivian wonders if he really expects her to just copy it after seeing it once, and he agrees he wouldn't expect that. Since this is her first time learning magic, it might be difficult. To put it simply, magic is the manifestation of a wish. That's why many people awaken to magic in extreme situations. Of course, one can also study it as an academic discipline, but if she keeps trying it till it works, it eventually will. Vivian falls right asleep, and Swallowiza sighs deeply. The adage among mages that Mana is a prankster has never quite hit home like this. Of all people, the one who is loved by Mana had to be a woman with absolutely no desire to learn. Mana is a prankster for real. Back at the inn, Kana uses her newfound magic to completely cover the entire inn in ice, with Dylan claiming that she's a genius now. From this moment forth, Kana and genius mean the exact same thing. Aaron is surprised too. It has not been long since he gave her that book. How can she learn that fast? The mage he hired is not really sure about it, but he doesn't really care if she's a genius or not. As long as the AC works, everything's fine by him. When Kana collapses from using too much energy, Dylan and the others immediately panic, telling someone to get her a chair at once. Someone arrives from the usual customers, Swallowiza, who sighs deeply. He sits down, still unable to believe Vivian couldn't manage to perform a single light magic spell in over 2 days, with that much overflowing mana. It should be as easy as lifting a finger. Is she just stupid? That's not it, however. It is just that she has no desperation in her heart, which is the foundation of magic. If magic comes from a desperate desire to achieve something, there's no way a lady who grew up lacking nothing would have that. One of the servers hands him his ice-cold beer. Swallowiza can feel how cold it is. He assumes the skill level of a mage selling beer in a backwater place like this would be nothing special, but that mage must surely be better than the lady. However, when he looks inside the beer itself, he's shocked to see that there's ice in there, sculpted with unbelievable precision. Who would go to such lengths for something like this? Most people think scale and firepower are what matter in magic. However, no matter how massive the spell may be, it will collapse if the structure is imprecise. He asks who made this ice, as he must speak with them immediately. Dylan and the others immediately get to him, telling him that it's a trade secret, and asking whether he has business with their purpley, or if he just wants to talk. Aaron approaches, surprised to see the bracelet donor all the way here. Dylan immediately points at the mage, noting that he's highly suspicious. He hasn't even touched his beer, and is looking for purpley. He must be a spy sent to dig up their shop secrets. Swallowiza is done with their accusations and notes that he is not a suspicious person. He is a mage of the White Magic Tower. Aaron is surprised by this. If he does belong to one of the 5 great magic towers, that means he's the real deal, not some amateur. Aaron calls him Swallow, which is what he will call him from now on, and asks what business he has. What business does such a great mage have with their amateur one? Swallow doesn't really like his nickname but decides to let it go. He looks at Kana and wonders if she is the mage who made such a precise sculpture at a young age. She must have incredible talent, incomparable to that foolish lady. It is a waste for her to stay in a backwater place like this. So would she like to learn magic at the White Magic Tower? Kana is immediately drawn in by the promise of magic, and Swallow goes further, noting that he will personally write her a recommendation. Later, with this letter, she will be able to enter without any trouble, and with talent like that, she will receive full support. Aaron wonders if he's really someone from the White Magic Tower, and Swallow immediately crafts some fire inside his hand, asking if this is enough to show his skill. Dylan asks what he's doing. That's really hot. The ice is going to melt. Aaron tells him to put it out, but he can't really, as once it is summoned, it won't just disappear. They tell him to go outside and get rid of it, and Kana guides Swallow outside, while Swallow does not really expect this reaction. Aaron explains that the White Magic Tower offers the best environment among all magic towers. It is a really rare opportunity. Dylan, however, refuses. Without Purpley, this entire fortress is doomed. Aaron crouches down to her and explains that the White Magic Tower is the best among all of them. Just getting in guarantees a successful life as a mage, a White Magic Tower mage. She used to be nothing but a worthless maid who gave up on books. But if she goes any further, she could end up wearing incredibly high-quality robes. Eventually, she could become a highly successful mage and enter the Imperial Palace. However, it is her choice. A life of opulence is not always a happy life, so she should choose something that she won't regret later. He removes his hand from her head, and Swallow begins to tear up at the emotional scene, excusing himself and asking if they're done talking. He'll have a carriage prepared as soon as possible. Aaron tells him to hold on, as they have not heard the answer yet. This kid will make the decision herself. Aaron looks at her, waiting, and Kana closes her eyes and uses her magic. She crafts an ice sculpture in one of the patrons' beers, one resembling Swallow quite well. He is amazed by the level of detail. Even he couldn't make something like this. However, Kana also crafts a statue of Aaron, a much thicker one, and with it, she smashes the statue she made of Swallow into pieces, leaving the entire tavern achingly silent. Dylan breaks the silence by saying that Purpley refused. They immediately lift her into the air, celebrating her choice, and Aaron thinks she really could have just said no. He thinks now that he might just be raising this kid wrong. However, Kana really couldn't be happier than to be among the people who've accepted her. On this day, the guard captain tells them that Unit 4 has patrol duty tomorrow. 2 villages vanished recently because of that incident, so this time they only have to visit one. Aaron dozes off in the carriage, and Dylan notes that coming out as this brings back memories. When they were fighting back-to-back against Aldor's corpses, Aaron really was valiant back then. One of them wonders, instead of patrolling the last remaining village every time, wouldn't it be better to just move them into the fortress? Aaron tells them they won't come, Those people hate leaving their land more than death itself. Besides, the inner fortress wouldn't welcome them anyway, not the people of Jones Village. Once they get inside, Jones the Sixth and Jones the Eighth welcome them, with Jones the Eighth explaining that ever since they disposed of the waste outside, as Aaron said, only a few people got sick. Next time, they will try washing their hands often as well. Aaron looks around and wonders where the kids are. Normally they'd come here running, but he doesn't see any of them. Jones the Eighth explains that a traveler visited their village recently and is playing with the children right now. Jones the Sixth explains that he heard 2 villages had disappeared and wonders what is going on. Aren't they in danger too? Aaron tells them to come live in Casserdic if they're worried, but lately, so many demons and monsters have attacked that there are plenty of empty houses. They should stop being stubborn and think about it. If they want, he can also recommend the relief program for them. Jones the Sixth thanks him, and one of the kids spots Aaron, but Aaron spots someone else, the Night Killer. He remembers one of his reports saying that Patroon, a knight of the wolf fortress of Bubba, was brutally murdered, and this was done by this guy who targets and hunts down knights. Aaron thinks the Night Killer is about to take revenge on him for giving him bad directions, but the old man just recognizes Aaron as the one who gave him directions back then. The old man recalls that Aaron kindly gave him directions, but thinks he must have taken a wrong turn. Instead of Casserdic, he ended up somewhere else. He is making his way back to Casserdic Fortress right now. Aaron shakes hands with him and can tell from this alone that his calluses are as hard as rock. If he draws his blade now, will he be able to cut him down? He should hold back, however. He doesn't have enough info on him. He's strong enough to defeat a knight. Maybe he should just send him in the wrong direction again. One of the children wonders if they know each other, as they're both the same size. So which of them is stronger? Aaron thinks that this is his chance. From the looks of it, he seems quite friendly with the children. Surely he won't try to kill someone in front of them either. Aaron says that he's stronger. The elder is old after all, deciding to test this strength right here. Sure enough, they go to a clearing, and Aaron begins to stretch, asking the Night Killer if he's sure about this. In turn, the Night Killer just tells him to come already, as he is prepared for this. Aaron rushes in, his blade swinging in a wide arc, but the Night Killer simply deflects it and hits Aaron on the head with the flat side. Aaron knows that if he had been hit with the edge instead of the flat blade, he would have died right then. The child is just surprised that Grandpa is stronger, and Aaron gets up, wondering if they can go again. The Night Killer nods, noting that youth really is a fine thing. Aaron rushes in and gets hit the exact same way, landing hard on his back. The Night Killer tells him that no matter how much he may try, it is useless. But Aaron rushes in once again. This time, as the Night Killer tries to do the same move, Aaron deflects it, even though he does get hit eventually. Most young people these days are too obsessed with cheap tricks. Aaron explains that he's more of a visual learner, so can they perhaps go again? The elder confirms that they can go as many times as Aaron may need to. With that, they continue fighting, and one thing becomes apparent to Aaron. He has just figured this old man out. The Night Killer pulls out some kind of new technique. He isn't just some knight relying on aura. He is a true master of the blade. The Night Killer is surprised by Aaron too. After all, Aaron can copy a new technique after exchanging only 3 blows. Well, it's quite a curious trick. However, he lacks the most important core principle. The Night Killer clashes blades once again, and notes that they should stop here. Watching Aaron copy whatever he sees is rather entertaining, but the Night Killer has sworn to never teach anyone again. In truth though, the Night Killer did not teach Aaron. If anything, this is theft. The Night Killer tells Aaron not to stray down a false path, as Aaron's blade has the chance to become that of a master. With that, he leaves, and Aaron knows the old man still had plenty to show him, but he is a stingy old man. It's a shame to lose out on free lessons, but there's nothing he can do. Aaron also forgot to send him to another village, but it's fine. Thanks to the Night Killer, Aaron has stolen plenty of techniques. When Aaron returns, he spars with Vermund, and begins using the new techniques he taught himself or stole, surprising Vermund, and putting him on the ground, as Vermund did not expect Aaron to deflect the blade's path so effortlessly. Aaron finds it incredible. He only mimicked that blade without understanding the principle, yet it is so effective. He really should have squeezed more techniques out of that old man. Vermund says this makes no sense. The gap isn't closing, it's getting wider. Aaron looks at the abbot and tells him to treat his wounds and finish up. However, the abbot looks a little distant. Aaron goes to Nova, who explains that she has some intel bought from the White Leaf Guild. The forces that raided Casserdic might attack again. There's no exact information, but their movements are unusual, and highly so. She has informed the Lord, and there will be a council meeting, so Aaron should talk to the church. Aaron is close enough to the abbot to meet every morning, right? She's counting on him, since he's an honorary conventual. When Aaron goes to the church, the priest from before welcomes him, and wonders if he's looking for the abbot. The abbot has just finished a small service with the children. Aaron wonders what small service he's talking about, so the priest explains that it's a special event where he gathers impoverished children, blesses them, and hands out bread. He should be in the back room right there, as he must prepare for the next service. Aaron looks around a bit once he's left alone, and the abbot opens the door himself, noting it's unexpected for him to visit on his own. However, the abbot looks a little strange. Aaron wonders what's wrong with him. He looks like he's going to collapse. He's been like that ever since the skeleton's attack. Did he have a nightmare or something? The abbot immediately begins staring at him, noting that as a spiritist medium, Aaron is also a priest. Isn't his visit too rare? He won't ask him to come every day, but he should stop by at least once every 3 days. Aaron immediately regrets worrying about him, and the abbot explains that he's looked into it, but he hasn't attended a single service since becoming an honorary conventual. So, would he join him for service now? Aaron agrees, as he needs to stay on his good side to pull in the church forces. Still, can he really endure the service? On the way to the door, however, Aaron meets the Inquisitor, who is munching on some cheesecake, but her expression is horrified as she sees them, perching herself on one of the tables. The abbot wonders what she's doing in a place like this. He was looking all over for her. This is great timing. They should all go to service and pray together. She begins following them very reluctantly, and Aaron apologizes to her. They say shared suffering is halved, right? So they should listen together. However, she holds no mercy in her gaze, and is totally sulking right now. At the meeting, tensions are high. Adela wonders what they mean by requesting reinforcements. Nova tells her to calm down. She's proposing this to prepare for impending threats. Adela notes that this threat isn't even verified intel. Is she certain the movements are directed towards Casserdic? Fullputs expects opinions to be divided in times like this, as usual. However, an old man, Jiran, the manager of Casserdic Castle, raises his hand and casts his vote in favor of Nova's opinion. Everyone is surprised, as manager Jiran has managed Casserdic Castle since the days of Baron Fullputs's father. He was one of the few who would speak candidly to the Baron. However, because his advice was rarely helpful, Fullputs handled most decisions by doing the opposite of Jiran. Jiran's agreement with Nova is strange. Jiran asks if they do not have a powerful ally in the Fenner family, they will gladly lend them a hand. Fullputs asks Nova what she thinks about it, and she explains that the Fenner family is an option, and a solid one at that. But they also have Count Bahart. If they must secure an alliance, it doesn't strictly have to be those two either. The people immediately call Count Bahart a greedy bastard. Do they plan to hand Casserdic over to him on a silver platter? They will all send letters to the Fenners right away. If they ask the Fenner family, they could even postpone the wedding. Fullputs smacks his hand on the table and tells them to be silent. It doesn't matter who, as long as they get reinforcements. In that case, they will settle this with a tournament. That evening, Aaron walks with the abbot, thinking that the abbot seems to have been feeling sick the past few days, probably from the aftermath of that nightmare the skeleton put in his mind. Suddenly, someone speaks, noting that it's been a long time, and it's really good to see him. Aaron turns around to see a man he doesn't recognize at first, but it's actually Priest Blyon, who has lost a lot of weight. He notes that Aaron has gotten quite close to the abbot. So how is the assassination plan going? The abbot's tyranny grows worse by the day. He's even holding services between morning prayer and afternoon prayer now, so the brothers have built a sanctuary to seek refuge. Aaron wonders if it wouldn't be easier to just sit through the sermons at that point, and the Inquisitor appears, looking tired as all hell, and runs away with Blyon, as their struggle will never end. In a dark cave, some cultists are gathering the corpses of humans and monsters alike. One of them wonders if they packed everything, but the other denies it. Are they really supposed to hand over all the corpses? Even the ones they need? The first cultist wonders what else they can do. It is what the master has ordered, and their master, the Great Darkness, is slowly rising from the shadows, ready to unleash something upon Casserdic far worse than what the cultists could have done. Thank you for watching. See you next time.